The exercise files for today's course are located in the video description below. Don't forget to like and subscribe.
Hi everyone, my name is Trish Connor-Cato. This course is for any user who has prior Tableau experience. With so many competing technologies, Tableau has emerged as a powerful favorite in the world of business intelligence solutions. This course will take your Tableau skills to the next level by teaching you best practices along with the most sought-after dashboard designs. You're about to embark upon an intense but amusing journey that will provide you with an arsenal of innovative techniques. Your new tool set will help you reuse your current Tableau worksheets and to create new ones for the purpose of including those worksheets on dashboards that you will be proud to share. Users will enjoy interacting with your dashboards for the purpose of getting deep analytical information from them, and they will be impressed with their flexibility. Most important, the class will overview various business scenarios that translate into different types of dashboards, and you will leave with that understanding. By the end of the course, you should be able to create effective dashboards on your own, and you will also walk away with class files that help you get a head start. In each module, we'll work with a specific data set and build visualizations to be used on our dashboards. We'll be starting in Module 1 by working with a personal finance data set. Using this data set, you will learn how to use the Tableau data interpreter before learning about floating versus tiled windows. We'll also cover item hierarchy and horizontal and vertical containers in this module. In Module 2, we'll work with a Tableau built-in data set containing Superstore basic sales information. During this module, we'll learn about graphic sizing, filters, formatting labels, and dual-axis visualizations.
Looking to support our channel and get a great deal? Become a member today to unlock ad-free videos. That's right, your favorite courses without a single ad. Interested in a specific video? Purchase one of our ad-free courses individually. Looking for even more? Gain access to exams, certificates, and exclusive content at LearnitAnytime.com. More information can be found in the video description below.
In our first module, we'll be working with a personal finance dashboard. There are 8 zipped folders in the files in the video description, and you should pause the video, grab all 8 of those folders, and unzip them onto your local hard drive before beginning the course. Each folder is named for a module. We also have a module that's going to be using a built-in to Tableau dataset. That's why there's only 8 zipped folders. In Module 1, we'll be using the data that's in the Personal Finance folder, and we'll start by using the Tableau data interpreter. You'll learn the difference between floating versus tiled. We'll also learn about item hierarchy and horizontal and vertical containers. Before we dive in and begin using the Tableau data interpreter, let's discuss what it does and what types of files it can work on. So it works with Excel, text, CSV, PDF, and Google Sheets files. Data Interpreter can give you a head start when cleaning your data. It can detect titles, notes, footers, empty cells, and bypass them to identify the actual fields and values in your data set. It can also detect additional tables and subtables so that you can work with a subset of your data independently of the other data. When you clean your data with Data Interpreter, it cleans all the data associated with a connection in the data source. It does not change the underlying data. You can review the results of Data Interpreter in an Excel workbook with a key for the Data Interpreter Legend tab, which you can review to find out how to read results. If Data Interpreter does not provide expected results, you can undo its recommendations and use the original data source. I'm already in Tableau Desktop on the home screen, and we have 2 files that we're going to be using for our personal finance dashboard. One is an Excel file called Personal Transactions, and the other is a CSV file called Budget. Let's start with the Excel file. On the left side, under To a File, I'm going to go ahead and click on Microsoft Excel, and I'm already in my Personal Finance folder, and there's that Personal Transactions file that we're looking for. I'm going to just double click it. So in Data Source View, on the left, you see the connection. And then under Sheets, you'll see the checkbox for Use Data Interpreter. If Tableau has not detected that there could be issues with your data, the Data Interpreter would not be on the left side. It also wouldn't be there if you are not using the file type that it recognizes. So we are underneath where it says Use Data Interpreter. You'll see that you have your Personal Transactions workbook as well as a table in that workbook. And so just to show you what's in this workbook, I've opened it, and you'll notice there's merged cells in row 1, and it has that personal transaction data header. And then you have your other headers in row 3. And in column G, that column has been put in the form of an Excel table. So that's why it's showing the sheet and the table. They're actually two separate objects. And that's even though the table resides on the sheet. So that's why it looks this way under Sheets. We're going to just check the box that says Use Data Interpreter, and you'll see that it now says Cleaned with Data Interpreter, and underneath that, you have a link that says Review the Results. It also tells you if you're not happy with the changes, go ahead and uncheck the Cleaned with Data Interpreter checkbox. We're going to use the Review the Results link. It opens an Excel workbook, and on the first tab, you have Key for the Data Interpreter, so you'll understand the results. So it lets you know the color coding if something is interpreted as column headers. It lets you know values in your data source, your actual data. That would be color-coded green, so on and so forth. It also has a couple of links here with some helpful tools. So if you have any issues with data interpreter results, there's a Tableau support site that you can go to. And you can also get support from the link at the bottom. We have 3 other sheet tabs in here, the first of which is Personal Transactions. So you'll notice at the top that it unmerged the cells that had the heading Personal Transaction Data centered over them, and it just put that same heading in each of the cells, A1 through G1. In row 3, you'll notice your color coding that lets you know that it's the header row. It was able to detect that as the proper header row. And the rest of it is data. If you notice, included on this, as just a regular column, not a table, is column G, which is in table format in the original file. Also notice there's a blank column, which is column F. Let's go to Personal Transactions Subtables tab. And even though column G was in a table by itself, here it's showing along with the other data that doesn't have any kind of legend on it. And then the last tab is your full data set with the legend keys on it. And that's the clean data. So basically, it got rid of the merged cells and that heading, Personal Transaction Data. It detected the proper headings, and it detected the data. Now, this is usually saved in a Tableau temp folder. And notice it's called marked.personaltransactions. A series of numbers. And it's in my Tableau temp location. What I like to do is I like to save these like in the same folder that I'm working out of, in our case, Personal Finance. So I'm going to go ahead and do a save as on this. and just put it in my personal finance folder. And I'm leaving the same file name. And now I can close this file. So now we can go ahead. We're going to use the cleaned data. So we're not going to make any changes with the data interpreter. What we are going to do is we're going to drag that personal transaction sheet onto the logical layer here. So we can actually see the data here that we brought in from that Excel file. And I'm going to go to the gear in the upper right-hand corner of that data grid, and I'm going to choose Show Hidden Fields. And the reason I did that is so we had that blank column F in the Excel file. So it didn't get rid of it in the clean file, but it hid it automatically when we brought it in here. And I'm going to go back to the gear and uncheck Show Hidden Fields. So now we're ready to add our other file to this mix. So right on the left, to the right of connections, I'm going to click the Add link. And this is a CSV file. So we're going to use text file for this one. And so I'm already in my personal finance folder, and you can see it's an Excel comma separated values file, and it's budget. So I'm going to double click budget to add that to the mix. And budget doesn't need to be cleaned with the data interpreter. You notice since we brought it in, it's saying you could use the data interpreter, but it's in good shape. We don't need to do that again. What we are going to do, you notice it has budget CSV under files, and we're going to drag budget CSV onto the logical layer. And when we drop it, you'll notice that it automatically created a relationship between the two files. And the relationship is based on the common field category. So we have a category field in personal transactions. And as you see in the data grid now, we also have a category field in the budget file. So it will always show as category and then in parentheses budget.csv so you can know which field is from which source. We're good with the relationship. We don't have to do anything there. It was able to detect the common field automatically. What we would like is to merge the data, so to speak. So in the upper half of this data source screen, we're going to double click on the personal transactions icon. And it just takes us to the physical layer. So it lets you know personal transactions is made of one table. And here we're going to again grab budget from the left under files and drag it and drop it into this layer. And this is where we get a join. So it does an inner join based on, again, that common category field. And we're good with the inner join. If we weren't, we could click on it and change it, but we don't need to do anything there. So when you look at your data grid now, you'll see the first several columns are from personal transactions. And then you get to the two columns that are from budget. And since we already have the category column from personal transactions, the only thing we're going to do is hide the category column from the budget source. We don't need to have category displayed twice. So I'm going to you can right click on the header and choose hide for category budget CSV. So now that we have our data in our Tableau workbook, we're going to go ahead and save this file. I'm going to call it Personal Finance, the name of the module. And what we're going to do next, now that we've saved our workbook, is we're going to start building vises that we will use on the dashboard that we're going to create later in the module. When we get to creating our dashboard, we will also address the 3 other topics that we have in this module. And that would be floating versus tiled, item hierarchy, and horizontal and vertical containers. So now we're going to go to sheet 1, and we can see our fields from budget, and we can also see the fields from personal transactions there. I thought that I hid that category field for budget, so if it's still showing there, you can just right click on it and hide it from here as well. I just want to make sure that we don't have the same field showing twice. Even though it has a slightly different name, it can lead to some confusion. And so the first viz we're going to build is a text table, and we want to see the budget versus variance, basically, is what we're looking to do here. So we're going to drag the budget field to columns, and we're going to drag the amount field also to columns. And then on the right, we're going to use our show me and select the first viz type, which is text table. We want this in a text table. And then you notice since we used 2 measures for that, it gave us the measure name pill in the rows as well as in filters. And you see your measure values on the left in your marks card. And it placed them in text as well. So we're seeing the amount and the budget in our text table. We want our measure names to be in columns and not rows. So I'm going to just drag and drop it from rows to columns. That's how we're going to want our text table to look. And we want to create a calculation that will give us the variance. So what we're going to do is we're going to just do an ad hoc calculation. It's also known as an inline calculation. We're going to double click in columns to the right of measure names, and it gives us an empty pill that we can type into. And so really simple calculation we're going to use here. So it's going to be, we're going to start typing budget, and when it shows up on the list, you can just tab it in. And then we want the minus sign, and then start typing amount, and I'm going to tab that field in. So budget minus the amount is the difference, the variance. We're going to press enter. So now we have that function, and it did the sum of it. And what I like to do with my inline calculations is name them. So I'm going to drag that sum budget minus amount and drop it in the field list. And from there, it's under measure names. I can go ahead and name it variance. And then I'm going to just press enter, and notice it changes it up here as well. So what I want to do is change this back to a text table. Since we added another dimension, it automatically changed it to, another measure, it automatically changed it to a different type of viz. So now I'm going to drag my measure names back to columns from rows. On the marks card at the bottom where it has measure values, I want to make sure that they're in the right order. So we really want them to be budget, amount, and then variance. So I'm going to just click and hold on amount, drag it down. You'll see that little orangey colored arrow. That's your guideline. And I want it to be underneath budget. So budget, amount, and variance. And notice our text table updated here. Now we want some more context for this text table. So we're going to go ahead and grab the category field and drag it to rows. And so now we're seeing the budget, the amount, and the variance based on each category. So now we're going to do just a little bit of formatting on our table. The first thing we're going to do is we're going to right click on the category label on our table and choose hide field labels for rows. And then we want to format the numbers, the values for budget, amount, and variance. So I'm going to just right click on any number, choose format, and the format pane opens on the left. And I'm going to go to the fields drop down and choose amount. So we want these to be formatted as currency with 2 decimal places and any negative values to have the currency symbol but be inside of parentheses. So we're going to do the drop down where it says numbers, and we're going to choose currency custom, which you'll see has 2 decimal places, parentheses around negative values. It's using the $ prefix, and it also includes thousand separators. So we have that showing immediately in our table. We're going to go back to fields, select sum budget, and do the same, currency custom. And then go ahead and do the variance field on your own. And your table should look similar to mine. The next thing that we want to do is we want to have that category column have some color in terms of the column background and the text, the font rather. So what we're going to do here is we're going to go to our fields drop down again in the format pane and select category. Right under default where it says shading, I'm going to use like this dark blue color. If it's not showing on your palette, you can go to more colors and grab it from there. Either way, same thing. But then the thing is that it's not on every item, every row in the column, and you can't see the font. So let's go up to the font where it says Tableau Medium 9 point, and we're going to make the font white, but then we can't see the font where it is not shaded. And that's because there's some row banding going on. So we're going to go to the paint bucket to get to shading at the top of the format pane. And notice in your row banding, you have something other than none for both pane and header. We're going to do the drop down and choose none for both of those. And now you'll see that all of the rows in that column have the dark blue with the white font. Since we're here on color, up at the top under default, you're going to go to worksheet drop down, and I'm going to choose like a light gray color. I want a little bit more contrast, something like. And last but not least, we are going to name this sheet, and I'm going to just double click it to name it. We're going to call it Budget versus Variance Table, which also shows up as the title on the worksheet. I can go ahead and close that format pane by using the X in the upper right-hand side of it. And this would be a good time. There's save icon right there on the toolbar. You can Control S, of course, to save our file. So we have one visualization done for our personal finance sheet. Let's go ahead and do the new sheet icon. And we're going to create another visualization. So for this viz, we're going to create a bullet graph that will show the actual values versus budgeted values. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to drag amount to to columns. And we're going to drag budget to columns as well. And we'll use category for our rows. Now we're going to go to our Show Me panel. And we're going to choose the bullet graph. It's the center one on the bottom row. And I'm going to collapse the Show Me pane. We're going to grab category from the field list again, and we're going to drag it to color on the marks card. And we get our color legend on the right. So now a color has been assigned to each category, makes the graph a little bit more useful and visually appealing. Let's go to our format menu, and we're going to choose shading. And under default, let's give that same light gray color to our worksheet. The other thing that we want to do is we want to go up to the toolbar where it says standard in terms of your view. Do the drop down and choose entire view so that the bullet graph fills up the entire view. Now I'm going to close that shading panel on the left, and I resized it. I don't need it to be that wide, just so I get some more working space here. So if you look at this bullet graph, I'm hovering over home improvement, and you'll see that it has a line, a vertical line way toward the left of it. Each of them do. They have these vertical black lines on the bar in the chart. And if you hover over any of those lines, they tell you the average budget amount for that particular category. And if you hover over any of the bars, it tells you the category, the amount, and the budget. So that's your bullet graph. The last thing we need to do with this one is name our sheet, and it's going to be actual versus budget. So before we move on to our third viz, let's go ahead and save and then bring up a new sheet. And now we're going to create an area chart that's going to show spending by month. So we're going to drag the date field to columns, and we're going to change it to month year format. So I'm going to right click on its pill, and I'm going to go down to the one that has the month and the year. We're going to also drag amount to rows, and we're going to use show me to change it to the area chart. So you notice you need to have one date for an area chart at the bottom. It's really good about show me is it tells you what you need to be able to use that type of viz. It also needs one or more measures. So we've met that criteria. I'm going to go ahead and click it. So an area chart, I'm going to collapse show me, is really a filled in line chart. We're going to drag the amount field to color on the marks card. So now it gives us this color palette on the right, letting you know what amounts are represented in a range of that from light teal to darker blue. I really want this to be a dark blue, pretty solid color. So what I'm going to do is on that color legend on the right, I'm going to do its drop down arrow and choose edit colors. And where the palette says automatic, I'm going to do the drop down, and you'll see that these are all the palettes that come within Tableau. At the bottom, I'm going to choose custom sequential. It gets me closer to the blue color that I want. And I'm going to choose stepped, reversed, and I'm going to click on that first box, that dark blue box that's by its own, and I'm going to choose a different blue color, more like the royal blue that I used earlier on the table column. And so when I click apply, I can live with this color. It's not really about the formatting here. We're just creating vizes to get to the dashboard, but this will do fine for now. So I've applied, and I'm going to click OK. And now in the marks card, I'm going to click on color, and I want to make my color 100% opaque. Let's change this to fill up the entire view. Didn't really see much of an adjustment with this one. And then I want to edit the axis a little bit. So I'm going to right click on the axis and edit axis. And I'm talking about the axis at the bottom. Now I believe our data goes from January 1st, 2018 to September 30th, 2019. I'm going to, and this may not be necessary, but it's good for you to know. I'm going to change the range from automatic to fixed. And the fixed start date, I'm going to modify it to January 1st, 2018. And you'll notice as you're doing that, your area chart is kind of sliding back and forth on the screen. I'm going to change the end date to 9/30/2019. And underneath that, I'm going to uncheck show times. At the bottom, I'm going to change the title to just say date instead of month of date. And everything we've done so far has been on the general tab. We're going to go to the tick marks tab at the top. And we're going to change them from automatic, the major ones, from automatic to fixed. Or I changed it to none, to fixed. And we want the interval to be 1 month. And we can go ahead and close that box so we can see January 2018 through September 2019 on our axis, and each of the major tick marks represents a month. Also, if I hover over any point on the area chart, I'll see the tooltip that's giving me the month and the amount. So spending by month. Let's just go to format and give the worksheet that light gray shading that we've been using. And we'll go ahead and name this sheet spending by month. And on this one, we're going to go up to the title and right click and hide the title. Save your file. Hang in there. We have 4 more visualizations to go, although 2 of them will be copying and making minor modifications too. So those will go really easily. This one that we're going to do is we want to show some date level detail of our personal finances. And we're going to use a highlight table for this one. So we're going to start by grabbing the description field and dragging it to rows. And we're going to drag the date field to rows as well. But we want it, instead of the year of the date, we want to choose day. And it's the second day. So you see the month, the day, and the year. And we're going to drag the amount to label on the marks card. Now we're ready to go to Show Me, and we're going to choose the highlight table, which is the 3rd one in the top row, and we can collapse Show Me. So we are going to add a filter to make this more readable, and what we're going to do is we're going to drag the date field to the filter shelf, and we want to use a month-year filter. So I'm going to select that and choose Next. At the top, we're going to choose the Use All option button. And we're going to do Apply and OK. So now it says My Date for month, year, date. I'm going to right click on that filter and choose Show Filter. So it shows on the right side. At the top of it, I'm going to do its drop down arrow. And I'm going to make this a single value drop down filter. So they're only allowed to pick 1 month, year at a time. And it's in a drop down, so it doesn't take as much space. I'm going to go back to its drop down. And I'm going to choose Edit Title. And I'm going to just delete that My Date text. And I'm going to type in all caps, Select Month, and click OK. So when they do the drop down, they'll see all the months and the years. and they can select. Let's select September 2019 off of that list. So this is what the highlight table does. It highlights values that are kind of outliers so you can see them. This $1,100 on September 3rd for a mortgage payment is an outlier because of its amount compared to the other values in this highlight table. And if there aren't any outliers, if I go to another month, I'll try April 2018. Well, mortgage payment is going to show up on each. But you'll see over here, well, this is the color coding for the sum of the amount. It has that divergent shading on it. So that is a highlight table. Let's go ahead and go to the format menu. And let's do it like this. Let's right click on a number in our table and go to format. And we want to go to the fields drop down and choose sum amount. And let's give it the custom currency format. I'm going to widen the description column by putting my mouse on the right side so I get that double arrow. So I'm seeing all of the descriptions in their entirety. And I'm going to choose the entire view for this one as well. And I notice I have to do some column cleanup here between my dates. Well, one of the things I can do is I'm going to right click on a date and I'm going to choose rotate label. So the dates are now rotated and they are better viewed that way. Now I'm going to right click on day of date at the top and hide the field labels for the columns. Don't need that. I'll leave the description label for the rows there. And I can go to any date field and put my mouse right underneath it. And I can actually drag that up a little bit. So it's giving me more space in the body of this. Let's go back to the fields drop down on the format pane and choose description. And let's give that dark blue shading and change the font to white. And then I've clicked on the paint bucket over there to get to shading, and I'm going to do the same light gray for the worksheet background. Now this one, we're going to name the sheet Date Level Detail. And we can go ahead and save. Now we want to visualize our expense detail in the form of a horizontal bar chart. So we're going to start by dragging date and amount to rows. And we're going to change date so that it is the month year, so the second month one. We're going to drag description to columns. And we're going to use show me to select the horizontal bars. I'm going to collapse show me. Now, I'm going to go to the analysis menu, although you can use Control W shortcut key for this. But I'm going to go to the analysis menu, and at the bottom, I'm going to swap the rows and the columns. And we're going to drag date to the filter shelf. We're going to do month year like we did on the previous sheet and do next. We're going to use all and apply and OK. Right click and show that filter. Use its down arrow to change it to a single value drop down. Use its down arrow to edit its title to say select month and then select September 2019. So now we have, because we swapped rows and columns, you'll see that we have vertical bars. If I do Control W, you'll have your horizontal bars back. And you could do that, depending on how you want to look at it. So I prefer the horizontal bars for this, and I'm going to change it to entire view. And we're going to name this sheet Expense Detail and save. So now we want to copy the expense detail sheet. You could right click on it and choose copy. But what I like to do is I just click and hold on it while holding down my control key, and I drag it until that little down arrow is pointing right next to the right of it, and I let go. So I get expense detail and in parentheses 2. Let's go ahead and double click the sheet tab and name it first, and it's going to be account detail by month. The only thing we have to do here, well, 2 things. Actually, let's go back to expense detail first. Forgot to put our worksheet shading on this one, so I'm just right clicking, formatting, going to the paint bucket and giving that light gray to that worksheet. If we had done that before we copied it, we wouldn't have to do it on this account detail by month sheet. Sorry about that. And so now I have the shading here on account detail by month as well. So I can close that format tab. And for this one, we're going to click on the description pill in the rows shelf and do delete. And we're going to replace it with account name from the fields list. So here we have our account detail by month. We still have that filter here because we copied the sheet. So I can pick a different month and look at my detail change, so on and so forth. And let's make a copy of the account detail by month sheet so we can do our final visualization here. We're going to name this one account overview by month. And we're going to add the description field to rows, so it gives it more granularity. We're seeing the account name and the description. And we want to add account name to the filter shelf. And we will use all and apply. Okay. And then we want to show that filter. Let's make this one a multiple values drop down. So I can uncheck all, everything disappears. I can check checking and silver card, and those 2 accounts show. I'm going to check all again. Go ahead and save your file. We're going to actually give this viz more appeal. Let's grab account name from the field list and drag it and drop it on color on the marks card. So we have some color going here. We get the legend on the right, just to make it more visually appealing. Now I want to show you one other thing. Let's go up to the format menu and hover over workbook theme. So it uses a default theme. You have a choice of a previous theme if you had changed it. Let's click on Classic at the bottom and notice how this changed, right? At the top, you have these extra panes here. This is a classic look. And if you go to the previous sheet, you'll see that all of the sheets in this workbook now have that look. The theme is workbook wide. Let's go back to Format, Workbook Theme, and choose Modern. So Modern doesn't have those extra panels. It makes the font, and this is subjective. To me, it makes the font a little bit more crisp, if that is a thing. And I can look through sheets and see that that theme is applied everywhere. You can go back to Format, Workbook Theme. I'll click on Previous for this one. And this moved my title to the left. I'm going to go back one more time, and I'm going to leave mine on Modern. I like Modern a little bit better. So pick a theme that you can live with. And after you do that, go ahead and save your file again. So now we're getting ready to create 3 personal finance dashboards using the visualizations that we've created. Before we get into that, You're going to be learning about horizontal and vertical containers, as well as about floating tiles and the item hierarchy lessons while we're working on these dashboards. So I thought it would be fair to give you a little bit of information about horizontal and vertical containers before we begin. So these help organize and standardize the size and layout of your dashboard's worksheets. When you're viewing dashboards through different size screens and devices, floating images can often be distorted or misrepresented. Containers allow you to fix locations of dashboard elements regardless of how you are viewing them. Tableau dashboards have horizontal and vertical containers that you can use. Once you've placed objects within containers, you're able to control not only the sizes and characteristics of the individual objects, but the sizes and characteristics of the containers as well. You are also able to put different types of containers within each other on the same dashboard. So now we're ready to create our first dashboard for personal finance. And I'm going to use the new dashboard icon that I'm pointing to on the bottom of my screen. So it gives us dashboard 1. You can see on the left side, you're on the dashboard tab. So it's set to default as opposed to phone. You have your size. I'm going to expand that. And I'm going to change my width because of my screen size. I'm going to change my width to 1500. And this is for your dashboard canvas area. And I'm going to change my height to 1080. And so I'm filling up most of this area. And then I can collapse that size again. And then I see all the sheets from my workbook that we've worked so hard to create, all of these visualizations. When you hover over each sheet, it shows you a little thumbnail of what the visualization looks like. And then on the bottom left, you have objects. This is where you'll find your horizontal and vertical containers. You also have text objects, extensions, ask data, data stories, images, blank, workflow, web page navigation, and download objects that you can use with dashboards. Underneath that, it's defaulting to tiled. And then your other choice there is floating, which you'll see in just a little bit. When we get to our second dashboard, you'll see the difference between tiled and floating. So on the first dashboard, we're going to do this a couple of ways, right? Just so you see the difference. First, we'll do it without using a container, and then we'll do it by using a horizontal container. So we've set our size on the left, and we're going to, you can see the names of your sheets. We're going to click and hold and drag actual versus budget onto the canvas. And so it comes over, its color legend comes over here on the right. If you notice under sheets now, it has a little check mark on that sheet indicating that it is on your dashboard. So now we're going to grab another one, the first one, budget versus variance. And we're going to click and hold and drag that one. Now, as you're dragging it, you'll see shading on top of the other one. If I were to drop it right now, it would be to the left of the actual versus budget one. If I move my mouse over a little bit, it would be on the top and the actual versus budget would be on the bottom. If I move my mouse to the right, it would be on the right side of actual budget versus budget. And if I move it to the bottom, it would be on the bottom. So those are where that's where I can drop it. I'm going to move it to the right and drop it there. So this is without using containers. You can navigate around and figure out where you want to put it, and then you can drop it where you want to put it. Now, I like to redo this with containers. So on that budget versus variance table, what I'd like to do is go over to its right and I'm going to do the X icon, which will remove it from the dashboard. I'm going to select the actual versus budget, do the same thing, and that and its color legend will also disappear. So now we're going to do this using containers. So on the left in our objects list at the top, we're going to click and hold, and we're going to drag a horizontal container and just drop it on the canvas. And you'll see that containers have like a blue border around them, right? They also have where you can remove them from the dashboard and a more options drop down where I can remove the container, distribute the contents evenly for anything that I put in the container, make it floating, add show hide buttons, so on and so forth. I'm going to click away from that and then back onto my container. And now we're going to use the same sheets. We're going to use actual versus budget, click and hold, drag it into the horizontal container, and just notice as I drag it around, right, it wants to drop it on the whole thing. Now, when I first dragged it in, it gave me the option. I'm going to remove it for a moment. It gave me the option. Well, actually, let me put my container back in. I actually removed that. Okay. So now when I first dragged it into the container, if I keep my mouse way to the left, it will allow me to drop it on the left side of the horizontal container. And that's what I'm going to do. It also dropped its legend into the container. And we're going to click on that legend and do its drop down arrow and make it floating. And that way we can move it to where we want it to be. I'm going to use its handle at the top, and I get the four-headed arrow, and I'm going to just drag it over to the right. Kind of put it on the bottom for now. I'll figure out where I want it to go shortly. I have my visualization in a container here. If I double click the actual versus budget handle, it will select the entire container. Now I'm going to grab the budget versus variance table and drag it to the right side of our horizontal container. And it leaves room there at the bottom because, right, this table is not filling the entire view. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the toolbar and I'm going to choose entire view like we've done before. And now it's filling up that space. So this category legend, kind of looking at it, move it around a little bit, right? See, my horizontal container is full. There's not really any place I can put it, it looks like. However, if I go to the right of the budget versus variance table, there's a little bit of white space there. I can drop it there, but notice it's kind of like oddly placed. So now I've gotten rid of it totally. It's like hiding somewhere. And I realized that I don't really need it. I mean, the categories are color coded, but that legend is not really very useful. You can see the color coding right next to the category name in actual versus budget. This dashboard, I think, is pretty complete. We are going to do a couple of more things to it. Let's first of all go down and name the dashboard sheet. We're going to do actual versus budget by category is the name of this one. And if I want to, at the very bottom on the dashboard pane on the left, I can check the box that says show dashboard title. And now the title shows, and just like a worksheet, whatever you name the sheet will show in the title, or you can edit the title separately. So we'll leave it the same there. And go ahead and save your file. Now we're going to add some captions to this dashboard. I'm going to click on the actual versus budget viz on the left. And I'm going to go to the worksheet drop down, or excuse me, the worksheet menu, and choose show caption. So now I'm going to go to entire view and choose standard, and I can see the caption underneath it. Sum of amount for each category. Color shows details about category. Now I can edit that caption if I wanted to, or I can hide it. For that one, I'm going to go ahead and hide it. And then I'm going to make that back to entire view. Let's click on our budget versus variance table, switch that to standard so we can see. Go back to worksheet, show caption. So this is just telling us, it's really describing what we have. Budget, amount, and variance broken down by category. So that one, I'm going to say, don't really need captions on that either. Going to right click and just hide that caption, make it back to entire view. We'll explore captions on different dashboards that we're going to create. It just doesn't make sense for this one in particular, in my opinion. Let's go ahead and bring up a new dashboard sheet and save your file. So on this dashboard, we're going to start with a vertical container that's going to contain one viz. And then we're going to add a horizontal container to hold two different visualizations. So I'm going to go ahead and drag my vertical container onto the canvas. And we're going to use the spending by month visualization in that container. And for right now, we're good. One of the things we can do here is we don't need this color legend. So I'm going to click on the legend on the right and use the X to remove the legend from the dashboard. The next thing I'm going to do with this one is I'm going to right click on its title, spending by month, and I'm going to hide its title. And now I'm ready to grab my horizontal container. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to drag it as far, I'm going to point as far to the bottom as I can and drop it. So it pushed the vertical container upwards, but we'll adjust all of that in a little bit. For the horizontal container, we're going to put date level detail. Now, this is the trick. I want it on the left side of the container, but I don't want it to shade like this because that will force the area chart above it to go to the right, and we don't want that to happen. So I'm going to just point down a little bit so that my entire container is selected, and then I'll let it go. And then we're going to grab the expense detail, and I'm going to drag that to the right side of my horizontal container inside, in that gray area next to the thick right border. I'm going to drop it. And then I'm going to go to the container by double clicking the expense detail handle. So now that horizontal container is selected, I'm going to go to its more options button, and I'm going to select distribute contents evenly. So those two vizzes are distributed evenly within the container. Now, we don't need this amount color palette visualization there, or pane there. So I'm going to click on it and use the X to remove that from the dashboard. And then we have two select months. One is for date level detail, which is currently set to April 2018. And the other one is for expense detail at September 2019. I'm going to select the April 2018 one, do its more options drop down, and make it floating. And that way I can move it where I want to put it. And where I'd like to put it is right at the top left corner of that date level detail viz. Let me move it just a little bit more, so I'm not blocking any dates or anything. It can sit right there. And then I'm going to make the other one floating. And I'm going to move that one to the upper right corner of this expense detail viz. So I can use either of these on the dashboard. I'll change this one to December 2018. I'll change this one to January 2019, something like that. This actually created this area over here is another horizontal container on its own. And I am going to remove that empty one from the dashboard so that everything else fills. Now I have to move my floating month on the right side again, so it's back in position. So we get more space here this way. Now we need to name this dashboard, and we are going to name it Spending by Month with Date and Expense Detail. And I'm going to make sure that I'm showing the dashboard title so I can see that as well, right? And that's why I got rid of the Spending by Month title. The other thing I'm going to do is I am going to double click my expense detail handle to select the container, put my mouse at the very top of the container so I get the double arrow, click and hold and drag down so that our area chart has a little bit more space. And you're going to go ahead and save your workbook and bring up a new dashboard sheet and get your sizing the way it needs to be. So on this dashboard, we're going to kind of mimic what we did on the previous one by starting with a vertical container. And we're going to use the same viz, the spending by month viz, to put in that container. We are going to right click on that viz's title and hide it. And we're going to remove the color legend from the dashboard. Now we're going to grab a horizontal container. And again, I'm going to point as far down to the bottom as I can get. And this time we're going to use the account detail by month. So I'm going to grab that and drag it into the container. And this time it collapsed it the opposite way. So I'm going to expand that so I can see what I'm doing. And then I'm going to grab the account overview by month and place it to the right of account detail. Now, both of these will leave their titles, right? And now if you notice on the right, the legend and the filters are all in another container, another horizontal container. They're all grouped together. So what I'd like to do is this. We have the first one that says select month, right? And I am going to right click on that one and edit its title. I'm going to type detail month for the account detail chart. And then the other month one, I'm going to edit its title to overview month and click OK. So we can tell which ones they're for based on their names a little bit better now. What I'm going to do is, because they're in a container, I want to make account name legend floating, and I'm going to just drag it down so it's to the right of the right visualization. And then I'm going to do the same with the overview month, make it floating, and drag it down. And then we have select account, which also goes to that right side chart. So we at least have all of its filters and its legend next to it. And then that just leaves that detail month filter here. Now, if I'm going to save first before I do this. I've made it floating, And I'm going to drag that one to like right here, detail month. So right on its viz. And now I can save again. And we just need to name this dashboard. And it's going to be spending by month with account. Just ignore what I'm typing. Spending by month with account overview and detail. And then go ahead and show its title. So far, you've learned about floating versus tiled windows here in dashboards. You've worked with the horizontal and vertical containers as well, and you saw that you can have a mix of those on the same dashboard, which can be useful. You learned that floating was very helpful when it came to the legends and the filters on this current dashboard that we just worked on. Right? So it made it possible to move those around where they make sense. The only thing we haven't covered in this module is the item hierarchy. And we do that. So you notice when you're on that dashboard pane on the left, there's another tab at the top, the layout tab. And by the way, if you wanted to collapse that pane, you can to get more working space. And then you'll see the tabs a little bit differently. I'm going to go to the layout tab. And on the layout tab, if I have anything selected, so I'm going to select the account overview by month, right? It's showing that the title, so selected item, let me expand this. The title is showing, it's not floating. I'm not controlling its visibility using a value. Doesn't have border, background, outer or inner padding, all of those things you can do. But at the bottom of all of that is the item hierarchy. So if I look at the hierarchy here, right? And even, let me just click over here in a blank area. So when I click in a blank area, I don't have anything selected, but I can still get to the item hierarchy. That just impacts everything up here under selected item. So the item hierarchy, I've got filters, detail month, select account, overview month, right? I have this account name legend, and then it says tiled, right? And I can expand that. So within tiled is a vertical pane, which has spending by month with account in it. Then I have a horizontal pane in there, right? I can expand that. And that has vertical. And then I get my spending by month, another horizontal, account details, account overview, right? And then vertical again. So that is the item hierarchy. Really, the only thing you get when you right click over there is the same thing you click when you right click, on an arrow on any object in here. I've been reading some forums about this, and there's a lot of people that would like to make the item hierarchy more usable. So you can click and drag within the hierarchy to change the position of your vises on a dashboard. But I don't know if that's going to happen or not, but it is here so you can see the hierarchy of your items on your dashboard. Go ahead and save your file. By way of recap, in Module 1, we ultimately created a few personal finance dashboards. We started with using the Tableau data interpreter to clean some of our data in an Excel file. And then we moved on to creating several visualizations that we would use on our dashboards. When we got to creating dashboards, you learned the difference between floating and tiled objects. We also, at the end, learned about item hierarchy. And along the way, we used horizontal and vertical containers and a mix of both. In Module 2, we'll be using the built-in Tableau Superstore Basic Sales dataset to create our dashboard. We'll start off by learning about graphic sizing, move on to filters and formatting labels before tackling how to create dual axes visualizations. So to get into Module 2, I'm going to go ahead and close this file using the File menu. I've already saved. You'll notice the tile shows there if I wanted to reopen Personal Finance. I'm not going to go back to it during this course, so I'm going to hover over it, and I'm going to click the X to don't show the workbook. If I want to reopen it, I can go over to the right and open the workbook, as you probably already know. So with Module 2, we're using built-in Tableau information. Now, a couple of things I want to point out. We're going to be using sample Superstore data. So on the left side, don't click it. There is a saved sample Superstore data source. We're not going to use it because it doesn't have everything in it that we need. And so down at the bottom, you'll see some accelerators that are built in. There's a Superstore and accelerator. It's kind of like a dashboard, a workbook with dashboards and other worksheets in it. We're not going to actually use it. We're going to just mine it for its data and then continue with this module. So what we're going to do is we're going to click on that Superstore accelerator. So it opens on this overview dashboard. And like I said, we're not going to be using this workbook. We are actually going to be mining it for its data. And so in order to do that, this is what we're going to do. We have a couple of sheets. So there's a performance sheet. Let's go to the performance sheet. And then when we're on a sheet, we can see the data sources here at the top. Now we only need 2 of them. We're not going to deal with commission. We need the sample Superstore data source and we need the sales target data source. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to right click on sample Superstore data source and I'm going to choose view data. And so in the view data, it's showing you the data, but also at the top, it has a download icon. We're going to go ahead and download this. Now, you're going to want to put it in like a Module 2 folder or something, because I didn't supply you with a Module 2 folder. So I'm going to download it to where all the rest of my files are in a folder, either named Module 2 or sample Superstore, whatever. So go ahead and download that. And so now that I have that source downloaded, I'm going to close the view data box. And I'm going to click on the sales target source, right click, view data, and do the same thing. I'm going to download that into the same folder that I just created. And then I can literally close view data and go to file and close this file. And I don't need to save any changes to the workbook. I got what I needed. But I'm going to remove that Superstore tile from under open so that I don't mistakenly open it. Okay, so both of those were text files or CSVs. We're going to use text file on the left, and I'm going to navigate to what I called my sample Superstore folder, and I'm going to grab sample Superstore orders. And strange, but I actually have the CSV for sales target over here. I'm going to go up to add and do text file and click the one that I mined. I have both of these connections in here, and sample Superstore orders is already on the canvas here in the logical layer. Let's check to see the relationship between sample Superstore and the sales target. So I'm going to drag sales target onto the canvas. And when we did this in the last module, it was automatically able to detect the relationship. And the reason why it's not able to detect the relationship here is because there are multiple fields that match. So when I hover over that warning symbol, it says it has no matching fields. Edit the relationship to select matching fields. And down here, it has the edit relationship box. So If I wanted to, I can go to the drop down on Sample Superstore. I happen to know there's two matching fields. There's category, and I believe order date is another matching field. So I'm going to select category for Sample Superstore. And on the right side, you can see, yeah, they do have category and order date. I'm going to select the category for sales target. And now it created that relationship. And now we're going to double click on that Sample Superstore tile to get into the physical layer. And we're going to join these. So we have a joined, like we did earlier, data source. And so I'm going to drag the sales target CSV onto the physical layer, and it automatically creates the join, another inner join, which is fine. And down in your data grid, if you can scroll to the right, you'll see eventually the sales target fields that came in, right? So since we did a relationship on the category field, we're going to hide the sales target category field. And we can also hide the sales target order date field. So really, the only field we really need from sales target is the sales target field. Segment is also a field in Sample Superstore. So let's hide that one as well. And now let's go ahead and save this file. In this module, we're going to create 6 different visualizations and ultimately end up with 3 dashboards. When we get to the dashboards, you'll learn about the other topics, the other lessons, graphic sizing. You'll learn more about filtering and formatting labels. While we're creating our visualizations, you'll learn about how to create a dual axis viz and why you would do so. So let's go ahead and let's go to sheet 1 and we'll get started. Let's go ahead and name the sheet first, and we're going to name this sheet performance. We're going to drag the Sample Superstore. So here are the fields that when you hide them on data source view, they're still showing up here. So before we even do this, let's hide that category under sales target. We're also going to hide the order date and the segment and just leave the sales target measure there. And so for this viz, we're going to drag category to columns. And we're going to drag sales to columns as well. And ultimately, the visualization we're building will let us know whether sales are above or below target. So we have our category and sum of sales in columns, and we're going to drag order date to rows, and we want to see the year and the month. Now, there's a couple of different ways you can do this. I'm going to do the plus sign in front of order date, the order date pill in the rows shelf, and now it gives me quarter. I'm going to do the plus sign on quarter, and I get month. And then I'm going to just delete the quarter pill. 6 of one, half dozen of the other. There's so many different ways that you can do this. And we're also going to drag the segment field to rows. So we have our year of order dates, month of the order date, the segment, and then we have our categories going across the top. And our sales, of course, are on the x-axis at the bottom. What we want to do is we want to drag the order date to the filters card. We're going to do range of dates. We'll leave it on range of dates and we'll do next. And it's giving me the range of dates that are in our data. So we're good with that. We're going to do apply. And I'm going to cancel that. and I'm going to right click on that filter and show the filter. So the filter will let me, it's a slider type filter, right? And it's showing all the order dates there. If I change it so it's a range of dates, that's fine. It's all going to be a slider. So we're good with that. And actually, we're not good with that. So let's delete that filter on the right. You can just remove the filter. And it removes the filter from the filter shelf as well. So we're going to drag order date back to filters. I'd rather them pick the year that they want to see. So instead of range of dates, let's do years. Next, we're going to use all and apply and OK. And now we can right click and show that filter, and we'll change it to, we'll just do a single value drop down. So 1 year at a time. And let's edit the filter's title. And I'm going to get rid of order date there. And I'm going to put the word select in front of year. Now we're going to create a calculated field, which will let us know whether the sales values are above or below target. So I'm going to go to the top of the data pane. Right up at the top to the left of filter shelf, you'll see a little down arrow. I'm going to use that and just choose create calculated field. We're going to name this sales above target ? And then I'm going to tab down to the body of it. So we're going to be using the if, then, else, end function in this, or functions, I should say, as well as a couple of sum functions in this calculation. So we're going to type the letter I, and you'll see the if function at the top of the list. It's highlighted, so I'm going to use my tab key to just tab it in. Now, just as a reminder, in this screen, you have this right pointing arrow, and you can click it to get information on different functions. So since we already typed in if, notice that if is already selected in this list, and it gives you this basic syntax of how to use it and what it does. So it tests a series of expressions returning the then value for the first true expression. So example, if profit is greater than 0, then profitable. And that means the word profitable would show up. Else if, now we're not using an else if in ours. Else if, it gives it another condition to test. If profit equals 0, then it will show the word break even. If neither of those are true, after else, it says loss, and that's what will show. And then you have your end. That's a variation of the if construct. I'm going to just collapse that pane. And after if here, we're going to start typing sum. And sum shows up on the list, and I'm going to grab it and tab it in. So we want the test to be on the sum of the sales. So I'm going to start typing sales, tab that in. So right now you have if space sum, open paren, open square bracket, sales, close square bracket, close paren. In the bottom left, it tells us the calculation contains errors, and that's because we haven't completed it yet. So I'm going to do a space after that closing paren. Then I'm going to do a greater than symbol, space. And the spaces aren't required. It's just easier for me to see it when I do it this way. We're going to do an open parenthesis. We're going to start typing the sum function again. I usually stop typing when I see it on the list. Select it from the list. And this time we want the sales target field. And then we need another closing paren. We're still not done. We need our then statement or function. So I'm going to go ahead and select then. And at this point, I don't want to be in a situation where I can't see my full thing. So I'm going to press enter to just go down to the next line. In double quotes, I'm going to type above target, close the quotes, grab the else function, and then in double quotes, below target, and then the end function. So now at the bottom, it should show up that the calculation is valid. So what this is saying, if the sum of sales is greater than the sum of the sales target, then we want it to say it's above target. If it's not, we want it to say it's below target. We only gave it one condition. If it is, it will say above target, or else it will say below target. And you have to have an end at the end of an if block. So we're going to go ahead and click OK. And you notice under measure names at the bottom of your field pane, you'll see your sales above target calculated field. Now it has an ABC representing text because its return is either above target or below target. Items that you want as text have to be in those double quotes. And we're going to drag that sales above target to color on the marks card. So now we'll see on the right, we have our legend, right? So now we're going to go to sheet 1 and we can see our fields from budget. And we can also see the fields from personal transactions there. I thought that I hid that category field for budget. So if it's still showing there, you can just right click on it and hide it from here as well. I just want to make sure that we don't have the same field showing twice. Even though it has a slightly different name, it can lead to some confusion. And so the first viz we're going to build is a text table. And we want to see the budget versus variance, basically, is what we're looking to do here. So we're going to drag the budget field to columns, and we're going to drag the amount field also to columns. And then on the right, we're going to use our show me and select the first viz type, which is text table. We want this in a text table. And then you notice since we used 2 measures for that, it gave us the measure name pill in the rows as well as in filters. And you see your measure values on the left in your marks card. And it placed them in text as well. So we're seeing the amount and the budget in our text table. We want our measure names to be in columns and not rows. So I'm going to just drag and drop it from rows to columns. That's how we're going to want our text table to look. And we want to create a calculation that will give us the variance. So what we're going to do is we're going to just do an ad hoc calculation. It's also known as an inline calculation. We're going to double click in columns to the right of measure names, and it gives us an empty pill that we can type into. And so really simple calculation we're going to use here. So it's going to be, we're going to start typing budget, and when it shows up on the list, you can just tab it in. And then we want the minus sign, and then start typing amount, and I'm going to tab that field in. So budget minus the amount is the difference, the variance. We're going to press enter. So now we have that function, and it did the sum of it. And what I like to do with my inline calculations is name them. So I'm going to drag that sum budget minus amount and drop it in the field list. And from there, it's under measure names. I can go ahead and name it variance. And then I'm going to just press enter, and notice it changes it up here as well. So what I want to do is change this back to a text table. Since we added another dimension, it automatically changed it to, another measure, it automatically changed it to a different type of viz. So now I'm going to drag my measure names back to columns from rows. On the marks card at the bottom where it has measure values, I want to make sure that they're in the right order. So we really want them to be budget, amount, and then variance. So I'm going to just click and hold on amount, drag it down. You'll see that little orangey colored arrow. That's your guideline. And I want it to be underneath budget. So budget, amount, and variance. And notice our text table updated here. Now we want some more context for this text table. So we're going to go ahead and grab the category field and drag it to rows. And so now we're seeing the budget, the amount, and the variance based on each category. Let's name this new sheet Forecast. And we're going to drag the order date field to columns. And we want it to be the month of the order date. So I'm going to use the second month. It has the month and the year. And let's drag segment to rows and sales to rows. Let's also drag segment to color on the marks card. So we have some differentiation there. And we have, of course, our color legend on the right. So to add our forecast, we're going to go up to the analysis menu, and we're going to hover over forecast, and we're going to choose show forecast. So now we're seeing the forecast per segment for the sales, right? So if you look at consumer, you'll notice the forecast portion is on the right side and it has shading. And you also get a segment and forecast indicator over on the right, which is showing you the actual versus the estimate. The estimate is the shaded portion here, right? So if you hover over it, you'll see the forecast indicator estimate, the segment, the month of the order date, and the sales. So it's looking at previous periods and forecasting what's to come, right? This is what it's doing. So it's just doing a forecast based on the previous sales trends. So in other words, it's projecting by estimating what can happen over the next 12-month period. Let's go ahead and save this file, and we're going to bring up a new sheet. We're going to name the new sheet What If Forecast. And on this one, we're going to be creating two parameters that the end users on the dashboard will be able to use to change some criteria to predict what would happen in forecasting if those criteria are different. So you'll see how this plays out. The first thing we're going to do is we're going to add order date to the filters, and we want it to be on years, and next. And we're going to use all and apply and OK. Then we're going to right click on it and show the filter. And over on the filter pane on the right, we're going to change the name of the title to just say order date. So I'm going to get rid of year and the parentheses there. So easy breezy. We have a filter. We should probably do its drop down arrow and make it a single value drop down. And then we're also going to drag the region field to the filter shelf. We're going to use all. Okay. And I think we're going to show that filter as well, and also make it a single value drop down. So now we're going to drag order date to columns. And we really want to show the quarter and the month. So I'm going to do the plus sign in front of year, the plus sign in front of quarter, and then I'm going to delete the year pill. So we have quarter and month of order date there. And now we're going to create the first of two parameters. So just where we went to create the calculated field, that same drop down I'm going to use at the top of the field list, and I'm going to select create parameter. So the first parameter is going to be churn rate. That's the name of it. So churn rate refers to the percentage of customers lost over the course of a month. That's what it is. And this is one of the things that can be changed. Its values can be changed so you can get a clear what if forecast. So we're going to leave the data type on float. And the display format, we're going to do the drop down and select percentage. And we're going to leave it with 2 decimal places. We're going to leave the current values, and under allowable values, we're going to select range. So we're going to check the box in front of minimum, and the minimum churn rate is going to be 0. We're going to check in front of maximum, and the maximum is going to be 0.25. And we're going to check step size, and that's going to be 0.001. And over on the right, you want to make sure that it's fixed. And at the bottom, we are going to click OK. So now in our field list, if you go all the way to the bottom, you'll see your parameters and you'll see churn rate down there. We're going to right click on it and choose show parameter. So the numbers that we used, right? And this is not going to work right now, but we put in a minimum of 0, which is represented there, right? And it's, you notice this slider is all the way over to the left. If we drag the slider all the way over to the right, the maximum is 0.25 is what we put in. So it goes to 25%. So from 0 to 25%. I'm going to drag the slider back to the left. And if I use those arrows, when I click on the right arrow, it increases by 0.001, which was the step size that we put in. So I'm going to just use the left arrow to get it back on 0. Go ahead and drag sales to columns like I've done. And if necessary, use your show me to select the horizontal bars. And now we're going to create our second parameter. There's only 2 in this one, no worries. So I'm going to go back to my drop down, create parameter. And this one, instead of its default parameter 2 name, it's going to be called new business growth. We're going to leave the data type as float. For the format, we also want a percentage, but for this one, we want 0 decimal places. We're going to go down to our range under allowable values. The minimum here is going to be 0. The maximum is going to be 1. And the step size is going to be 0.01. And we're going to click OK. And we're going to go down to our parameters area and show the new business growth parameter. So you see it's set on 100%. If I do the slider back, it's 0. And the same thing, the arrows, it's going up 1% at a time. Now we're going to add a caption to this so that we can explain to the end users how to use the churn rate and new business growth parameters. So I'm going to go to the worksheet menu, show caption, and the caption is showing at the bottom of the screen. And I'm going to right click on it and edit caption. So you saw this in the first module. When you add a caption, it kind of like shows what's going on with the visualization. I'm going to do Control A because I want to use it to give direction on the parameters. So I'm going to type change the growth rate and churn rate. Well, actually, it's new business growth, not rate there, sorry. So change the new business growth, new business growth without the word rate, and churn rate parameters to better understand their impact on sales forecasts. And then I'm going to just do OK. And I am going to grab that caption and drag it and drop it on the right underneath the parameters. So we have a few more changes to make before this will all pull together. The first thing we're going to do is go up to columns and delete the sum of sales pill and move your quarter and month pills up to columns instead of rows. Now we're going to grab the region field and move it to rows, and then put segment in rows next to region. And let's go to show me at this point and just select text table, the first viz that's there. Now we have to create a calculated field that references both of the parameters that we created. So I'm going to go to my drop down and select create calculated field. This one I'm going to name diff, for abbreviation for difference, sales versus forecast. So we're going to use the sum function on the sales field. And then we're going to type an asterisk for multiplication, open parenthesis, the number 1, a plus sign, and then we're going to grab the new business growth parameter. We need a closing paren, another asterisk for multiplication, open paren. This one is going to be the number 1 and the minus sign, and we're going to reference churn rate parameter. And we just need to put a closing paren at the end so our calculation is valid. Go ahead and click OK. Now we're going to grab our sales measure and we're going to drag it and drop it onto detail in the marks card. We're also going to do the same with sales forecast. That also goes on detail. And as does our newly created calculated field, diff sales versus forecast. Now we're going to grab our calculated field, diff sales versus forecast, and we're going to drag it right into the table. You're able to drop it when you have that solid border. Now in your field list, look for the measure names field, and we're going to drag it to the filter shelf. And we're going to select none, so it shows measure name shows all of the measures that are in your data. And we're going to just select none, and at the bottom we're going to check sales and sales forecast and choose OK. And now we're going to drag measure names again from the field list. This time we're going to drop it on color in the marks card. So right now on the right you'll see the legend. It says no measure value at this point. So in your field list, you'll also have a field called measure values. And it's right above on my screen. It's right above my parameters. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to drag that and drop it on text in the marks card. And now in the marks card, I'm going to get rid of the text pill that has the ag different sales versus forecast. Going to just delete that. Now, up top in the column and rows shelves, I'm going to drag region back down to rows in front of segment. And then I'm going to add the measure name fields after segment in the rows. So I'm going to just grab that and put that up in rows. So a couple of things. Now in our table, we have it broken down by quarter and month, right, of the order date. We have our regions and our segments, And then we have our sales and our sales forecast. So let's do this. Let's go to that measure names legend and do its drop down arrow, and we'll choose edit colors. I want distinct colors here. I'm going to use not going to use traffic light this time. I'm going to go ahead and choose summer. For sales, I'm going to do green. And for sales forecast, I'm going to do orange. And I'm going to click OK. Ooh, that is way not good colors for me to see visually. So I'm going to go back and edit my colors again, and you can as well if you followed my instructions, because those are horrible color combinations on the eyes. So I think I'm going to go back in, edit my colors. You can do it. You can select whatever palette you want and whatever colors you would like to use. Now let's drag our diff sales versus forecast calculated field into our table. And then under measure values, you'll notice that it shows there, and it also shows on the measure names color legend on the right. Now we want to organize these differently. So in your marks card underneath measure values, you're going to grab that ag diff sales versus forecast and drag it to the bottom. So in our table, we have sales, sales forecast, and difference between sales versus the forecast. At this point, we can test our parameters. So I'm going to go to the churn rate parameter, and I'm going to just slide the bar. And if I slide it back, you keep an eye on your numbers in your table, you'll see that when I change that parameter, you'll see our different sales versus forecast number changing. And then I can change the new business growth parameter for the same effect. So both of them in conjunction, because they're referenced in that different sales versus forecast calculated field, that's what's changing on this. So you can go through different churn rates and new business growth to see how it could affect your sales in the future. And I'm going to set both of those parameters back to 0. Now, the last thing we want to do is we want to make the title on this sheet dynamic. So let's go to edit title. I'm going to leave the sheet name placeholder there. So it'll say what if forecast. And after that, I'm going to type based on, and I'm going to go to the insert drop down. And at the bottom, I'm going to select year order date, so I don't have to type all of that in that format. Now I'm going to do a space. I'm going to go back to insert, and I'm going to choose the new business growth parameter, type a space, and then I'm going to type the word growth and a comma, and then I'm going to go to insert and grab our churn rate parameter. And after that, I'm going to type churn. And now I'm going to click OK. So right now, the title says, what if forecast based on all 0% growth, 0.00% churn. As I use the parameters, those numbers will change. And by the way, once we drag the different diff sales versus forecast into the table, it became part of measure names. So if you want to go and change your colors, now that we have 3 things, you can, or you can leave them as is. So I've changed my colors. Let's go ahead and save and then bring up a new sheet. Let's go ahead and name this sheet Total Sales. So again, these visits are going to end up on our dashboard. But at the end of the day and at the end of this course, you're going to be left with several data sources, several Tableau workbooks, all of which will have vizzes and dashboards in them. So we are going to create more calculated fields now. And another way to do it is from the analysis menu. You'll see you have create calculated field there as well. So this calculated field, we're going to name profit ratio. And the calculation is going to be sum, and we can grab the sum function there. And it's going to be profit, the field profit. And then we're going to do a slash for division. We're going to type sum again. And this time we're going to have sales. So the sum of the profit divided by the sum of the sales is the profit ratio. And we're going to click OK. And we're going to drag that calculated field to text on the marks card. So it's just showing the profit ratio right there. Let's go and do another calculated field. And this one we're going to call profit per order. And it's going to be the sum function again on the profit field. And then we're going to use our divisional slash again. And now we're going to use a function. You're going to learn about it again later on in the course, but the count D function. So you'll notice on the list, you have a count and a count D. Count will count all of the items in a field. Count D will only count the unique items in a field. So if you were doing a count on like last name or something, say you had a few people with the same last name, it would only count that last name once when you're using count D. And count D is what we want. And we want the count on the order ID field. And we are going to go ahead and click OK. We're going to also drag profit to order to text in the marks card. Profit per order, rather. There it is. A little bit of a delay. And now we have one more calculated field to create. So let's go ahead and get it started. This one is going to be sales per customer. I'm going to start with the sum function again, this time on the sales field. And then we're going to do our divisional slash. And we're going to do count D again on the customer name field. So sales divided by the count of customers, sales divided by customers. And we're going to go ahead and click OK. And we're going to also drag sales per customer to text. We're going to drag our measure names field to filters. We're going to select none at the bottom. And then we'll select discount, profit, profit ratio, profit per order, quantity. And when you scroll down, you're going to select sales and sales per customer. And we're going to click OK. And now from the field list, we're going to grab measure names again. And we're going to drag it to columns, saying no measure value, right? And now we're going to drag our measure values to text. On the marks card, we want to change the aggregate that's being used on discount. It's the sum that it defaults to. So I'm going to just do under measure values on the marks card. I'm going to do the drop down. I'm going to hover over measure sum, and I'm going to choose it to average. I'm going to change it to average. So now in our marks card, we want to arrange those measure values. So I'm going to grab sum of sales and drag that to the top. And after that, I would like the sum of profit. After profit, I would like the profit ratio. And then I would like the profit per order. Sales per customer comes after profit per order. If I can nudge it in there. There we go. So we have sales, profit, profit ratio, profit per order, sales per customer. And I accidentally got rid of my discount field, my average discount. So you can have that after sales per customer and quantity last. I'm going to just get my average discount back. So I just dragged it from the field list to the right place under measure values and then changed it back from sum to average to get it back. So now that we have these in order, we're going to do a little bit of formatting on these measures. I'm going to just right click on any number in the table and go to format. And then I'm going to use the fields drop down, and I am going to select sales. So I'll tell you right now, sales, profit per order, and sales per customer, we're going to want to be currency with no decimal places. I'm going to click on sales. I'm going to change it to currency custom and get rid of the decimal places. And then I'm going to do the same thing. So that's sales. We want to do the same thing for the profit field. So go ahead and do that. And then we're going to do it for profit ratio. Profit per order. Same thing. And we also have to do it for sales per customer. So that same format on all of those measures. And then for profit ratio, we are going to change that to a percentage, and we want it to have one decimal place. The next field is going to be our average discount field. And we want that to be a percentage with 2 decimal places. And last but not least, the quantity field. The quantity field, I'm going to go to that one. And I want it to have this default, the automatic one, or just a standard number is what I want. Let's close our format pane and drag the region field to rows. And we're going to drag region from the field list to filters as well. And we're going to leave all selected. Click OK and show that region filter. And we're going to make it a multiple values drop down. So now we're going to make this worksheet title dynamic. So I'm going to double click total sales. And I'm going to just do Control A so I can get rid of that. I don't want the total sales to show at all. And it's going to say executive overview dash profitability space. And then I'm going to go to the insert drop down, and at the bottom select region and click OK. So now, because we have all regions there, right? It's showing profitability, central, east, south, and one more. I'm going to go to the drop down arrow for the region, not to select a different region, but to edit it. And so, okay, I'm just checking. We already made it a multiple values drop down, so that's good. So now I'm going to do its drop down, and I'm going to uncheck all and select east and west. So now you can see executive overview, profitability, east and west. And then I'm going to put it back on all, the region filter. And now, instead of saying, I think it's central, east, south, and one other, it now says profitability all. And we are ready to save. And we're going to do a new sheet. We only have 2 more visits to do before we get to our dashboards in this module. Because we have geographical roles assigned to some of our fields, we're able to create maps. And so if you look in your field list under sample Superstore orders, you'll see all of the fields that have the globe icon have geographic roles assigned to them, and therefore they can be used in mapping. So if I want to, on the city field, let's right click on it and hover over geographic role, and you'll see that it's assigned the role of city. Makes sense. It's the city field. So as long as you have geographic roles assigned, you can create maps in Tableau. So what we're going to do, let's first name this sheet sales map. And we're going to drag the region field to columns. And we're going to drag state province field to rows. And so now we can go to show me, and we can, so there's a couple of different kinds of maps that are in show me. There's also a density map that you'll get to see later on in the course. But the two that are on show me are, the recommended one is a symbol map. And then there's one that just says map, and that is called a filled map. That's the one that we want. So it's going to draw the map, and we can get rid of the region pill in rows now. Everything's been replaced with latitude, longitude in columns, and latitude in rows. We want regional information. We can put region on detail in the marks card. And now as you hover over any state on the map, you'll see the region and the state province. Let's add the sales field to color on the marks card. And so you can see in its color legend the range of sales, 171,000 and change to 693 million. And so the darker states have the larger sales, which kind of makes sense. That's like New York, California. Texas is not far behind on this list, so on and so forth. And now let's drag region to filters shelf. We'll leave it on all. Click OK. And then we want to show that filter. And again, we can make it a multiple values drop down, just so it doesn't take up so much space. And so now I can filter for different regions. Like I'll do East, and it just zooms the map into the East region. I can check West, and now you can see both of those regions colored on the map. I'm going to put it back to all. Last but not least, we're going to change the title to say sales. So I'm going to get rid of that sheet name placeholder, and it's going to be sales by geography. And click OK. And you're going to go ahead and save your file and bring up one more new sheet. So for our last viz, let's go ahead and name the sheet sales by segment. And we're going to do another area chart for this one. So let's do the order date to columns. And we're going to want it to be the month of the order date, so it shows the month and the year. And we're going to drag segment and sales to rows. We're going to go to show me, and we're going to choose the area chart again. So we have our sales, and it's divided by segment. You can see the coloration are the segments. I'm going to collapse show me, and you'll see that color legend on the right. And so by the month of the order date, it's showing the sales for each segment: corporate, home office, and consumer. Because we converted it to an area chart, it took segment out of rows, and we want it back there in front of sales. So what I'm going to do, I don't have to drag it from the field list. I can copy it. You notice it puts segment in color in the marks card. I'm going to hold down Control, click on it in the marks card, drag it up to rows and drop it in front of sum. And that's how you copy it as opposed to moving it. So now we have our segments actually showing as separate area charts at this point. And of course, we're going to create a calculated field. And so for this calculated field, we're going to name it order profitable ? And we're going to use a different kind of calculation here than we've used so far. We want an opening curly bracket, and you're going to type fixed. You'll see it on the list. So you have the opening curly bracket and the fixed function. And now we're going to type order, and we'll see the order ID field that we want to grab. We're going to do a colon and another space. And we're going to do sum, grab the sum function, and the profit field. After the profit field's closing parenthesis, we're going to do a closing curly bracket. And then we're going to do the greater than symbol and the number 0. So what this syntax is doing, it's calculating the profit at the order level is what it's doing. Let's go ahead and click OK. And now we're going to, if you look at your order profitable calculated field, you'll notice it has the TF. So it's either true or false. Either it is or it isn't. And what we're going to do is we're going to drag that to color on the marks card. So now we're seeing whether the order is profitable, true or false for each segment. So we don't want our order profitable color legend to say false and true. We want it to say unprofitable or profitable. So we're going to right click on that. Well, actually, I'm going to right click on false on that. And I'm going to choose edit alias. And the alias for false is going to be unprofitable. And I'm going to do the same for true, edit its alias to say profitable. I'm going to edit the colors, and I'm going to do that, from here. We've been doing this all along. I'm going to go back to my traffic light palette. And for profitable, I'm going to make it green. Unprofitable, I'm going to make it red. And click OK. Now when you hover over a mark, you'll see whether it's profitable, the segment, the month, and the sales. We'd also like to see profit on that tooltip. So I'm going to go and grab the profit field and drag it to tooltip on the marks card. And now when I hover over the mark, I can see the profit as well. Now I want to edit that tooltip somewhat. So on the marks card, I'm going to click on tooltip. And I can edit it in this box. So the first thing I'm going to do is, let's see. I'm going to grab the segment field, that has the brackets around it. And I'm going to do Control X to cut it. I'm going to click in front of the first thing that's there, order profitable, press enter a couple of times, and then up arrow. And I'm going to Control V and paste that segment field in there. After I paste it at the top, I'm going to select it again. And I'm going to change its font size to 12 point. And I'm going to give it like an orange color. And I'm going to click after that segment field and type a dash and a space. And then I'm going to go and grab the month order date field, and I'm going to cut that and paste it up top. So right now you have an orange, larger font segment, a dash, and then the month of order date. After month of order date, I'm going to press enter. And then I'm going to grab that order profitable field and cut it, paste it underneath segment. And then after it, I'm going to type a space and the word orders. Press enter. And then I can delete order profitable and segment. And I can also delete month of order date lines. And I'm left with profit and sales here. So what I want to do is I want to grab sales, its heading and its field. I'm going to cut that and I want it above profit. So I'll paste it there. And now we can click OK. And now when you hover over a mark, you'll see how your tooltip has been impacted, right? So consumer is the segment that's a little bit larger. It's orange. It's showing me the month and year of the order date. It's letting me know when orders are profitable or unprofitable. And then it's showing the sales and the profit. Now we're going to add some filters. So we're going to grab our order profitable field and drag it to filters. And we're going to leave both of these. So we're going to click OK. And then we can show that filter. Let's make it a single, a single value drop down. So right now it's showing the unprofitable. And I can go back to all, or I could go to profitable. So I'll leave it back on all for now. We're also going to add a state province filter. And notice, just going through the states in there, there's 59 values. So they have British Columbia in there. They have a couple of Canadian provinces, Manitoba, so on and so forth. So we're going to choose all and OK. And we're going to show that filter as well. And we'll make it a multiple value drop down. So even though we don't have state province on our view, we can still filter. I'm going to just uncheck all and I'm going to check, let me do California. So it's showing just the information for California now. I'm going to put it back on all. The other filter we would like is region. And we're going to select all of them. And then we're going to show the filter. And we will make it a multiple value drop down. We're going to move our order profitable color legend from the right side of the screen. So when I put my mouse on its title, it looks like a four-headed arrow. I'm going to drag it over to the left underneath the marks card, just because I wanted to show you that you can do that. We want to hide the field labels for rows. We don't need it to say segment there. So I'm going to right click on that and hide the field labels. And we don't want to see the header for the Y axis. We don't need it to say sales repeatedly. So I'm going to right click there and I'm going to uncheck show header. We also don't want the title on the X axis, month of order date. So I'm going to right click there and I'm going to edit the axis. And down at the bottom where title is, I'm going to just select that text, press delete, and close that box. And last but not least, we're going to edit the title just a little bit. So I double click there. We're going to keep in front of sheet name, we're going to keep that sheet name placeholder, but in front of it, we're going to type the word monthly and a space. And then at the end of it, so it'll say monthly sales by segment. At the end, I'm going to type a space, a dash, another space, and I'm going to type regions. colon, space a couple of times, and I'm going to go to the insert drop down and choose the region field. Go ahead and click OK. So go to your region filter, change it to a different region, and then change it, and you'll notice that this updates what the regions are. Change it back to all, and now it says all. So seems to be a little glitch that when you edit it, when you edit a title and you include the region on it, it will say initially like 3 of the regions plus 1 other. But then if you use the filter, it will adjust. We're done with this one right now. So let's save. We're going to create another one by making a copy of this monthly sales one. So the sales by segment, I'm going to just hold down Control, drag its tab to the right of its tab, and let go. So on the copy, we're going to rename the sheet tab to sales by category. So notice that our title updated because we left that sheet name placeholder in there when we edited our sheet title. And so for this one, we're going to just swap. I'm going to drag the category field to rows in front of segment. And then I'm going to delete the segment pill from the rows shelf. So now we have this going by category as opposed to segment. And what I'm going to have you do is go ahead and save your file and bring up a new dashboard sheet. And if you remember from the previous module, you want to adjust your size for your dashboard. So on this first dashboard, we're going to use a vertical container first. So I'm going to just drag that over onto the canvas. And within that container, we're going to grab our sales map and place it in there. We're also going to add another container to this. So we did this in the last module. We're going to grab our horizontal container, and I'm going to point as far down to the bottom as I can to get that in there. And in this one, we're going to have sales by segment on the left. So I'm going to just drop it in there. And then I'm going to put sales by category on the right. I'm going to double click the handle for sales by category to select the container. I'm going to do the container drop down and choose distribute contents evenly, which it already did this time. So by the way, on the map, we have 10 values that have unknown geographic locations. If I click on that, I can go to edit locations, and you're seeing that's all the British Columbia ones. We don't have sales in those locations. So I'm going to just do OK. I wanted you to see what that meant on the map. So with the map selected, I'm going to go to the worksheet menu and choose show caption. So it shows the caption right underneath the map. The map is based on longitude, which is generated, and latitude also generated. The color shows the sum of sales. Details are shown for state, province, and region. The view is filtered on region, which keeps central, east, south, and west. So could be good information, just a description of what's happening there. And I'm going to have you put captions on each of the vises that are in that horizontal container at the bottom. You may have to scroll down a little bit to see them, but I'm going to add them to both of those visualizations. So you can read them on your own. It's letting you know what's going on in both of those charts. And I'm going to click away from them. So on the right side, we literally have 3 different region filters. We have 2 state province filters, 2 order profitable filters, an order profitable color legend, and a sales color scheme. So we're going to address those. The top region and sales, the top region filter and that sales color scheme are related to the map. Later on in this course, you'll learn more about filters, so you won't end up in this situation that we're in right now. So what we need to do is we need to move some of these filters around. And you saw in the last module, we can do that by making them floating. So this second region filter, I'm going to use it just to see what it pertains to. And it's the monthly sales by segment viz. So I'm going to do its drop down arrow and I'm going to make it floating. And then I am going to grab it. Oops, I selected no regions, but I'll fix that. And I'm going to put it like here in the title, near the title. And then let me go back and select all. All right. So just want to move it closer to the visualization it applies to. Make it a little bit smaller so it just kind of pops in there. So then I believe this state province filter, let's see, I think that goes for the map as well. Let me just click on something there. Nope, that also goes for that visualization. So I'm going to put it back on all. Maybe. If I can get my clicking skills together, we'll be good. I'm going to bypass that one for right now. And then order profitable. This applies to both of these. Well, this one applies to the left one. The legend applies to both. And then we have our region, state, province, and order profitable for the right chart. So for the region for the rightmost chart, I'm going to make that floating. And I'm going to just drag it down to the right. Well, actually, I'll put that on top as well. So I have consistency there with those two filters on those two charts. And then I'm going to grab the bottommost state province filter, make that floating. And I'm going to drag it down to the right of the rightmost chart. And I'm going to do the same with the last order profitable one. And I'm going to put that under state province on the right side. The order profitable legend, I'm going to also make that floating. And I'm going to just drag that down here. So it's kind of like at the heading area of both of those two bottom charts. So now we're left with state province and order profitable for the leftmost chart. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to right click on state province underneath your sales color legend. And for this one, I'm going to edit the title and I'm just going to call it, I'm going to put in front of state province, I'm going to put segment. So it relates it more to that left chart, which is by segment. And I'm going to do the same for order profitable, edit its title to add segment. So at least they make a little bit more sense. And I'm going to make both of them floating. And I'm going to just move them down. So segment order profitable will be above the order profitable legend. And then segment state province will be right above that, just so they're kind of grouped together. And then for consistency's sake, I'm going to rename state province and order profitable to category state province and category order profitable. So like I mentioned, later on in this course, you'll learn more about global filtering. So you won't end up having all these little filter things duplicated on your dashboards like they are now. And we're going to name this dashboard overview. and go ahead and save your file and create a new dashboard sheet. So before we build the second dashboard, let's go back to the overview dashboard really quickly. You know, we moved these region filters. All three of these visualizations have a region filter. So in the next module, you're going to learn about global filters, but there is a better solution now that we can cover for this module, in this module concerning these filters. So this is what we are going to do. We are going to go and select our map visualization. On our map visualization, let's look at these icons on the right side of it. So you know the X is to remove it from the dashboard. The next one is go to that sheet, the original worksheet where the map resides. The third one is use as filter. The fourth one, the push pin, is to fix the height. And then you have your more options drop down. What we're going to do on that map is we're going to choose the use as filter funnel. So go ahead and click on that funnel and it will turn white. And then we're going to do the drop down arrow for more options. And we're going to click on, you'll notice that use as filter has a check mark now. We could have did it this way, but we're going to click on ignore actions. So we're going to use the map as our region filter, and it's going to filter the region for all three of these charts that are on this dashboard. And so how does it work? Well, if I hover over New York on the map, it lets me know it's in the East region. So when I click on New York State on the map, it's going to filter not only the map for the East region, but it's filtering these two charts as well. Now, because we tied region on the charts to the heading, it's going to say none, right? So that's a drawback to this. It's not going to say East. So this is what we're going to do. Click back on New York so it unfilters everything on the map. Now we have all of our stuff there together. Let's use the icon to go to the sheet that the map resides on. And we're going to delete the region pill from the filters box. And we're going to go to the sales by segment sheet and do the same thing. We are going to delete the region filter from the filters box. And we're going to go to sales by category sheet and do the same thing. And then let's go back to our overview dashboard. So we got rid of those. Now on here, we're going to just delete these region off of the segment and the category. We can remove from the dashboard for both of those. And we can even get rid of the region for the map at the top. If we're going to use this map as a filter, like I'm clicking on New York again, I can see that it filters, and we saw that. If I click on California on the map, I'm getting an error again. Weird errors popping up. They generally don't mean anything, so it did it anyway. It filtered for the West. The other thing I want to do is go ahead, since we're going to use this type of filter so we don't have all of those filter cards to deal with. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to the sales by segment sheet, and I'm going to double click the title, and notice it has that missing field there. I'm just going to have the word monthly sales by segment, and I'm going to delete everything else in that title. And I'm going to do the same thing on sales by category. Just wanted to say monthly sales by category there. And click OK. And now at least when I go back to the overview dashboard, I'm going to click on Texas this time. Getting this weird error message that doesn't mean anything. And it filtered both of these for Texas. I'm going to click on Texas again to get everything back. And at least it's not distracting by saying by null or whatever. region null, region whatever, because it can't do it when we're using the map as a filter. So that's an easier solution for right now than having all three of those region filter boxes on this visualization. So go ahead and save, and let's go to our new dashboard too. So on this new dashboard, I am going to use a horizontal container, only one container for this one. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to drag the forecast sheet into it, and then the what if forecast sheet on the right side of it. I'm going to double click the handle on the what if forecast sheet so it selects the container. I'm going to go to the containers drop down arrow and choose distribute contents evenly. And then I'm going to reselect what if forecast. Instead of standard, I'm going to have it fit the height so it fills up that space. Now notice on the right, we have our legend for our forecast visualization. We have the actual and estimates per segment. And then we have this region filter, order date filter, and these filters are for the what if forecast visualization. We also have the measure names legend and our churn rate and new business growth. Now we know on the sheet that we put a caption that we had in between underneath churn rate and new business growth to explain to users how to use it. What we're going to do is we're going to go to worksheet, show caption, and notice the what if forecast chart kind of adjusted. If you scroll to the bottom, it puts that caption. We moved it on the sheet, but it attaches it to the chart that it's referring to. And we were on that chart when we created that caption. So it's at the bottom now. And what I'm going to do is, it's kind of in that. Yeah, we'll just leave it where it is for now, because it's in a container, so it's going to attach there. And I won't be able to make it float and move. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to hide that caption. Well, actually, let me go back to worksheet, show caption again. I am going to double click the caption, and I'm going to do Control AC to select the text and copy it. And then I am going to click OK and hide the caption. And so now at the bottom of your dashboard pane on the left, we're going to select text. And we're going to drag that text object all the way over to the right. So it's where all of the filters and everything is. And we're going to let it go. And we're going to do Control V in here to paste the text that we had in the caption. We're going to click OK. And now I'm going to do the drop down arrow next to that text object. Make sure it's floating. And I can move it anywhere. Now I'm going to resize it. Doesn't have to be that wide. Once I made it floating, it made it really wide, but I don't need it to be that wide or that tall. And then if I can grab it, I'll move it back over here. So we really want the users to have that information. And I'm actually going to double click that, do Control A to select all of the text. And I'm going to make it bold. And I'm going to make it like 10 point, just slightly larger, so it stands out just a little bit better. And we want to make sure that we're showing the dashboard title. So you might have to uncheck it and check it again to get it to show. And we're going to edit the title. It's taking the sheet name, which is great. We just want to center that title and add the word dashboard after the sheet name. You want to do a space there. And click OK. And now we are going to save and create one more dashboard sheet for this module. Let's go ahead and name this new dashboard Sales Performance. And we're not going to use a container here. We're just going to grab the performance sheet and drop it on there. And I'm going to see what it looks like if I try entire view. Nope. I'm going to put it back on standard. This one is pretty much done. This is all that we needed to do for this one. We just wanted this. We want to change the title though. So it says Performance Dashboard and it's centered and we're pretty good to go. So now I'm going to give you something to do on your own. Go back to your sales forecasting sheet and you're going to want to leave your parameters over on the right and that text, that floating text box, I got to move that down. It was overlapping. But you want to do something and you want to leave measure names next to this. Well, I guess you don't really have to do anything except this segment forecast indicator really kind of should be more on the left. If you want to spend some time making some things floating and moving them around, feel free to do so. And then you're going to save and close this file. So I've asked you to close that sample Superstore dashboard, and that was a mistake on my part. So I'm on the home page and I'm going to just reopen that dashboard. We have a few more things, reopen that workbook. We have a few more things we need to cover in here. So let's go to our sales forecasting dashboard. And the one thing that I wanted to point out is we've been sizing things throughout. For this what if forecast, we sized it to fit the height. So we've used the standard fit width, fit height, and entire view sizing area multiple times throughout the course already. You've also seen how you can size floating objects by using the sizing handles on them. And so I'm actually going to move this down just a little bit. You know how to handle sizing objects at this point. The next thing that we need to cover is let's go to our overview dashboard. We are going to format some labels. This is another topic in this module. So what we're going to do is I'm going to right click on the monthly sales by segment viz. I'm going to right click on the consumer label and choose rotate label. So when I do that, it gives more space, and then I'll click on consumer again to deselect it. It gives more space for the area chart to show. And I'm going to have you do the same on the monthly sales by category visualization. And once that's done, just to keep it in the right order, I'm going to right click on consumer in the monthly sales by segment again, and I'm going to choose format. So it opens the format pane even when we're in a dashboard. And what I'd like to do is format the font there. And I'm going to change the font color. Actually, I'm not going to change. Yeah, I'm going to change the font color to white. And click away from it. It didn't change it. Okay, let's do the shading first. I'm going to go to more colors. And I'm going to pick like a green color for the shading. Now I'm going to click off of consumer. Oh, so the font did take. I was just still on it. So the font is white and it has green shading. Repeat that formatting on your monthly sales by category viz. And now we can go ahead and close the format panel on the left. And the other thing, this is not in the module at all or in any of the lessons, but I think it's kind of good to know. So on this overview dashboard, I'm going to scroll down. So I'm making sure I'm seeing the bottom of it. We have the captions showing on both of these charts, and I can leave those there. Those are fine. What I want to do here is show you how to use a navigation object. And so we have 3 dashboards. It would be lovely if we had an arrow that we can click on that would take us to the next dashboard, so on and so forth. So we're going to do that via a navigation object. And so on the left side, underneath your objects where we've been getting our containers, we're going to scroll down. And when you see the navigation object, you're going to click and hold. And I'm going to drag it all the way over to the right, to the bottom of that container that's holding filters and stuff. And of course, it put it up top. So I'm going to grab its handle, drag it down to the bottom. It doesn't want to go. I have to make it floating. And then I can drag it down to the bottom. So then when I right click on it, it gives me the ability to edit the button. And that's what we want. So at the top, navigate to none. We're going to do the drop down. We're on the overview dashboard and we want to navigate to sales forecasting dashboard. For our button style, we're going to use an image. And when you go to choose an image, it's going to take you into your Tableau repository, the shapes folder. There's an existing shapes folder in the Tableau, my Tableau repository. And in there, you can't really see the shapes. They're PNG files, but I know which ones we want. For the right arrow, we want the one that's called 1-3. So I'm going to double click 1-3. I'm going to choose a solid line border going around it. And for the background, I'm going to give it like the green color. For the tooltip, I'm going to just say go to sales forecasting. And I'm going to click OK. So now we have our green background button with a black border around it. It's a right pointing arrow. And when you hover over it, it says go to sales forecasting. And by default, it has their Alt click to navigate. So you have to hold down your Alt key and click on the button. And it takes you to this sales forecasting dashboard. Well, on here, let's grab our navigation object again. Drag it over to the right. And then we're going to make it floating. We're going to drag it down to the bottom. And we're going to right click on it and edit the button again. We are going to use that same 1-3 PNG. This time, we're going to navigate to sales performance. We're using the same image, 1-3. We'll give it the same solid border, same background. I'm using that green color. And this one, the tooltip is going to say, go to sales performance. And I'm going to click OK. So now I'm going to press Alt and click on that button, and it brings me to sales performance. Now on sales performance, I want to put a back button that will take us back to the overview dashboard. So you could put backwards or left pointing and right pointing arrows on each dashboard for navigate, but just for purposes of this video, we're only going to do one on each. So let's go back, go ahead and grab your object, drag it over, same thing, make it floating, move it down. We're going to use a different PNG for this one. We want the left arrow. I'm going to right click on it. Well, actually double click does work. It just has a hesitation. And I'm going to navigate here to, what's our first one? Overview. And it's going to be an image. This time we're going to choose 1-7, which is the left arrow. Going to do the same border, same background. And this one is going to be go to overview. and we're going to do OK. So now we have our left arrow, and when we test it, it takes us back to our overview one. So just something else you can do to navigate from one dashboard to another. Again, this is not part of the curriculum, but I thought you should know it. The last thing in this module that is part of our lesson plan is to create a dual axis chart. So for this one, we're going to do a new sheet, not a new dashboard. So why would you have a dual axis? Well, if your values of your measures are so disparate that you can barely see them on your axis, that's when you would want to have a dual axis. So we're going to build this visualization. We're going to use the order date field in columns, and we're going to drag sales to rows. We have our sales values, right? And we're showing our years at the bottom. And then your y-axis is showing your sales values, ranges from 0 to, it looks like maybe 120 million, something like that. Maybe bigger. So yeah, we have like a little over 1 million for our highest thing. So 1,145,000, so on and so forth. And now what we're going to do is we're going to go click and hold our profit field. And we're going to drag it right into this sales chart. Now we want to do it so you'll see a dashed line on the right. When you see the dashed line on the right, you can let it go. And that creates a dual axis chart. So you can see on the right, the axis is for profit, and the numbers, profit only goes up to like 160 million, whereas this is going up to a lot more. The range of numbers is so disparate that it makes sense to have a dual axis for easier analysis. And so it happens to be the dual line chart because we dragged it in here, and you're seeing your dual axis. So we're going to name this sheet. We'll name it Sales and Profit Dual Axis, just so you'll have that as a reference. We're not going to use it on a dashboard, but what we are going to do is we're going to go ahead and change the colors of those measures. So I'm just going to go in and edit the colors here. I'm going to go back to my traffic light palette, and I always want my sales to be green. Profit, well, usually if I'm taking a loss, I'll go ahead and make profit like an orangey color and click OK. Now you can go ahead and save this file, and you can close it. And when you close it, you can go ahead and get rid of that tile, and we'll get ready for the next module. In Module 2, we use Superstore basic sales details, and we ended up creating several different visualizations and 3 different dashboards. We learned about graphic sizing along the way. You saw a different way of filtering on a dashboard by using a visualization as a filter, so you don't have to have all of those filters for different visualizations visible on the dashboard. We learned how to format labels. We rotated some labels, which gave us more space for our viz. And we ended up by creating a dual axis chart, which is great when you have really disparate values that you're trying to plot. I'd like to thank everyone for viewing this course. Hopefully you've learned some good tips and techniques to use in Tableau. So by way of review, I'm going to just go over what we've covered module by module in here. We've started in Module 1 using a personal finance data set. And you learned how to use the Tableau data interpreter to get a head start on cleaning your data. We created a bunch of visualizations, and then we started creating dashboards, and you learned the difference between floating versus tiled objects on dashboards. You learned about the item hierarchy by accessing the Layout tab on dashboards, and you learned how to use horizontal and vertical containers. In Module 2, we used Superstore basic sales data, and I showed you how to access the Superstore's built-in data set and then be able to download the data so you get the full set. After that, we created a bunch of different sheets with visualizations on them. And you learned how to do graphic sizing on dashboards, how to use filters on dashboards. We also learned about formatting labels and creating dual axis visualization. When there's a huge disparity in scales between two measures, you might want to use the dual axis. Hi everyone, my name is Trish Connor-Cato. This course is for any user who has prior Tableau experience. With so many competing technologies, Tableau has emerged as a powerful favorite in the world of business intelligence solutions. This course will take your Tableau skills to the next level by teaching you best practices along with the most sought-after dashboard designs. You're about to embark upon an intense but amusing journey that will provide you with an arsenal of innovative techniques. Your new tool set will help you reuse your current Tableau worksheets and to create new ones for the purpose of including those worksheets on dashboards that you will be proud to share. Users will enjoy interacting with your dashboards for the purpose of getting deep analytical information from them, and they will be impressed with their flexibility. Most important, the class will overview various business scenarios that translate into different types of dashboards, and you will leave with that understanding. By the end of the course, you should be able to create effective dashboards on your own, and you will also walk away with class files that help you get a head start. In each module, we'll work with a specific data set and build visualizations to be used on our dashboards. The third module will focus on Airbnbs in New York. We'll learn how to use global filters and to customize colors. We'll also be using text cards in this module. In Module 4, we'll be using Billboard Hot 100 analytics data. We'll cover trends, cluster analysis, adding annotations to a viz, and how to hide field labels. In our third module, we'll work with the Airbnbs in New York dataset, and you'll learn about global filters, custom colors, and text cards. So I'm going to start this module by going into the folder where I have the files from the video description for Airbnbs New York. And I want you to see we're going to use the CSV file in Tableau, but it also comes with an image file that we're going to want to use as well. So what I'd like you to do is copy that image because we need to paste it in a specific folder. And now I've navigated to my Tableau repository, which is under my Documents folder. And so here, there is a Shapes folder. In the previous module, we used a couple of arrow shapes, and these are the shapes that are built into Tableau that are for our use. But if you want to use a shape of your own, you're going to have to put it inside this folder's subfolder, which we're going to create now. So we're in the Shapes folder, and we need to create a new folder within Shapes, and it needs to be called My Shapes. Now, you might already have one there, in which case you can just open it. And we're going to open it and paste that image in here. So before we close this folder, let's go back to the My Tableau repository level, because later in this module, we're going to be accessing this preferences file, and we have to access it from this folder. So let's leave that Windows Explorer window open, and then we can navigate to Tableau. In Tableau, we're going to connect via text file as usual. And these data sets are free out on the internet. That's where I got them from. They just happen to come as CSVs. And so we're going to just double click that Airbnb New York City 2019 data set. And before we get started, let's go over the information that we have in this data set. So we have an ID column, the name, host ID, host name. Neighborhood group represents the 5 boroughs of New York City. And then the neighborhoods are subsections within those groups. It has some geographic data in the form of latitude and longitude. We have room type, price, minimum nights, the number of reviews, the date of the last review, the reviews per month, calculated host listing, and availability 365. So how available is this Airbnb? If you look at the last review field, you'll notice some null values. And as you scroll down, you'll see more of them, and they correspond to null values in the reviews per month field. And what we want to do is filter them out so they won't show on any of our visualizations. We're going to go to the upper right corner and click on the Add button, and then Add again. The field is Last Review and OK. And at the bottom, we're going to select Individual Dates and Next. And then we'll see that null value on the list. We're going to check it. And then underneath to the right, we're going to go ahead and check Exclude. It lets you know that it excluded one of 1,765 dates. We're going to click OK. And now the other thing that we want to do, I should have pointed this out, click on Last Review again and click Edit. The date range for this data set goes all the way back to 2011, and it's through 2019. So we're going to just focus on 2018 and 2019. So I'm going to click OK on that, and I'm going to add another filter based on the same field, Last Review. Click OK, and this one I'm going to click Years and Next. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to select all of these except 2018 and 2019 and exclude them. And we will click OK and OK. So it lets you know right here, the Last Review filter excludes null, and the year of last review keeps 2018 and 2019. We'll click OK. Our data set will refresh, and we're pretty good to go here. So let's go ahead and click on Sheet 1. So the way this module is going to work is we're going to build 4 visualizations, and then we'll copy one of them and modify it. So we'll have a total of 5. Then we're going to use those 5 visualizations to use global filters on, which is during the first lesson. After that, we're going to modify the preferences file to create a custom color palette, and then we'll apply that on some of our sheets. Now, at that point, we're in lesson 2. We'll then create our dashboard and end the module by creating text cards, also known as summary tiles, on worksheets, and we'll then use those on our dashboard. So let's get busy building our first viz, We're going to name this sheet, and I'm going to use the pound sign to represent number, or as they call it, a hashtag, number of reviews by month. And we're going to drag the last review to columns, and we want it to be the month. So I'm going to use the drop down this time, and I'm going to select my month year combination. Notice we only have 2018 and 2019 in our data set. And I'm going to go ahead and double click on the number of reviews measure, and it automatically puts it up in rows for me. Let's say we want to include more data. So we're going to go back to the data source tab. In the upper right, we're going to go to edit under filters. And we're going to click the year of last review filter and edit it. And let's uncheck 2017 and 2016. So we'll have a couple of more years of data. And we'll go ahead and click OK, and then OK. Now when we go back to our number of reviews by month sheet, you'll see that we have more data in it. To give it more context, we're going to drag neighborhood group 2 rows in front of sum. So now for each borough in New York City, we're seeing the number of reviews by month. And we can right click on neighborhood group, the heading, and we're going to hide field labels for rows. And then what we can do is we're going to add neighborhood group to filters. We're going to leave all of them. I'm going to just do use all and click OK. And then I'm going to show that filter, and I'm going to make it a multiple value drop down. Now this would be a good time for us to save our file. I'm going to call it NYC Airbnb. I'm also going to add neighborhood group to color, so we get some more visual interest on our chart. And of course you have your color legend on the right. So for right now, we're going to go ahead and bring up a new sheet. We're going to name this sheet Airbnb New York Density Map. And so we are going to just put longitude in columns, and we don't want it to be an average. So I'm going to right click on its pill, and I'm going to make it a dimension instead of a measure. And we're going to put latitude in rows and do the same with latitude, make it a dimension. And at this point, it gives us a map. It's not yet a density map. This is your symbol map. And so we're going to make it a density map in just a little bit. First, we're going to put neighborhood group and neighborhood in detail on the marks card. So now when we hover over any mark on our map, we're seeing the latitude and the longitude, the neighborhood, and the neighborhood group. And I want to change the order of these. So I want neighborhood group to be first. And I swap that at the bottom of the marks card. Oh, I thought I did. Let's see. Oh, there's my arrow. Yeah. So now when I hover, nope, it's still showing that way in the tooltip. So I'm going to click on tooltip, and I'm going to fix it here. Just going to cut that and paste it. And now I'm going to click OK. So now, because the borough is actually Brooklyn and the neighborhood that I'm pointing to is Bushwick, and you'll notice as I move around the map, the latitude and the longitude change. And if I stay in that area, the neighborhood will change as well. So now I'm over in Queens. It's another borough of New York. Here's Staten Island. This is Queens. And if I zoom out on the map, here's the Bronx and Manhattan. So you have your boroughs there. So to make this a density map, on the marks card, we're going to do the drop down next to automatic. And at the bottom, we're going to select density. So now you can see the darker colors are the areas where there's more Airbnb activity. So there's a lot in Bed-Stuy, Brooklyn. Here we are in Manhattan. Looks like it has the most. That is what a density map looks like. Now we're going to put a background map on here. And so we can do this from the map menu, hover over background maps, and they have, at the top, all different kinds. I'm going to select dark because a density map really looks good when it has that dark contrast. It's actually easier to see. And now you can go back to map, background maps. Another one that I like is satellite. I'm going to end up using dark because it contrasts better with the density. But I also like the satellite background map as well. I'm going to go back and change it to dark. Now, in addition to adding background maps, you can add background layers to a map. And we can go to the map menu for that as well and choose background layers. And this panel will open up on the left side of your screen. And you can see at the top it has the style, right? We don't have any washout on ours. If we did, you'll notice that we can make the dark style kind of fade away. So I'm not going to put a washout on it. And then you have a host of background map layers. Some of them are checked by default, like base and land cover. You have your country and region borders and names. Same for state provinces. And those are coming checked out of the box. And so we want to add a few more layers. We would like to select streets, highways, and routes or routes, depending on where you're from. I'm actually from New York originally, so I say routes. I'm going to check that one. And you can see more detail on your map. We also are going to check county names. And so you can see the different counties surrounding. This is New Jersey over here. New York, this is Long Island over here. And the last one we're going to check is cities. So they will show on the map as well. Now the density portion is covering certain things. Queens is a county, Bronx is a county, so on and so forth. You have Nassau County, which is on Long Island. And then you have your city names as well. We can close that background layer panel. The other thing that can be good to show on the map is the map scale. So we can also do that from the map menu. And we're going to go to map options. And so at the bottom, we're going to check show map scale. And it shows in the bottom right-hand corner of the map. So it's showing you how large 10 miles would be on the map. You also can change the units to metric if you need to, if you like to see it in kilometers. I'm going to put it back on automatic, which is US. And this map options also control what else shows on the map. So this whole thing here, this is your map search, right? You have layer controls, your view toolbar. It allows pan and zoom. And I'm going to close map options. And if I hover over this right arrow, these are some other options. Zoom area. If I want to pan the map, Right now, it's on a rectangular selection. I'm going to put it on pan, and that way I can click and drag to different areas of this map. And I'm also using the roller bar on my mouse to zoom in and out, so I'll be able to see more surrounding areas if I wanted to. But we're focused on New York City here. We have a couple other things we're going to do with this map. We're going to click on color on the marks card, and we can change the opacity of our density area. So you can see the city and county names underneath and everything, right? But I'm going to make it a little bit more opaque so I can basically still see those names through it. And then I can change the intensity of it as well. When I amp the intensity up to 100%, it actually becomes more clear for the viewer. You can see the darker areas, the areas that have more Airbnbs, but it also makes it a little bit larger. And I don't, generally speaking, like the intensity to be that high. So then I'm going to click anywhere to collapse the color card. And then I'm going to click on size on the marks card. And I can also manually change the size of that area without changing the intensity if I wanted to. And let's go ahead and save our file and bring up a new sheet. We're going to name this sheet NYC Borough Map. And we're going to drag longitude to columns, make it a dimension, and latitude to rows, same thing. We're going to drag neighborhood group to color, and we're also going to drag it to label. So now you can see, like if you're not from New York, you might want to see the color coding, but also see the names of the different boroughs. And as I zoom out, those labels don't show as well. When I zoom in, you're definitely not able to view. Well, they'll populate, but there's just going to be many more of them. So they're repeating each borough all over the map in addition to the color coding. And that may be helpful because that way, if people don't want to hover over a different point of the map, a different mark to see the neighborhood group, they can actually see them on the map. It can be helpful if you're not familiar with the area. We're going to go ahead and click on label on the marks card. And I am going to go to text. And for the text, well, that's fine. We don't have to change that. Sorry, cancel. I'm going to go to font, and I'm going to make it 12 point and bold, so they stand out a little bit more on the map. I'm also going to create a neighborhood group filter, and we're going to use all. Click OK. And we want to show that filter. And you know that we want it to be a multiple values drop down. So if someone wants to narrow in on just a particular neighborhood like Manhattan and perhaps Queens, they can just focus on those areas on the map. I'm going to switch it back to all. And we are going to go ahead and save our file and bring up a new sheet. We're going to go ahead and name this one, and I'm going to abbreviate average, AVG, prices by borough and neighborhood. We're going to drag price to columns and change it to average. And we want neighborhood group and neighborhood in rows. Let's go ahead and create a neighborhood group filter, our regular multiple values drop down. And you can do that one on your own. I'm going to just have you pause the video, do it, and then resume. We're also going to drag neighborhood group to color, so we get our legend. So if we scroll down, you'll see when we get to Brooklyn, we'll start seeing the orange and so on and so forth. And we want to sort these bars in descending order. So I'm going to hover over this gray area here, and here's the sort button. And when I click it, it puts the highest average price at the top. And that is per borough. So as I scroll down, when I get to Brooklyn, I'll see its highest average bar at the top. Now we want to add a reference line to this. So the last time we did this in a previous module, we did it from the x-axis. This time we're going to go to the analytics pane on the left, and we're going to click and hold on reference line and drag it into the view. And we want it in every pane. So I'm going to drop it on top of pane. And what we want is the average. We want to see the average price, basically, is what we're saying here. So we can track where we are within that average. And at this point, I can move that over and already see the line. So you'll have that dark the dark vertical line going straight down in the pane for the Bronx. And once I close this box, I'm going to click OK and hover over it. It lets me know what the average is for that particular neighborhood group. And it's 84.1. So you see the ones that are above the average price. And go down and you can see the same line. It moves in each pane for where that particular borough's average is. And that helps with a quick visual analysis. You can quickly see that by scrolling down, Manhattan has the highest average price and the Bronx has the lowest. Let's go ahead and save our file. And this time we're going to copy our average prices by borough and neighborhood sheet. And we're going to name this sheet average price of room type by borough. And we're going to delete the neighborhood pill in the rows shelf. And we're going to add room type to the rows shelf in place of it. So this already had our reference lines on it, right? So that's good. It's just by borough. We don't have the neighborhoods, but we have the room types in here so we can do the comparison. Go ahead and save your file. Before we start using them, let's talk about global filters. They give you the ability to set up a filter on one worksheet and use it on others. So you know the problem we've run into with previous dashboards, when we have these individual filters on sheets that we're showing, all of those show filters come over to the dashboard. Even if it's the same filter, it's assigned to a different sheet. So this will help you work through that. When you're using global filters, there are 4 basic options. The first one is related primary data source. You can use the filter on selected or all worksheets that use a related primary data source. The filters will have a sheets icon when they're used this way. Then you have current primary data source filters, and they can be used on all sheets using the same data source. These types of filters will have a database icon when they're used. Selected worksheets. If any of the worksheets you select already contain a filter on the same field, the dialog box will provide details about that filter. If you still select a sheet, the current filter will override any existing filter selections. And then lastly, you have the ability to filter all worksheets on a dashboard. It can be utilized with the same data source or related data sources as their primary data source. So now we're going to use these. So what we're going to do now is I'm on the number of reviews by month sheet, and that is the first sheet that we use the neighborhood group filter on. We've also used that same filter on every other sheet except your density map. So what I'd like you to do is go to all of those other sheets. You're going to leave number of reviews by month alone. Go to all those other sheets, click on the neighborhood group pill in the filter shelf and delete it, and then come back to this sheet. So now that you've done that, on the number of reviews by month sheet, we're going to right click on that filter pill and we're going to hover over apply to worksheets. So the language here is a little bit different than on the slide, which is interesting because the language on the slide is the language from all the Tableau sites. So the first option here, you all using apply to worksheets, all using related data sources. That one is related primary data source from the slide. So you can use it on all or selected worksheets that have that related data source. And so what happens here, the filter would automatically be created on any existing sheets and on any new worksheets you create that use that related data source. Any changes you make to the filter will affect all those worksheets. The second option is current primary data source, here all using this data source. And so that one is also automatically created on any new worksheets once you drag another field into the view. And any changes made to the filter will affect all of those worksheets. You have your selected worksheets choice, and this is the one that if you have any that contain a filter in the same field, you'll get information about it and you can override it or not. And then the one by default, it's on a setting for only this worksheet. That's why we've been doing them on individual sheets. And if we had a dashboard in here, we would have a choice to filter all the worksheets on a dashboard. So we're all using the same primary data source. Doesn't really matter, right? If we use that one, you'll see the different icons here. I'll give you some options. Let's first use all using related data sources. And that one, you get a double database icon. We only have one data source. You know, when we've been bringing in multiple data sources and relating them, that's what that would indicate. I'm going to right click on that pill and go back to apply to worksheets. And we can use all using this data source. So now that's where you get the database icon. And if you go to your next sheet, even though we didn't have this filter on the density map, we have it on here now, and it's on every other sheet as well with that database icon. We're going to go back to number of reviews. We're going to right click again, apply to worksheets. This time we're going to use selected worksheets. And we get to select the ones that we want. So the current sheet is already dimmed out. We're going to uncheck the Airbnb density map and we're going to click OK. So now we get like the double sheet icon. So if we go through the sheets, the air density map doesn't have the filter. The borough map and the other two vises do have it. So that's global filter. And notice, if you go back to number of reviews by month, the filter is showing on that sheet. Go to your borough map and it's not showing. And it's not showing on the last 2 visits either, because we can use that one filter for all of these sheets that we've applied it to. That will help us with our dashboard filter management. So I have saved my file and I closed down the Tableau application because we're going to be editing the preferences file to create a custom color palette. Before we do so, there's some background information you need to know that's on this slide. And by the way, this slideshow is in your files for the video description, and you may want to pause the video and go open it because there's a link that you're going to need to use in this slideshow in order to get what we need to create the custom palette. You already know that you can create and use your own custom color palettes by modifying that preferences.tps file that is in your My Repository folder. You can add as many custom palettes as you like, each with as many colors as you want. However, you should know that the Edit Colors dialog box will only show 20 colors. So it is suggested that if you need more than 20 colors, you may want to create several custom palettes with 20 or fewer colors in each palette. When you're modifying preferences, you're going to use the standard HTML format for the new colors. And when you save the preferences file, it should say, and restart Tableau Desktop, the color palette names you added will appear in the Select Color Palette drop-down list. So just make sure your Tableau Desktop application is closed. And I will update this slide before you're actually watching the video, so it says when you save the preferences file. Now I have a note here. You can only use straight quotation marks, not curly ones, and they're used to delimit the palette name and its type in the preferences.tps file. Now, there are 4 different types, or actually 3 different types of custom color palettes. The one that we're going to use is a custom categorical palette, and that contains several distinct colors that can be assigned to a discrete dimension member, for example, neighborhood group. And on the slide, I have the code that we're going to use in the TPS file, but you don't want to copy it off of the slide because it won't come over well. The next type is custom sequential, and that's a sequential palette that shows a single color varying in intensity. It's used for continuous fields, typically for measures like sum of sales. Then we have custom diverging, which we've seen a few times, and that shows 2 ranges of values using color intensity to show the magnitude of the number and the actual color to show which range the number is from. And so something like sum of profit, I think we've used that on. You have a link there that we're not going to click quite yet that says copy code. And underneath that, there's a link to more about how to create custom color palettes on Tableau. So now we're going to click the copy code link. Now you're in the PowerPoint, and in order to access the link, if you're not in slideshow, you have to do Control click. And it opens up a notepad file. I'm going to do Control A and Control C. And notice that we have straight quotes up at the top in the first line is being used to name your palette, and then the type of palette, regular, relates to the type of palette that we're doing, which is a custom categorical palette. So we've copied that code, and now we can go over to the My Tableau repository folder. In this folder, we're going to right-click on the preferences file. Then we're going to hover over Open With, and I'm going to choose Notepad. If it's not on your list, go ahead and choose another app and find it. And we have in here, we just have the beginning line with the XML version. And then we have 2 tags, an opening and a closing tag for workbook. Click at the end of the opening workbook tag and press enter. And now you have to create 2 tabs and we'll be ready to paste what you grabbed from the notepad file. So we're going to do an opening tag here, and it's going to be called preferences. And then we're going to press enter twice, and we're going to type a closing preferences tag. So that has the slash, just like the one underneath it, but we're going to have it called preferences. And then we're going to use our up arrow to get in between the opening and closing tags for preferences. And we're going to go ahead and do Control V to paste in what you copied from the notepad file. We got an extra line there at the bottom. I'm going to just get rid of it. And so we have our color palette. When we go to access it in Tableau, it's going to be called My Categorical Palette. And what we want to do is we want to save this preferences file and close it. And now go relaunch Tableau Desktop. So I relaunched Tableau and reopened my NYC Airbnb workbook. And now I'm going to go to the number of reviews by month tab. And we're going to go to our neighborhood group color legend on the right and edit the colors. Now when we go to select color palette, if you go all the way to the bottom, you will see your My Categorical Palette. And so I'm going to select it. These are the colors that are in that palette, very similar to the colors that we have here. We now have access to this palette. So I'm going to go ahead and do some color changes. I'm going to make the Bronx red. Brooklyn, I'll leave orange. Manhattan, I'm going to do dark blue. Queens, I'm going to give it this purplish color. And Staten Island, I will give this, which orange did I use there? I'll give this lighter blue color just to use the palette. And then I'll click OK. So that palette will be there unless you go back to the preferences file and get rid of it. And just something else I want to show you, particularly for a line chart, like we have on this number of reviews by month. We have multiple little line charts. Let's go to size on the marks card and increase the size a little bit. And you'll see it'll make the lines a bit thicker, which is better visually. So I know that I said earlier at this point that we were going to create our dashboard and then create some more sheets for our text cards. I'm going to flip that around. I'm going to create everything first and then we'll put it on the dashboard. So now we're going to get to lesson 3, where we're creating text cards, also known as summary tiles. And they're used to quickly communicate a few quick important data points. So let's go ahead and bring up a new sheet. Each summary tile that you create has to reside on its own sheet. We're going to name this sheet Number of Reviews Summary Tile. And we are going to drag the reviews per month field to text on the marks card. And we're going to right click on it and make it a measure. And we want to have the count function. So it just gives me the count of reviews out of our entire data set. We are going to right click on that field and format it. And we can go ahead and close that format pane. We don't need to do that right now. Let's click on the title and we're going to edit the title. And we're just going to take out, well, we can get rid of that sheet name placeholder. And it's just going to be number of reviews. And we want to make that font centered and click OK. And then we're going to change our view. It's going to look weird. We're going to change it to entire view, which looks very strange right now. We are going to right click and format. And now we want to add a blue border around that number of reviews. So I'm going to go to the borders icon up top. And for the cell, I'm going to select the thick border, and I'm going to make it that darker blue color. And I can increase the thickness of that border. I'm going to use the third one to make it just a little bit thicker. So I'm going to go back to the previous sheet and just format that field, the count of reviews per month. Just kick it up a little bit. And now we're going to copy the median price summary tile sheet, and we'll name this sheet Count of Room Types Summary Tile. And then we're going to change the title to just Count of Room Types. Or actually, I'm going to change it to Number of Room Types using the pound sign, and click OK. We're going to go ahead and delete the median price pill, and we're going to close the format pane. We're going to drag room type to text and right click on it, make it a measure, and we're going to use the count function there. So we have the count of room type. So we've completed our 3 summary tiles, and you can go ahead and save your file and bring up a new dashboard sheet. So now we're going to name this dashboard, the sheet tab anyway, Airbnb data-NYC for New York City. We're going to start by dragging a horizontal container into the view. And actually, let me remove that for a moment. I changed mine to floating so I could have a little bit more control over it. So I changed it to floating at the bottom, and now I'm going to drag the container into the view. So you have more freedom when it's floating. You can resize it. We are going to size it so it's as wide as the width of your canvas. And I'm going to move it all the way, not quite, but all the way almost to the top of the canvas. I can move it again a little bit later. So now it says, hold down Shift to drop floating objects into this container. And so I'm going to hold down Shift, and I'm going to grab the number of reviews summary tile and drag it into that horizontal container. And then what I'm going to do is grab the median price summary tiles, and I'm going to drop it on the right side of the number of reviews. And I have one more, the count of the room types summary tile, and I'm going to drag that over to the right. So now if it doesn't come in right, you might have to switch it from entire view up at the top to fit with instead. And the other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to double click the handle on number of room types so I get the container frame. I'm going to do the drop down, and I'm going to do distribute contents evenly. And then this whole container doesn't need to be as tall as it is. So I'm going to make sure the container is selected, and I'm going to push it up quite a bit. So it's almost all the way at the top like that. So you can have your summary tiles, your text cards that just give important information about your data, but we had to create those on separate sheets. We're going to add another horizontal floating container underneath the current one. And for this one, I'm going to widen it. And I want to grab the Airbnb New York density map pop it in the left side of the container. And I'm holding down Shift because I'm dropping objects into the floating container. And then I'm going to go ahead and grab the New York City borough map, and I'm going to put that on the right side of our second horizontal container. I'm going to double click its handle, and I'm going to go to the container drop down and distribute contents evenly. So this came with that neighborhood group legend. And what I'm going to do is click on the legend, and I'm going to do its drop down and make it floating. And I'm actually going to move it somewhere. I'm going to hold down Shift, and I'm going to drop it on the right side of the borough map. I don't need that legend to be as wide, so I'm going to size it down a bit. This one is being selected. And so I have to go back to my container drop down and uncheck distribute contents evenly. So it will pop the legend in with the proper sizing on the right for me if I do it that way. And I can size it down just a little bit more manually now. The other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the legend, and I am going to edit the title. So instead of neighborhood group, it says boroughs. And that's pretty cool. It's the length of the container. That's fine. All right. Now we are ready to insert a floating vertical container at the bottom. And we're going to drag the number of reviews by month into it by using Shift. And I am going to grab the container and widen it a bit. So I've adjusted its width. I'm going to rename that neighborhood group filter, its title. I'm going to name it boroughs. And I'm going to grab my floating legend and drag it underneath boroughs. Well, trying to get them both. Let me make sure it's floating. Nope, that's why I wouldn't do it. So I'm going to make both floating so I can have more freedom there. And now I can have them both over in that container. Okay, deselect the container. So, and actually this number of reviews by month, I can make that a little bit taller as well because I have the space to do so. So I'm going to select its container and just fill up that space at the bottom. And if I wanted to, I can select this container and make those two visualizations at the top a little bit taller as well. Now for this bottom one, let me get the container right first. I'm going to widen it a little bit further so it's as wide as the other two combined. And now let's go to Dashboard menu and choose Format. And we're going to give the dashboard like a light gray shading just to have some contrast. And I'm going to close that Format pane and show the dashboard title at the bottom. And I'm going to edit that title so that it says, after the sheet name, I'm going to do a dash and type the word dashboard. And then I'm going to center it and click OK. So there you have it. We are going to go ahead and save this file. So just to be fair, I'm going to show you my other dashboard for Airbnb information. It includes the average prices by borough and neighborhood chart, as well as the average price of room type by borough. I have the neighborhood group legend over here, And I use the image object to bring in that map of New York City, kind of as like a little logo in the upper right-hand corner. And in Module 3, we focused on the Airbnbs in New York data, and we created visualizations as usual. We also worked with global filters, which helps us with that filter situation on dashboards. We modified the preferences TPS file in Notepad so that we could create our own categorical custom color palette. And we ended by creating those summary tiles, also known as text cards, that we added to our dashboard. Now, you realize there are a couple of sheets that we did not put on our dashboard, and we also didn't put in the image that's in the Airbnb's folder. So I'm leaving that for you to play with on your own. I'm sure you'll be able to create a new dashboard, add the other two images, and somehow fit that Airbnb image on it, which you put in your My Shapes folder. Module 4 will be using the Billboard Hot 100 analytics dataset from the video description, and we'll start with learning about trends before moving on to cluster analysis, annotations, and hiding field labels. Okay, before we dive into analyzing the Billboard Hot 100 charts, let's discuss trends and the types of trend models that are in Tableau. So trend lines can be used to predict the continuation of a trend and help to identify the correlation between two variables by mapping the trend of both at the same time. The R-squared value is a number from 0 to 1 that reveals how closely the estimated values for the trend line compare to your actual data. A trend line is most reliable when its R-squared value is at or near 1. The R-squared value is also known as the coefficient of determination. This value is automatically calculated in Tableau when you apply the trend line to your data. There are 5 trend line models in Tableau, the first of which is linear, and you'll see the description there on the slide. That will probably fit best with our data. So it usually shows that something is increasing or decreasing at a steady rate. Then you have logarithmic, and that's a curved line. Linear is a straight line. And that model is best used to show the rate of change in the data that increases or decreases quickly and then levels out. Exponential is also curved, and it's best used when data values rise or fall at constantly increasing rates. Polynomial, also curved, it's used when data fluctuates. For example, when you're analyzing gains and losses over a large data set. And last but not least, power. All of these are curved except linear. And that's used with data sets that compare measurements that increase at a specific rate. For example, the acceleration of a race car at 1 second intervals. Since we're going to be using cluster analysis in Lesson 2, let's go over it now. So clusters analysis partitions marks in the view into clusters. The marks within each cluster are more like one another than they are to marks in other clusters. So, for example, clusters based on weeks on the board. Think of them as groups that do not exist in your data set that you create by turning them into clusters. In Tableau, I'm going to go ahead and grab text file and navigate to my Billboard Hot 100 folder. And I'm going to double click charts to bring the data in. So the first thing I want to point out when we're looking through the data, pay attention to the last week column, and you'll see some nulls on there. And if you notice corresponding in weeks on the board, the nulls have a 1 value in weeks on the board. The reason why they don't have a number for last week is because they only got on the board, say, this week, the current week. So we're not going to filter out those nulls in the last week column. However, we do want to do a date filter. This data goes from 1958 to 2021. Now, 1958 is a partial year, and we're going to filter that year out. 2021 only has 45 weeks of data instead of 52, so we're going to keep that because it's more current. So let's go up to our upper right corner under filters and add a filter for date. And it's going to be by, by years. And we'll just select 1958 and exclude it. And click OK. And OK again. Before we build our first visualization, which we're going to add trend lines to, let's go up to our filters and edit, and then select year of date and edit. So we excluded 1958. All the other years are included. But at the bottom of this dialog box, I want you to see this checkbox. It says filter to latest date value when workbook is opened. In our case, our charts CSV file is static. Unless someone were going to be going into it and adding like the rest of the weeks for 2021 or the beginning weeks of 2022, so on and so forth. When we open our workbook, we would like all of the latest values to be included. So when we're saying that we're just including 59 through 2021, if we don't check that, it won't bring in newer values automatically. Because we're doing it after we're editing the filter, when I check this box at the bottom that says filter to latest date value when workbook is open, it unchecked 1958, and if you scroll to the bottom, it's excluded 2021, which shouldn't happen. So we're going to uncheck 2021, go back up and check 1958, and then we're going to click OK again, and OK. And so now we can go to sheet 1. On this sheet, we're going to drag the weeks on board measure to columns, and right-click on its pill and change it to a dimension. We're going to drag artist to rows. And we're also going to drag the peak rank measure to rows to the right of artist. And when you drag artist to rows, it may prompt you, letting you know that there's so many members. There's over like 99,000 members in that group. And so it may want you to edit it. I added all members. And then we're going to change peak rank to a dimension as well. And go ahead and drag song to details on the marks card. And we're going to add a date filter. And we're going to filter by years. We're going to select use all and OK. And then we're going to want to show that filter and make it a multiple value drop down. We're also going to add artists to the filter shelf. And we're going to use all and OK. And we're also going to show that filter and make it a multiple value drop down. Now let's drag peak rank to color and make it a dimension on the marks card as well. And let's click on color and edit. And I'm going to select the orange palette and click OK. And now I'm going to hold down Control and click on peak rank in the marks card with the color icon in front of it. And I'm going to drag it and drop it to size. So I could have increased the size without dragging it to size, but by dragging it to size, I get the size grid over on the right. I can now still click on size and increase the size if I need it, if I want it to. And I decide that I don't want that size grid. So I'm going to delete the peak rank size pill from the marks card. And then I'll just click on size and increase it a little bit. And so I get the increased size without the size legend. Let's go to the format menu and choose shading. And I'm going to give the worksheet a dark gray shading. And now I'm going to go at the top of the format box. I'm going to go to the font icon. And for the worksheet, I'm going to change the font color to white and bold. It contrasts better with the dark gray background. Now we're going to go to the lines icon at the top of the format frame. And we are going to change our grid lines to dark gray. And we're going to change our 0 lines. We're going to leave them dashed, but we're also going to make them dark gray. Let's right click on any artist name and rotate label. And it gives us just a little bit more working space. And we can actually right click on artist over there, the header, and choose hide field labels for rows. If we look at our artist and year filters on the right, we're not seeing the word all in the box because we changed our font to white and they have a white background. So let's go to the artist filter drop-down arrow and choose format, filter, and set controls. And on the left under shading, we're going to make it the same gray as the worksheet. And it will do it for the year filter as well. And then we can go ahead and close that filter panel. Let's go to our artist filter. And I am going to uncheck all. And notice the search text at the top. So I'm going to uncheck all, click in search text. And because I'm kind of old school, I'm going to type in Aerosmith. And when it shows up, I'm going to check it. And then I'm going to go up to the search box again. And when I click in there, it selects the part of Aerosmith that I typed. And I'm going to type Al Green and click on Al Green. And I'm going to do one more. And you can, well, I'll just click up there and select Al Green. And then I'm going to put in Bob Marley and check Bob Marley and the Wailers. And then for the years, I'm going to do the filter drop down and I'm going to uncheck all. And I'm going to check 1970, 71, 72, 73, 74, and 75. And notice only Aerosmith and Al Green are showing in our viz. So I'm going to go back to my year filter and I'm going to check 76, 77, 78, and 79. So we get the whole decade of the 70s. And now Bob Marley shows up again. And so if you hover over any of Bob's circles, you'll see that it was the first one is his peak rank was 73. And for the song Roots Rock Reggae, and it was Weeks on the Board 1. And then the next one, his peak rank is 62, same song, Weeks on the Board 3, so on and so forth. So it's tracking the artist, their peak rank, the song, and the number of weeks on the board. And so if you look at Aerosmith, you'll see they have multiple songs out there as you hover over their circles. And the same for Al Green. Now we're going to go to the Analytics tab on the left. And we're going to add our trend line. So under model, you're going to click and hold trend line and drag it to the view, and you'll see the 5 different types that are available in Tableau. And so we're going to go ahead and drop it on linear. And so that's the only one that gives you a straight line, right? And if you hover over that line, you'll see the calculation that's used. And then you'll see an R squared and a P value. The R squared value is what we want to focus on. Remember, it ranges from 0 to 1, and it's most reliable at or near 1. The closer it is to 1, the more closely the estimated values for the trend line compared to your actual values. So the R squared value is everything when it comes to trend lines. Now, this one is not really showing, it's not a good value. It's 0.49. And this one is 0.68, which is better. Aerosmith is 0.60. Now, we're going to drag trend line from under model back into the view. And this time we're going to do logarithmic. And you see you get your curved line. And if you hover over any of those curved lines, you'll see that the R squared values have increased somewhat. It's saying that it's more closely, the estimated values are more closely related compared to our actual values when we put it on logarithmic. And that is the one where the rate of change in data increases or decreases quickly and then levels out. Bob Marley's is at 0.87 for the R squared value. We can go ahead and name this sheet Artist Trending by Weeks on Board. And it would probably be a good time for us to save our workbook. And so I'm going to call this one Billboard Hot 100. The other thing you can do with a trend line is right click on any of your trend lines. And at the top, you'll see Describe Trend Line. Go ahead and click that. And so it brings up a dialog. It's telling you the p-value, the equation, the coefficients term, their term, the value, standard error, t-value, and p-value. And you have it for N weeks on board and intercept. You could copy this if it was necessary for you to have this information. We're going to close that and right click on a trend line again. And this time we're going to select Describe Trend Model. And so you get a larger dialog and it gives you information, the model formula, the number of filtered observations, all kinds of different calculation values, right? Analysis of variance section. And then it has individual trend lines, and it's showing you by what you have filtered for the artist and the dates that what their trend lines comprised of. And this too can be copied. So now let's create a new worksheet where we're going to do some cluster analysis. If you look at our fields list on the left, right? We only have a measure called weeks on board, and it can range from 1 week, right, all the way up to a lot of different weeks. But we don't have groups of those week breakdowns like 1 to 5, 6 to 10, so on and so forth. And so we can use cluster analysis to somewhat create those groups for us and partition our data in that way. Let's go ahead and drag the date field to rows and change it to, I'm going to hover over more and choose week number. Let's drag the song field to text on the marks card. And right now, this is like making absolutely no sense, but we're not quite done. And we're going to drag date to the filter shelf. We're going to choose years and next. We're going to use all and okay. And we want to show this filter, but this time we want to make it a single value drop down. So at the end of the day, we're going to want to show #1 songs by week per year. And so in order to do that, we're going to grab the rank measure and drag it to the filter shelf. And it's automatically on all values, we're going to do next. And on range of values, well, this screen here, we don't want range of values. We want at most. And then we're going to type a #1 in that text box. So we only want songs ranked at #1. And we're going to click OK. We're not going to show that filter. And so now we're going to grab weeks of on board, and we're going to drag that to text on the marks card. And we're going to expand our show me pane. And in the lower right corner, we're going to use packed bubbles. And I'm going to collapse show me. So now let's go ahead and name the sheet. We haven't done our cluster analysis yet, but let's name our sheet. And it's going to be, I'm using the £, or hashtag as it's called, and then 1. So #1 songs by week dash per year. And then let's edit the title. Click in front of the sheet name placeholder. We're going to go to the insert drop down, and down at the bottom, we're going to select year date, and then do a space between those two things. Let's do Control A to select all of that. And let's make the font bold and change its color to dark blue. And then click OK. So right now it says all #1 songs by week per year, because we haven't used our date filter yet. Let's change this to entire view and then go ahead and save. So we can access cluster analysis from the analytics tab on the left. Under model, you will see cluster, and we're going to drag it into the view and drop it on cluster. So it's using the variable, the sum of the weeks on board, and the number of clusters is automatic. And in the background, you see our packed bubbles all have different colors. And on the right side, you'll see the color legend for the clusters. We're going to close that clusters dialog. And let's say we wanted more clusters. You could have up to 50. What we can do is we can right click on clusters. Notice it put it on color in the marks card. We can right click on it in the marks card, and we can go to edit clusters to get that dialog box back open. Let's change the number of clusters there to 5. And you notice it does it automatically. So now we have another color added to our legend. We don't really need 5. Let's change it back to 4. And close that box. Let's go to our year filter, and I'm going to go ahead and filter for 2020. So makes it a little bit more readable. That's why we set up the filter for a single value. And so now we can clearly see our clusters. If I hover over any of the darker blue clusters, I can see that the weeks in that grouping go from like 11 to 15. Oh, actually more. Let's see. 9 is the lowest one here. And the larger the circle, the longer the week. So it looks like it's 9 to 14. Or 9 to, yeah, there's a 14 in there. So it looks like it divided it into 9 to 14 weeks on the board. The orange ones have a range, so 18, 20, 21. So the orange ones look like they go from 15 to 21, right? You could rename these groupings, or you could just let the tooltips do the talking. If you wanted to rename these groupings, you kind of have to create groups out of every cluster. There's documentation that says that there's a way to rename the clusters by putting them in their own group. And the way that you theoretically would be able to do that is to control drag clusters from the marks card into your field list. But notice we're getting the no symbol. It will not allow us to do that. So we'll rename one of these. We'll make one of these a group just so you can see how you could do that if you truly want to do something like that. And so we have the aqua colored group goes from weeks 37 to 41 on the board. So I'll show you how you would do that if you wanted to regroup them so you could have more specific names. And the way you would do that is hold down your control key and select each of those aqua clusters, those aqua circles, and then right click on either of the selected ones. And at the bottom, you're going to choose group. And then you get a song group in your field list, which you can rename to something like, I'm going to just click on the word, double click the word song. And I think it was like 37 to 41 weeks on board. So I click away from any of the circles, and you'll notice that right now it's only showing those groups, that group, and that group has a legend. So I'm going to delete that group from the field list. And it lets me know what sheet it's going to affect. And I say yes. And now I'm going to drag my clusters back to color on the marks card. And strangely enough, it kind of rearranged them, right? But I'm comfortable with the legend here and knowing that I can hover over any of these and see on the legend, on the visualization, everything, the cluster name, the song, the week of the date, and the weeks on board. And that's for 2020. If I change it to another year, it will redraw the clusters for that year. Go ahead and save. So I want the font color to be consistent across clusters. So I'm going to just click on text in the marks card, and I'm going to change the font to white bold, just so it's consistent. We had a mix of white and black text before we did that. And then I want to go to worksheet menu and choose show caption. So at the bottom, you see the caption, song and date week. Color shows details about clusters. Size shows sum of weeks on board. The marks are labeled by song and date week. The data is filtered on date, year, and rank. The date year filter keeps whatever year you have it filtered for. The rank filter includes values less than or equal to 1. And so it's only showing the number 1 ranks. And let's go and change our worksheet background shading to, I'm going to use my dark gray. So I get a really good contrast with my clusters. However, that blue title font is making me cross-eyed. So I'm going to edit that, select all of that text, and I'm going to make it white as well. And I'll make it bold. All right, let's bring up a new sheet. So my apologies, bad directions. We don't need that new sheet, so I'm going to just right click on it and delete it. And I just want to point out something else. When we had it filtered for 2021, the cluster groupings were different. So on this one, which I have filtered for 2001, the red cluster goes from weeks on the board 17 through 20. The dark blue goes weeks 14 through 16. and the aqua is 10 through 13. I'm going to switch back to 2021 for my year. And now the red on here represents weeks 20 through 21. So another reason why you wouldn't want to group these on any particular sheet, because the clusters are drawn based on the analysis when you change to a different year. So might not be a good idea to do that for that reason. You would have to create a bunch of different groups. Now I'm on 1975 and they represent different weeks on the board. So our next lesson is annotations, and we're going to do it on this number one songs by week per year cluster analysis visualization. And an annotation just stands out on your viz. So we can right click on any circle, hover over annotate, and you can annotate a mark, a point, or an area. I'm going to choose area, and it opens the edit annotation dialog box. And I'm going to type, these clusters are based on the total weeks on board for the artist/song. And I am going to select that font, make it bold, and go ahead and click OK. So the annotation comes up as an object on your visualization that you can move around and resize. So that's what that looks like. I can right click on that annotation and choose format. I want to go to borders, and I want to choose the straight line border, and I want to make it as thick as I can, and I'll make the border white and click away from it just to give it a little bit more context. I'm going to right click on it and edit it again, and I'm going to just select all the font, and I'm going to see what the font looks like in white and click OK. Oh no, that won't work. So I'm going to go back in and I'll change the font to like a dark gray color. So that is an annotation. You can put an annotation on any visualization. Differs from the caption because it's actually on the visualization itself. The other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to select the annotation again, and on its format pane, notice it's a 4-sided box, right? Your other choice is single edge or none. And then the corners are square. I'm going to make the corners very rounded just because I can. And I'm going to go ahead and close that format pane and save my file. And so we've been hiding field labels throughout this course, and we most recently did it by artist trending on the artist trending by weeks on board sheet. And so we hid the artist field label over here. Now that I'm back on that sheet, I decide I want to edit the title, select the font, the text, and make it white and bold, just for consistency. So hiding field labels for rows was our last lesson in this module. And now we're ready to start creating our dashboards. And we're going to create 2 different dashboards here. So let's bring up a new dashboard sheet. And I'm going to change my size, and then I'm going to copy the sheet. On the original dashboard sheet, I am going to drag probably don't even really need a container, but I'll go ahead and drag a horizontal container onto the sheet. And then I'm going to drag the number one songs cluster analysis into that container. Now I am going to move my annotation because when I put it on the dashboard in the container, it kind of overlaid a circle. And on the right side, I'm going to select that cluster color legend and remove it from the dashboard. And then I decide I want to change the color of the border on the annotation to orange. So I'm going to just right click on it and format and change the border to orange. I'm also going to go to the year of date filter and go to its drop down and format filter and set controls. And I would like to add a thick orange border to that filter control. I am also going to give it dark gray shading, and I'm going to go to the font and make it bold and white. And then I'm going to go over to it and edit its title. I'm going to select all of that text. And the title is going to be Pick Year of Analysis. And we're going to add 2 more things to this dashboard. And actually, I think I want to modify something here. I just want to make this look a little bit more consistent. I'm talking about the annotation. So I'm going to select it again, right click on it and format it. And I think that what I want to do with this one, I want to go ahead and give it a dark gray shading. And then I'm going to double click it, do Control A, and make the font white and bold. Click OK. So it kind of blends in a little bit better. Now, what are we going to add? I'm going to close that format pane on the left. I'm going to select floating, and then I'm going to grab the web page object and just drag it over to the right side for now. The edit URL box will pop up, and we're going to type https://www.billboard.com and click OK. So the web page object gives you the ability to view the web page right from your dashboard. You could also click on it and it will take you to that web page in a new window. And so now we need to do some resizing of items. I'm going to put my mouse between the date filter and the visualization and drag it to the left a little bit. And then I am going to resize this web page object so that it kind of fits into that right pane over there. And I'll move it up underneath the filter. And I'm going to select it again, and I can make it taller. I'm going to do X on that privacy policy. That's from the website. And then I'm going to go back to my objects list on the left, leave it on floating, and I'm going to select image. Actually, we'll come back and do this. Just do the X on that. We'll come back and do this after. So I'm going to remove that image placeholder after we create our next dashboard. So this dashboard is going to be named Cluster Analysis by Weeks on Board. And I'm going to show the dashboard title, and we're good with this one. Let's go to our copy of dashboard 1. And I did that so I wouldn't have to change the size again. And let's save our file. On this dashboard, let's go ahead and change it back to tiled, and then grab a horizontal container onto the view. And we're going to grab our artist trending by weeks on board viz and drop that in. Let's start on the right side, and we're going to get rid of that color grid. So I'm going to just remove it from the dashboard. We're going to name this sheet, the dashboard sheet, to Artist Peak rate by song. Let's go ahead and show the dashboard title. Now, before we get into additional formatting, let's do a little bit of testing. What I'd like to see is how many artists we can see at any one time and still have it be viewable. Now, this can change depending on your size. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to my artist filter, and at the top, I'm going to type in the search box Alice, and I'm going to check Alice Cooper. And then I'm going to click where I typed Alice, and I'm going to type Aretha and check Aretha Franklin. So now I have 5 different artists, and I can scroll down to see them comfortably. I don't want to have a large scroll. So from my particular size and visualization perspective, I'm going to limit myself to 4. And so I'm going to go back to my artist drop down, and I'm going to search for Alice again and uncheck Alice Cooper. Then I'm going to go to Aretha and uncheck Aretha Franklin. And then I'm going to change to floating again. And I'm going to grab the text object and drag it into the view. And in all capital letters, I'm going to type recommended and a colon. And I'm going to say, depending on your view, you may want to limit your artists to 4 or 5. So scrolling is not necessary. And I'm going to say, instead of artists, I'm going to say your artist filter. So it just depends on, resolution and stuff like that. I'm going to click OK. I want to grab that text box and size it down so it fits over on the right. And I'll put it right underneath the filters. All right. So now what we're going to do is I want that text box text to be in white, but if I do that, we won't be able to read it because it has a white background there. So let's go up to the dashboard menu and choose format. And I'm going to do a dark gray dashboard shading. I'm going to make it a little bit darker than the dark gray I used on the worksheet for contrast. And then I'm going to double click that text box, do Control A, and make the font bold and white. So now you can see it because it has that contrasting color. Let's make the dashboard title also white and bold. And we're going to hide the worksheet title. And so it looks a little bit more consistent and organized this way. I'm going to change the title here to, I'm going to get rid of the sheet name placeholder, Artist Trending by Weeks on Board. And since I've been dashing those words, I should be consistent throughout. The worksheet title is better for the dashboard title here. So now go ahead and save again and close your format pane on the left. And we're going to add something else to both of these dashboards. And we're going to add a navigation object here, and it's floating already, so we're good there. I'm going to just scroll down and grab the navigation object. And then I'm going to double click on it to get into it. And we're going to do navigate to, and we want the cluster analysis by weeks on board sheet or dashboard. And we're going to use an image, and we're going to choose our 1-7 arrow that's built in the shapes folder. We used it earlier in the course. Let's put a border on it, and I'm going to make it a thick white border. Not going to give it a background. And the tooltip is going to be go to cluster analysis dashboard and click OK. And now we just need to drag it and drop it like in the lower right corner. Didn't give it a background, so it takes on the dashboard background, and it has that thick white border, so it kind of stands out. And then consistency can be everything. So I'm going to go up to my artist filter and do its more options drop down, format, filter, and set controls. And I'm going to choose a border, the thick border again. And because we used orange borders on the other one, I'm going to make it orange here. And it does it for both of those filters. I'm going to drag that text object down a little bit since I did that. And for our left arrow, I'm going to change its filter to, I want to change its filter to orange as well, just for consistency. Let's see. I mean, its border. Let's test our navigation button. Remember, you have to use Alt-click. And so we are going to do a few things on this one as well. Let's first go to the sheet. And so I'm going to use the Go to Sheet icon there. And I want to go to Format menu, choose Shading. And in my case, I made this a little bit too dark, so I'm going to lighten it up so it matches the other visualization. And then I'm going to go back to the cluster analysis dashboard. At the top of this, you can't see it because it's in white font. We're going to hide the title of the sheet. And we're going to close the format pane. Make sure you're on floating and grab the navigation object. We're going to double click it to edit it. And we're going to navigate to the artist trending by weeks on board dashboard. We're going to use an image. The image is going to be 1-3, which is the right pointing arrow. We are going to give it a very thick border. And the tooltip is going to be go to artist trending dashboard and click OK. We're going to move it and pop it into its position in the lower right. And we're going to go to Format, Dashboard, and we're going to do the darker gray dashboard shading. Change the title so that its font is white bold. And we are going to drag that web page object down just a little bit so it's underneath the filter. And for our navigation button, we need to change it to an orange border as well. So this is just like the consistency that you would want. And a lot of times what I'll do is I'll right click on a dashboard sheet tab and I'll choose hide all sheets. So what happens is it hides the sheets that are being used on the dashboard. So now if you look, I just have 3 tabs showing there. I'm going to do the same on the artist peak rate by song dashboard sheet and hide all sheets. So now I just have my dashboard sheets. If I wanted to, I could right click and unhide all sheets at any point. So I'm going to close the format pane, do a final save, and we are done with our Billboard Hot 100 and analysis. So you can go ahead and close that file. In this 4th module, we use the Billboard Hot 100 analytics data, and we built a visualization and applied a trend line to it. You learned about the 5 trend models that are available in Tableau and what they are best used for. We then moved on to lesson 2, which was all about cluster analysis. And you learned that clustering is really like grouping, automatic grouping. And so we were able to create a packed bubble visualization, apply the cluster analysis, and see the bubbles represent differing numbers of weeks on the board. You learned that you can have up to 50 clusters if necessary. We applied an annotation to our cluster analysis visualization, and you saw that we could move the annotation around and have it just show on the visual. And we reviewed again throughout how to hide field labels before we created our 2 dashboards. On one of them, we added a web page object, and on both of them, we added navigation objects. I'd like to thank everyone for viewing this course. Hopefully, you've learned some good tips and techniques to use in Tableau. So by way of review, I'm going to just go over what we've covered module by module in here. In module 3, we got to play with some Airbnb data from New York. In that lesson, you learned about global filters. Also, you learned how to modify the preferences file and to create your own custom color palette. And then you learned how to create text cards, which you could put on dashboards for a cool effect. In module 4, we played with Billboard Hot 100 data. And in this module, we learned about trends as well as cluster analysis. We learned about annotations, and throughout we've been learning how to hide field labels, but we definitely covered it again in this module. Hi everyone, my name is Trish Connor-Cato. This course is for any user who has prior Tableau experience. With so many competing technologies, Tableau has emerged as a powerful favorite in the world of business intelligence solutions. This course will take your Tableau skills to the next level by teaching you best practices along with the most sought-after dashboard designs. You're about to embark upon an intense but amusing journey that will provide you with an arsenal of innovative techniques. Your new tool set will help you reuse your current Tableau worksheets and to create new ones for the purpose of including those worksheets on dashboards that you will be proud to share. Users will enjoy interacting with your dashboards for the purpose of getting deep analytical information from them, and they will be impressed with their flexibility. Most important, the class will overview various business scenarios that translate into different types of dashboards, and you will leave with that understanding. By the end of the course, you should be able to create effective dashboards on your own, and you will also walk away with class files that help you get a head start. In each module, we'll work with a specific data set and build visualizations to be used on our dashboards. In the 5th module, we will switch our focus to a world population data set. We'll learn about ranking, correlation, stories, pivoting, and validating data joins while building our vizzes for our dashboards. Module 6 will see us working with a USA colleges data set. We'll learn how to use the starts with function before moving on to using calculated values as filters. We'll format layers and learn about values and headers aliases. In this module, we'll be working with the world population dataset, and we'll start by learning about ranking, then correlation, before switching our focus to stories, pivoting, and validating data joins. Since our first lesson is about ranking in Tableau, we're going to go over some information that will be useful for you to have in the background before we begin. You'll be able to see all of this once we build the visualization. So Tableau has 5 rank functions. So each of them does something slightly different. The base one, rank, gives you the ranking within your ordered partition. Ties are assigned the same rank, with the next rankings skipped. So let's say we have 2 values of 32 and they have a rank of 3. The next value, 33, will have a rank of 5 as the rank of 3 is repeated twice. So the numbers are skipped by the number of repeated values. You have a rank modified function, which is very similar to rank, and ties are assigned the same rank. However, there will be a gap before the repeated rank. Rank dense, like the 2 previous functions, is very much like the 2 previous functions. However, there are no gaps. Rank unique assigns rank values despite repeated values. There are no gaps and no ties. And rank percentile is the value below which a percentage a percentile is the value below which a percentage of data fails. Rank can be repeated. And I need to update this slide. It should say data instead of date. And that will be done before you have it in your video description. All of the rank functions can be used with an optional argument of ASC for ascending or DESC for descending. Now, our world population, we have 4 different files. 2 of them are comma-separated values, and 2 of them are Excel worksheets. We're going to use all 4 files, but initially, we're going to start with the Excel worksheet files. So we have world population and population by age group. So in Tableau, I'm going to use Excel this time and navigate to my world population folder. And so it shows the 2 Excel workbook files. And I'm going to double click world population. And let's go up next to connections and add. And we're going to do Excel again. And we're going to grab the population by age group and bring that in. Let's drag the population by age group sheet to the logical layer. And you see that it automatically detected a relationship based on the country field. Let's double click on that world population tile so we get to the physical layer. And we're going to drag population by age group there as well. And it automatically creates the inner join based on the country field. So now we have a joined data set. And so if you're looking at the bottom, you're seeing all of your fields from world population. And then as you go to your right, you'll see the fields from population by age group. And because it's the common field is country, what we're going to do is we're going to hide the population by age group country field so we don't have it duplicating. And so you see that population by age group, right? It has the total population by age group. It has the 65 plus, 25 to 64 years, 15 to 24, 5 to 14, and 0 to 4. World population data includes a rank. The CCCA3 field is like the abbreviations of the country names. We have the country, the capital, the continent, 2022 population, 2020, 2015, 2010, 2000, 1990, 1980, 1970. And then we have the area, the density, the growth rate, and the world population percent. So that's what we're working with here in terms of data. Let's go ahead and save our file. I'm going to name it World Population. We're going to go to sheet 1 and we're going to drag. So let's do this because we've seen this already. Even though we hid it on the data source screen, let's hide the country field under population by age group so we don't get confused as to which one we want to use. And let's drag our country field from world population to rows. And since we're not going to use the built-in rank measure at all, I'm going to go ahead and hide it. And so we're going to create several calculated fields for using the rank functions that we reviewed on the slides. So I'm going to go and do my drop down and create a calculated field. And this one I'm going to name rank-ASC, period. I'm going to click where I can put in the function, and I'm going to grab the rank function, and then I'm going to grab the sum function, and I want the sum of the world population percentage. And once you tab that in, notice that it has you flashing in between the two closing parentheses. And so that's where you use the rank optional arguments of ASC or DESC. And we're going to do a single quote, ASC, close the single quote, and then we're going to press. So notice it says the calculation contains errors, and there's like a wavy red underline underneath that first quote before ASC. That's because I forgot to have you type a comma before that. So we have to separate the arguments of the function with a comma. So it's going to give us an ascending rank of the sum of the world population percentage. Go ahead and click OK. And we're not going to drag it into the view just yet. What we want to do is go underneath our measure names, and you'll see your rank-ASC. You're going to right click on it and you're going to copy. And then you're just going to right click anywhere in your field list. So I want to right click anywhere over there and choose paste. So we're going to create all of the calculated fields we need by copying and pasting until we're done, and then we'll add them to the view. So with that copy of rank ASC, I'm going to right click on it and edit it. And I'm going to click after rank in the formula there. And I'm going to type an underscore. And you'll immediately see the other rank functions show up on the list. So what we're going to do here is we're going to just click on rank modified. And we're going to change the name at the top. So at the top, click after the word rank before the hyphen and type modified. So it should say rank modified -ASC. And we can get rid of the 1 indicating the copy at the end of the name. Click OK. At this point, you can just right click in your field list and paste again. And then you have your rank your pasted rank ascending one. We're going to right click and edit it. Let's change the name of this one first. So after rank at the top, before the hyphen, we're going to do dense space, get rid of the one at the end. And we're going to click after rank in the formula, do the underscore, and click on rank dense, and OK. And now we're going to right click and paste again. We're going to edit our pasted one. And this one, so we did modified, we did dense. We're going to underscore, and we're going to start, oops, I'm doing it in the name. So this one, I'm sorry, in the name, we're going to make it rank unique and get rid of the one. And then do your underscore in the function and grab rank unique. And click OK. So right now we have rank dense, rank modified, rank unique, all in ascending order. We're going to paste again. And for this one, when we edit it, we're going to change the name first to rank DESC. In that second argument, ASC in the formula, we're going to change that to DESC. And I forgot to get rid of the one in the name. Click OK. Now, so we don't have to keep changing it from ASC to DESC. We're going to right click and copy rank DESC and then paste. And this one is going to be, we're going to change the name first, rank modified -DESC, and then do your thing with the underscore in the formula and grab modified. So I'm going to have you do 2 more copies. You're going to make one. So we're doing modified together. You're going to make one dense and then one unique for descending. So now you should have 8 different rank measures, 4 for ascending, 4 for descending. I forgot to do the percentile one, so I'm going to recopy rank ascending, paste it, and we need to edit that so that it's rank percentile with the appropriate name, and do it for descending as well. So now we should have our 10 calculated fields under measure names. Go ahead and save your file. So now that we have that done, let's drag our measure names field to the filter shelf. We're going to select none, scroll to the bottom or toward the bottom, and we're going to select all of the rank calculated fields that we just created. And we're also going to select the world population percentage measure. So all of our ranks and world population percentage. And we're going to click OK. We don't have to show that filter. Now we're going to drag measure names to columns. And we're going to drag measure values to rows after country. And then go to your show me and change it to a text table. And so let's first start by widening the columns. I'm putting my mouse between any 2 columns and dragging a little bit to the right. And I want to make sure I see this world population percentage, but I don't want it to say the word percentage. I want it to be the percent sign. So I'm going to right click on that heading and I'm going to choose Edit Alias, double click percentage, and type the percent symbol, and click OK. And now I'm going to widen it because that would be the widest column heading, I believe. World population percentage. I'm going to collapse my show me. And actually, I'm going to edit the alias again. And I'm going to abbreviate population to just POP with a period. That way, I don't have to have it as wide. I think this one, yeah, the descending, the rank percentile descending would be the column that we need to make the widest, so we can see that. And then we want to organize this a little bit. So under the marks card in the measure values, we want rank ascending, and then we're going to move it. We're going to move rank dense ascending underneath it. So we have all of our ascendings together. And then we want our rank modified ascending and rank percentile ascending. And then rank descending, rank dense descending, modified descending, percentile descending. Oops, I forgot my unique ascending. I'm going to put unique under modified. So I have them organized. So I have rank ascending, then dense, modified, unique, and percentile, and then descendings, dense, modified, unique, percentile, and then the world population percentage. So you'll notice in the list of measure values under your marks card, all of them have like a triangle to the right of them. That's because rank and all of the rank functions basically are what are known as table calculations. And so they have that triangular icon. For the rank ascending one, we're going to do the drop down arrow. Let's go to edit table calculation. So it's actually going across the table. You can stay in that box. Just watch me for a moment. So here, if I widen the columns, it's saying along. If I go into the calculated field and edit it, at the top it says results are computed along table across, right? And we could have changed it from in here by clicking on default table calculation. So instead of opening each function, we're going to use the drop down next to the measure value, and we're going to hover over compute using, and we're going to choose country. And we're going to do that for all of them in the list. Just hover over compute using country. It's a lot more efficient than opening each calculated field to make that edit. And when you do all of that, your headings should now all say along country, except for the world population percentage at the end. And so we don't need it to say all of that. So we're going to edit all of these aliases. So I'm going to right click on rank ASC along country, edit the alias, and just get rid of the words along country. And do that for all the rest of your headers. And now I'm going to right click on any header there and rotate the label. And then I can decrease my column width because now they don't have to be that wide. So I can see everything pretty much. I'm going to do it down just a little bit more. So I don't have to scroll across to view any of the headings anymore. So now we're going to change the orders of our ranking in the view so that we can see them and compare them more clearly. We're going to click on the rank ASC heading, and you'll see the sort country ascending by measure values icon. And there's also a sort country descending by measure values icon. We're going to click on the sort country ascending by measure values icon. When we do that, we'll see that our data updated. And now it's sorted by country, right? According to their ranks. So this first one, the basic rank function, numbers are skipped by the number of repeated values and it has ties. So you're seeing a bunch of ones and then you'll get to 57, right? So, and then as you scroll down, you have a bunch of 57s, then it goes to 75 and then 84. So you're seeing the repeats and you're seeing the skipped rankings because again, it's the numbers are skipped by the number of repeated values and you will have ties. When we look at our rank dense ASC, you'll see that we have our ones there, right? And as we scroll down, so there are no gaps. It goes from ones to twos to threes to fours. So we don't have that gap in numbers when you're using the rank dense function. You can also see that rank modified, the gaps happen, right, before the repeated rank. So it doesn't go from 1 to 57. It starts with 56. And then you'll see the next gap, 74s, so on and so forth. So for modified, the gap happens before the repeated rank. And then we look at unique, and there are no gaps and no ties, just sequential ranking numbers here. And then the percentile, again, the rank can be repeated, but it's showing the percentile of values, showing the value below which a percentage of the data falls. So we have all of our rank functions ascending and in descending order in the same table here. Let's go ahead and save. And we're going to name this sheet Country Ranking by World Population. And I'm going to use the percent sign. And I'm going to spell ranking correctly because that would probably be helpful. Now we're going to start formatting the values in our table. So I'm going to just right click in the table and go to format to bring up that pane. And then I'm going to go to the fields drop down and let's start with the sum of the world population percentage. And we want to format that as a percentage with no decimal places. And then we're going to go back to the fields drop down. And so for all of our rankings, we have to do them field by field. For all of our rankings, we want them to just be standard format, standard number format. So I'm going to just go through the list from top to bottom. So number standard. And you can go ahead and complete that process on your own. I'm going to just have you pause the video and do that. The percentile ranks need to be in a percentage with 0 decimal places. So when you're done, your values in your table should look like mine. I have to let me go to rank ascending again. Forgot to hit that one. So you can see it in the table. It makes it easy to see what you may have forgotten. It also makes it easy when you go to your fields list that it will have selected the last one that you modified. And in the format pane, let's go to our paint bucket for shading. We're going to give our worksheet the dark gray color. And, ooh, I do not like that banding. We're going to go down to row banding and choose none for the pane and the header. And let's go to our font icon at the top of the format pane. And let's change the default worksheet font to white bold. And then we're going to edit our title and select everything and make that bold and white font as well. So there you have it. The country ranking by world population percent, and we used every rank function, both ascending and descending, that we have. Now we're going to get into our second lesson, which is about correlation. Correlation analysis compares two or more quantitative variables to see if the values in one vary systematically with values in another. So for some examples, do lemonade sales increase as the temperature rises? Has nothing to do with our data set. As men increase in height, does their weight also increase? Again, has nothing to do with our data set. The one we're going to be using is density impacted as growth rate increases. So that will be the example we'll use for correlation. You'll be given an equation that has an R squared value and a P value, similar to when we did trend lines. The closer R squared is to 1, the stronger the correlation between your two metrics. You want a P value that is less than 0.05. If it's higher than that, that means that the Tableau correlation between the variables isn't statistically significant. A very low p-value means that you can have greater trust in the Tableau correlation and that the results you're seeing did not occur randomly. In other words, it really is a good correlation and you can trust it. The equation enables you to predict how your x variable will change your y variable. An R squared value of 0.127, for example, means that 12.7% of the changes in our case, density, can be explained by growth rate. Therefore, 87.3% of changes in density cannot be explained by growth rate, so they're not really correlated to each other. I'm going to go ahead and save my file and bring up a new sheet. And let's go ahead and name that sheet Impact of Growth Rate on Density by Country. So we are going to drag the density field to columns and the growth rate to rows. And so with correlation, the question is, does our x variable change our y variable? So in order for us to answer the question on the slide, is density impacted as growth rate increases? We're really saying, does the x variable change the y variable? So we need growth rate to be our x variable. So I'm going to do Control W to swap the columns and rows. So that will be the case when we do our correlation. Now I'm going to just drag and drop country into the view. And I'm going to put continent in color on the marks card. So let's switch this to entire view. And the way that we do a correlation is the same way we do a trend line. We can do it from the Analytics tab like we did it earlier, or you can use the Analysis menu, hover over Trend Lines, and choose Show Trend Lines. So you're seeing all of these trend lines that are showing. And if you hover over any one of them, what you're looking for here is the closer R squared is to the number 1, the stronger the correlation. If the p-value is less than 0.05, you can have greater trust that the results did not occur randomly. So this is looking like there is no correlation here if I'm keeping an eye on the R squared number, right? And for each of those lines, it's kind of the same thing. The p-value is pretty good, but the r² value is lower. So we can see that really the growth rate has no impact in terms of correlation on the density. Go ahead and save your file and bring up a new sheet. We're going to create a couple of more visualizations here, and then we'll get to our pivoting topic. So the first viz, let's grab our measure names and drag it to the filter shelf. And we're going to be dealing with this population information here. So I'm going to select none for the filter, and then I'm going to just select those population fields 1970 through 2022 and click OK. We're going to drag the continent field to rows and the measure names field to columns. And then we're going to put our measure values field in text on the marks card. So now we're seeing by continent all of the yearly population information that we have. Let's grab the world population percentage and put that on detail in the marks card. So when we hover over any mark in our table, I'm hovering over the first mark. So I'm seeing the continent, Africa, the 1970 population, and that world population percentage for 1970. That's the kind of information you would see there. And you can see that that population percentage by continent doesn't change in our data set over each year. Let's use our Show Me pane, and we want to select the side-by-side bars. And so now, if we collapse Show Me, you'll see that the measure names have the color coding on them, right? Based on the population metrics that we're using. And if we look at the x-axis at the bottom, we don't want it to say 1970 population. We just need it to say 1970. So I'm going to right click on that first one, 1970, edit the alias, and just get rid of the word population. And we're going to do that, and you only have to do it in one pane, and it will adjust for all of them. You'll see that all the other panes for the other continents have 1970. So we're going to just keep editing these aliases. They don't have that word there. We don't need it to be there. And you can continue the last ones on your own. Just pause the video. So those axis labels are taking up less space now. And let's switch this to entire view, just so it spreads out a little bit more. We'll go ahead and name the sheet World Population Percent by Continent. And let's do some of our typical formatting here. So I'm going to just go to Format, Shading. Let's see what this worksheet would look like with the dark gray shading. That's pretty cool. Except when I have dark gray shading, I don't really particularly want the white grid lines. Let's go to our font icon and change the worksheet font to white, bold. Let's go to our lines icon, and let's see what lines we have there. We don't have those grid lines. Okay, so those are axis lines and things. Let me see which one will change it. Well, actually, I think since we have the white font, the white lines are fine. We can go ahead and change and close that format lines, well, the format tab. And let's just format the title so that it is white and bold. And on our measure names color palette legend on the right, we're going to right click and edit or do the drop down and edit the title. Can't see it right now because it has this white shading. So I'm going to do Control A and then I can see it. When you select it, you can see it. And I'm going to call it Years of Population. And then Control A, make sure I typed it right, and click OK. And now we're going to save and bring up another new sheet. Let's go ahead and name this sheet tab Map of Countries and Capitals with World Population %. And for this one, notice that the capital field does not have geocoding associated with it. It's a text field. It doesn't have the globe. So we're going to assign a geographic role to capital. And we're going to do that. We can right click on it, hover over geographic role, and we're going to give it the geographic role of city. So now it has a globe and we can include it on our map. So we're going to drag our country field, which is already geocoded, to columns. And we're going to drag capital to rows. And use Show Me to select a symbol map. I'm going to go ahead and close the Show Me pane. And I'm going to drag the world population percentage to color on the marks card. So we get some variations in shading there. And now we're going to turn it into a density map by going to the automatic drop down on the marks card and selecting density at the bottom. On the marks card, I'm going to go to size and just decrease the size a little bit. So I'm going to adjust it just a hair. Let's click on color and change the color to, I'm going to just use the orange palette that's there. And then right underneath that, I'm going to increase the intensity of the color. And you can see how that changes on the map. Now we're going to go to the map menu and add a background map. And I'm going to do dark for the contrast. Let's go back to the map menu and choose background layers. And in the background layers pane on the left, we're going to check coastline. And if you keep an eye on your map and uncheck it and then check it again, you'll see that it kind of outlines the coastlines for all of the countries. And we're also going to check the box in front of water labels. And in order to see the water labels, you really kind of have to zoom in on the map. And then you're seeing North Atlantic Ocean over here, so on and so forth. Seems like when I zoom out too much, I can't see the water labels. So you would want to zoom in to be able to see those. And we can close that background layers panel and go ahead and save. So then you can use your right pointing arrow on your map toolbar and you can select the pan icon. And in that way, you can pan across your map. And so we're seeing the density of the world population percentage by country on this map. And if I hover over a density circle on the map, I can see the capital for the country on the tooltip and the world population percentage as well as the country. Nice looking map, great contrast. Oh, in the lower right-hand corner, you'll see 28 unknown. And when you hover over it, it says there are 28 values that have unknown geographic locations. We're going to click on that and you could edit the locations. So let's do that first. When you click there, right? So it's saying that this is ambiguous data for Lima, and some of the data is unrecognized. We're going to cancel that. Click back on 28 unknown. And we're going to go to filter data. And what that did is it removed anything that was ambiguous or not recognized, and your 28 unknown disappears from there. Before we move into our next lesson about pivoting, I want to show you another way that you can view a visualization. I particularly like to do this with my map visualizations, and that's by going into Presentation View, which you can access from the right side of the toolbar. And when you use Presentation View, your title bar, menu bar, toolbars, shelves, cards, panes all disappear, and the entire visualization is what's filling your screen. And I find this, again, particularly useful for maps, but again, it's available for any type of visualization. And to exit Presentation View, you can just press Escape on your keyboard. Now let's go to the Data Source view, and we'll talk about pivoting. Scroll your data grid to the right, if necessary, until you see the age group breakdowns. And there's actually 5 of them. I'm not counting the total population by age field, just 65 plus through 0 to 4 years. And so we have these 5 separate columns. Each column has the appropriate value for that particular age group. If we pivot these columns, we will get 2 columns instead of 5. The first column would have all of the different age groups in it, and the second column would have their corresponding values in it. And so in order to pivot, you can click and hold on the 65 plus column and then just drag to the right until the other 4 are selected. You can hover over the header for any of the selected columns, and you'll see a drop-down arrow, and you can choose Pivot. So now instead of those 5 columns, you have 2 columns, the first of which is named Pivot Field Names, and again, they have all of the groupings in them. And then the second column is Pivot Field Values, and they have the group's corresponding values. Now, I'm going to right click on the Pivot Field Names header, and I'm going to rename it. I'm going to double click Pivot and type Age Group. And I'm going to do the same thing for the field values, so it's more specific for what it really is. And now we're going to create a new sheet. So on this sheet, we're going to drag continent to rows, and we're going to grab our age group field names, and we're going to place that in columns. And then we're going to grab age group field values, and we want to place that in rows. And then let's go to our Show Me pane, and we're going to choose the highlight table. And so you can see that it has the age group field names, and then their values, and the highlighting. I'm going to collapse show me, so you can see the highlight corresponding to the color legend on the right. We're going to edit the aliases for the age group field names. I just wanted to say 0 to 4, 5 to 14. We don't even need the word years there. So I'm going to start doing that just to make it a little bit more concise. And you can do the other 3 on your own. Go ahead and pause the video. Now that that's done, let's go to color on the marks card. I'm going to edit the colors, and I'm going to pick the orange palette again, just for some consistency in here. And let's go ahead and name this sheet Population per Continent by Age Group. And we'll go ahead and do some more formatting. So I'm going to go to Format, and we'll do shading first and get our typical dark gray worksheet shading on there. And we'll go to the font icon and do our bold white font. And of course, we're going to edit the title, select everything and make that bold and white as well. We can go ahead and hide that age group field label, as well as the continent field label. Let's see what it looks like if we put it in entire view. I'm going to go back to standard. And let's go back to data source view. So here, if we wanted to unpivot these and break them down into 5 columns again, we could go to the drop down on either one and select remove pivot. We're not going to do that. We're going to leave it as is, but if you wanted to undo that, that's how you would do it. And now I'm going to go back to our population per content per age group sheet. And if you notice, in the data pane on the left, it's still showing those groups. They still exist there. They're just not showing in data source view when you have them pivoted. Go ahead and save. So in case you're following along with the lesson plan, I've switched pivoting and stories. So we've done our ranking, our correlation, and our pivoting. And now we're going to build some dashboards, and then we're going to create stories. And then we'll end by validating our data joins. I'm going to show you another trick I sometimes use before I start building my dashboards. Is I switch to view. So right now, and by default, when you go into Tableau, you're seeing the sheet tabs for each of your sheets or dashboards. In the lower right corner, you have a couple of other icons. The one that's selected is the last one there, and that's why you're seeing the sheet tabs. The one to the left of that is show film strip, and the other one is show sheet sorter. Let's go to sheet sorter first. And this works. This is not the view that I normally go to for this, but I'll show you the view that I normally go to for this. And so let's go to film strip view. So it stays on the bottom, and I'm still seeing my visualization that I'm currently on. Now, the reason why I do that is I can quickly look and see, like if I forgot to do any color on a sheet, like we have worksheet colors consistently, but on the impact of growth one, we do not. So I'm going to go there and go ahead and format that with the worksheet shading that we've been using. And I think I went a little bit too dark there. Yeah. And that's the other benefit of it, is you can see if maybe you chose the wrong shade at some point. I'm going to go back to population, and I think I made that a little bit too dark as well. And so I can see them all at a glance and make any adjustments. Now the map is dark because of the background that was on, we chose the dark background of the map. So I'm going to close that shading tab. And if you'd like, you can leave it on film strip or sheet sorter view if you prefer that. I'm going to leave mine on film strip for now. So the buttons for new sheet, new dashboard, and new story are still there to the side. They're just vertical instead of horizontal now when I'm in film strip view. Let's go ahead and create a new dashboard sheet. Adjust your size as usual. And we're going to be doing a few other formatting changes to this sheet before we build the dashboard. So let's go up to the dashboard menu and choose format. And for the dashboard shading, we want it to be shaded a little bit darker gray than our sheet shading. And since we're on format, let's go to the dashboard title font and make it bold and white. Go ahead and close format. Now what we're going to do first is we're going to make a copy of our dashboard sheet. It has the size, it has the background shading, and it has the formatting for the title. We're going to paste it down there. And make sure you're on the original dashboard sheet. Go ahead and check show dashboard title or uncheck it if necessary, whichever one gets it to show. And let's name this sheet country ranking by world population %, dashboard. And then we're going to go up and edit the title. So the title is taking the sheet name. We'd have to type it all over again to get rid of the word dashboard, but you could if you want to. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to just select everything. I don't want it to actually have the word dashboard in the title. We just can't have two sheets of any kind with the same name. So I'm going to just retype country ranking by world population %. Okay. So now we're going to drag on a horizontal container. And we're going to use the country ranking sheet and hide the visualization title. And now we're going to go to our copied dashboard sheet. Let's make a copy of that one and paste it. And make sure you're on the second one. We're going to use another horizontal container here, and we're going to drop our map into it. I'm going to zoom out just a little bit on the map. Let's show our dashboard title, hide the map title, and we're going to name the sheet map of countries with world population % dashboard. And I'll edit it so I spell population correctly. Let me edit the sheet. Let's go ahead and save again. And let's go to our next dashboard in waiting. We're going to make a copy of that one. We just have 2 more dashboards that we're going to do. So let's make a copy of that one and paste it. And go to what would be our 3rd dashboard. Bring in a horizontal container. And on this one, we're going to use the world population % by continent on the left side of the container. And on the right side of the container, we're going to use population per continent per age group and drag that on there. And once we drag that on there, we're going to grab it by its handle and drag it up to the top. When you see that gray shading band, you can let it go. So that's at the top. We can make it a little bit taller since we have the space to do so. And then we're going to click on the age group field values color legend and drag that underneath the age group table. So now we have that table, the age group field values, and then the years of population legend, which corresponds to the world population percent by continent graph. The other thing we need to do is scroll down to the bottom of the graph on the left, and notice it's not wide enough to see 1970. So I'm going to put my mouse between the two sections of the container, and I'm going to drag it to the right just enough so we can see 1970 in all of the panes. And then I scroll back up and look at this graph now, and it has to be scrolled a little bit to the right. Maybe I can select it or select that pane that it's in if I can get there. Yeah, there we go. Maybe I can drag it down a little bit more now, at least to get rid of one of the scroll bars. But we definitely want this leftmost graph to be able to show all of the years of the population data. I must have accidentally made a copy of this sheet at some point, so I'm going to change the title on that population per continent per age group. I'm just going to wipe out what's in there and type it all over again without the 2. And let's name this dashboard World Population Percentage or percent sign by continents with age group breakdown. And then let's show the dashboard title. Now I'm going to hide the title on the left graph, but leave the title for the right one. And let's go to our remaining dashboard sheet and save again. Go ahead and drag your horizontal container object. And we have our last sheet, and that is the impact sheet. We're going to drag in there. And on this sheet, we're going to put in an annotation. And so I'm going to right click on any mark on the sheet and go to annotate. And we want to annotate the area so it's not just tied to a mark. And we are going to type for this annotation based on the r-squared value, comma, there is no impact on growth rate based on changes to density. And we're going to click OK. We're going to select the annotation and resize it so every bit of the text can be seen. We're going to right click on it and go ahead and format and change the shading. No, we don't have to change the shading, sorry. Let's give it a the thickest straight line black border, but then we'll change it to orange because we've been doing that consistently. And let's give it very rounded corners. And I'm going to move the annotation over to like the top left side and then click away from it. Let's go ahead and name this dashboard sheet Impact of Growth Rate on Density Correlation Analysis. And we can hide the sheet title, close format, and show your dashboard title. Let's go back to our world population dashboard. And since we have some space on the right side, we're going to add something else there. So let's do, at the bottom, let's choose floating for this one. And we're going to add a web page object. So I'm going to just drag it into the view. And the URL for this one, we're going to do our https://www. And then it's going to be world O meters. I think it's pronounced worldometers. .info/geography/7-continents. And press OK. And then I'm going to grab that object and move it so it's right underneath the years of population color legend. I'm going to widen it and increase its height just a bit. And since I can scroll down in this chart on the left, I'm going to increase its height to the remaining height. I'm going to close that. This website uses cookies. And it didn't close. It's just say got it. Okay. So you can see here, right? If we go and we look at, we have 6 continents in our data set. There are actually 7. And so the continent of Australia is now known as Oceania. So we have that one. We have our North and South Americas. We have Europe. We have Africa, Asia, and Oceania. What we don't have, and there's a list here, we don't have any data for Antarctica. You notice the population is set to 0 for that. So, but this is a handy reference if someone wants to see the continents, knowing that we don't have any data for Antarctica. Okay, let's go ahead and save again. So our next lesson, I switched them up a little bit, is going to be about stories. They are exactly what it sounds like. You can create a story with different story points out of your sheets and or dashboards. And so we're going to use the third icon over there, which is new story. And notice with a story, you can use sheets or dashboards on them. We're going to use our dashboards. And so what we're going to do is adjust the size of your story. And that's on the bottom on the left, a little bit different than our dashboards. And let's go up to the story menu and choose format. And we want to give it the same shading as we've been given our dashboards. And we want to change our navigator font to white, bold. And then we can go ahead and close format. If we go to the layout tab over there, our navigator style, we're going to use caption boxes. So not only will they be telling that part of the story, but you can use them to navigate to other story points. And let's go back to the story tab. Let's go ahead and grab the country ranking dashboard and drag it onto the view. And then we're going to go up and double click add a caption so that we can type in that box. And it's going to be, if you are someone who needs to analyze all the different rank functions, or actually rank function differences. Let's get rid of the first word different. I just realized that doesn't make sense. So if you are someone who needs to analyze all the rank function differences in Tableau, comma, this text table is perfect for you. And I'll just do an exclamation point there. And then I can resize that caption. My goal is so they won't have to be scrolled down at all. A little bit wider. And I can see all of the text. And so this is the beginning of our story. Let's edit that at the end of the caption. Oh, no, we don't have to do that. It's fine. And now what we want to do is we want to add to our story. So on the left side at the top of the story tab, we're going to click on under new story point, blank. So now we have another blank caption and we get to drag another sheet here. And this one, we're going to use our map dashboard, and its caption is going to be, this density map is showing the population percent of each country. If you hover over the marks on the map, you'll discover the capital city of each country as well. Another exclamation point. We're going to go to another blank story point. And for this one, we're going to do the world population percent by continents with age group breakdown dashboard. And so we just got to put our caption in here. This graph shows the population percent of each continent, and you are also able to see the age group breakdown in the highlight table. We only have 6 continents in our data set. And so we're not going to use the correlation visualization in our story because there is no correlation between growth rate and density. So this is going to be our story. And so let's go down and name the story sheet Our World Population Analysis. And it didn't take my font formatting change. So I'm going to just go and manually make that white and bold. There we go. And so how does this work? We can use these points, and you see they have a right arrow on the rightmost point and a left arrow on the left of the leftmost point. We can click on each caption, right? And navigate our story that way. We can also use those arrows. And I've just increased the width of my story point captions so that there is no scroll bar in any of them. Go ahead and save this file, and we are actually ready to close it. We're going to use a new Tableau workbook to learn about validating data joins. So you can just go to File, Close there. And I've been getting rid of these tiles just so I don't have the clutter on my home screen. We use the 2 Excel files for our world population data. Now we're going to use the 2 CSV files so you can learn how to validate data joins. So I'm going to just go to text file, and I'm going to grab world population first. And notice CSVs, you know, it has the population by age group there as well. The first thing we're going to do is we're going to hover over world population CSV on the left, and we're going to hit the view data icon to its right. And so what's cool about this is you can see that this data set has 234 rows. Close it. Let's do the same with the population by age group CSV. And this one has 235 rows. So we have some sort of row mismatch. So another thing that you can do, that's just like looking at the data and just saying, okay, that's how many rows are in each of those CSVs. Let's go to sheet 1 and let's just name this sheet row count test. We're going to create a calculated field that can be used to determine the number of rows. And we're just going to name this calculated field the number 1. And all we're going to put in it is the number 1 and click OK. And we're going to drag that number 1 calculated field to text on the marks card. So since I'm on the world population data, it's showing me the 234 rows. Let's go back to data source view. Now let's double click that world population CSV tile. So that takes us to, oops, I'm already in the physical layer. That's where I was trying to get you to, sorry. I'm going to double click it to get to the physical layer. And we're going to drag the population by age group file into the view. And so it creates our default inner join. And we can go back to row count test now and see that it says 222. So what this is saying is that the population by age group is actually missing some records. Let's go back to data source. We're going to change the join type. So just click on the join icon. So it did the default inner join. We're going to choose a left join. So that would include all values in the world population file and only the matching values in the population by age group file. So when we change it to a left join and then we go back to row count test, you can see it's at 234. Let's go back to data source again, and we're going to close that physical layer. Now we're going to try to find the missing values. So let's bring up a new sheet, and we'll just name it Find Missing Values. And what we're going to do here is drag the country field from world population CSV to rows, and then drag the country field from population by age group to rows. And if you look through the population by age group data, you'll see several nulls, right? So no value, no country for Faroe Islands in the population age group file, none for Ivory Coast, so on and so forth. So in a case like this, you would want to drag the country from population by age group to filters, and you would want to, I'm going to select none, then check null and exclude, and then click OK. So in the earlier part of this module, when we were using the Excel files, they worked and everything matched up because I thoroughly cleaned those files. So for example, we saw that in this country file for population by age group, it didn't have Faroe Islands. It did, but it was spelled differently than the original. And there were several instances of that. And so I had cleaned all of that so that we would be able to use the Excel files. But if I hadn't cleaned it, this is the kind of thing you would have to go through if you're trying to validate your data joins. We're not going to save this file. We can just close it. Unless you personally want to keep it, you can save your workbook as maybe validating data joins. but I'm going to go ahead and close it and not save the changes. So by way of review or recap, we use the world population data in this module. And we started by creating a visualization where we used all of the rank functions, all variations of the rank function in ascending and descending order in the same table for comparison purposes. We moved on to correlation, and then we skipped stories, and we learned how to do pivoting different columns of data. And after we did that, we spent some time creating our dashboards, and then we added some of our dashboards as story points. And we ended by using the CSV files so that we could learn how to go about validating data joins. In Module 6, we'll work with the USA Colleges data set. In the first lesson, you'll learn about the starts with function, and then we'll learn how to use calculated values as filters. You'll learn about layers and how to format them, as well as values and headers, aliases. Our college data set is in an Excel file, so let's go ahead and grab that and bring it in as our data source. And you'll notice that we have our connection, our Excel file, and then we have 4 different worksheets in that file. The one that we're interested in is data, so I'm going to go ahead and drag that onto the layer. And we can look through our data and see what we have here. We have ID numbers for each college or university, the name, the year of the data, the zip code, highest degree offered, really good data in here. We have county names, longitude and latitude, all geographic roles, those 3, so a zip code. And we have other columns that show what the particular institution offers by way of degrees, right? So we have several of those columns, offers less than 1 year, so on and so forth. And as we go across, after all of those degree ones, we have the applicant total, admissions, enrolled total. We have percent of freshmen submitting ACT scores. You have SAT data in there and more ACT data. You have your estimated enrollment totals, estimated undergraduate. So there's a healthy set of data in here. We have tuition and fees in here for certain school years. State abbreviations, more geographic roles, which is cool. We have the geographic regions in there, and the region name is followed by the states in that region. We have the sector of the institution, the level, the control of the institution, whether it's a historically Black college or university, an HBCU, tribal college, the degree of urbanization for where the institution is located. And then there's this Carnegie classification field, healthy set of data that we're going to be working with. So our first lesson in here is using the starts with function. Let's go ahead and bring up a sheet. The first thing we're going to do is I am going to click on the name field in the data pane, and I'm going to hold down Control and also select the state abbreviation field. And then I'm going to just drag them to rows. And then we're going to flip-flop them. So I want state abbreviation in front of name. And notice the state abbreviation field simply has the state names in them. So I want to rename that field. I'm going to right click on it in the data pane and choose rename. And I'm going to just get rid of the word abbreviation because it's not accurate. And then we're going to go down to our measures and we're going to grab enrolled total and drag that to text on the marks card. So what we're going to create here using starts with, we want to see a list of all the HBCUs, the historically Black colleges and universities that are in the cities. And we're going to do that by using an if, and, then, else, and if structure with a nested starts with function in a calculated field. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to scroll up in my data pane and I'm going to right click on historically Black college or university, hover over create and choose calculated field. So the benefit of starting a calculated field this way is that it has the field that you referenced when you started the calculated field already in there. We're going to name this calculated field HBCUs in cities. And then we're going to click in front of that historically Black college or university field name, and we're going to grab our if function. And then you can use the end key on your keyboard, end, to get to the end of that line. You're going to type an equal sign and then double quotes the word yes. In that field, historically Black college or university, it's noted either yes or no. So we want the ones that are HBCUs. So they would equal yes. So that's what we have so far. If that field equals yes, now we're going to give it another criteria by grabbing the and function. And then we're going to grab our starts with function. Now, what I'm going to have you do is I'm going to have you click after and press enter. So we won't have to scroll across to see our function. And then you want to be in between the two parentheses after starts with. So notice it shows me the syntax right here where we're creating the calculation. I could also look over to the right if that's expanded. So it's showing you that it has the first argument is a string separated by a comma from the second argument, which is a substring. So we're going to give it the string argument, which is a field. Start typing degree, and we want to grab that degree of urbanization field. And so at this point, you're in between the field's closing bracket and the closing parenthesis, and that's where you need to be to type your comma, and then you're going to give it your substring argument. And that is going to be in double quotes the word city with a colon. So we're saying, so in that degree of urbanization field, they have city, colon, large, city, colon, mid-size, and I believe city, colon, small. So we want all of the variations of cities. Now we're going to click outside of that closing parenthesis and press enter. We're going to grab the then function and then the name field. And then we're going to type else, and we want a pair of double quotes and then the end function. So let me review this. If historically Black college or university is yes, and starts and degree of urbanization starts with city, colon, then we wanted to display the name of the school. If those two criteria are not true, it's going to do what's after the else statement, which is leave it blank. Don't give me a name. And then we have to always have the end at the end of an if construct. So go ahead and click OK. So now delete the name pill from the rows shelf and drag your HBCUs and cities calculated field to the rows shelf next to state. So you'll see now it's only displaying HBCUs. The other names are blank because we said if it's not an HBCU that is in a city, right, leave it blank. So it's showing the list of HBCUs only in the cities. And now we can filter out the blanks. We can drag that calculated field to the filter shelf. And I'm going to select none and then click the first box where the blank is and exclude it. And then click OK. So we got everything that is an HBCU in this text table. Let's go ahead and hide the field labels for the rows. And we're going to name this sheet HBCUs in cities. And this is a good time. Let's go ahead and save our file. And I'm going to call it USA Colleges. And then let's go ahead and make a copy of this particular sheet. I'm going to drag my copy so it's to the right side of the original. Now we want to see all institutions that are in large cities. So the first thing we're going to do is name this copied sheet All Institutions in Large Cities. We're going to delete HBCUs and cities from rows and from filters. And we're going to delete the sum of the enrolled total from the marks card. Now, we're not going to filter it by it, but I want you to see the members of that degree of urbanization field. And first of all, let's do this. Let's right click on it and rename it and get rid of the urban central locale at the end of it. And let's drag that field to the filter shelf. So you can see that they have city, rural, suburb, and town. Cities and suburbs have the designations of large, mid-size, and small, and rural and town have the designations of distant, fringe, and remote. We're going to cancel that filter. We want all cities regardless. Well, we don't want all cities, sorry. We only want institutions in large cities for this visualization. So we're going to right click on degree of urbanization, hover over create and choose calculated field. And we're going to name it in large cities ? We're going to use the if then end construct for this. So click in front of the field name and grab your if function. And then what we're going to do is click at the end of degree of urbanization, type an equal sign, and then in double quotes, city, large, and there's a space between the colon and large. And we'll press enter, grab our then function, the name field, and grab our end function. So if it is in a large city, it will show the name of the institution. Go ahead and click OK. So in effect, the calculated field that we created is going to be functioning as a filter. We built the filter into the calculation. So now we can drag our in large cities field to rows. Actually drag it to filters first. Because we didn't put an else statement saying leave it blank. When we use it, it's going to have null values instead of blank values. So let's go ahead and exclude null. And then we're going to drag that to rows. So we're only seeing the names of the institutions that are in large cities. Now, what we want to use this time as a measure, not actually a measure, what we want to use this time on the text in the marks card is control of institution. So we can see whether it's public or private, so on and so forth. So I've gone ahead and I've widened my column so I can see all of the text in each column, and you should do the same. And then I'm going to go back to our first sheet, the HBCU sheet, and do the same thing on that one. And I'm going to just go back to the all institutions in large cities sheet. And let's make a copy of that sheet. You're going to see several variations on similar things here. I'm going to go ahead and paste the copy. And I want to make sure I'm on the copied one and it's in the last position. We're going to name the copied sheet all institutions in cities, just taking out the word large and the number 2 at the end of it. Don't need that there. And we're going to remove the in large cities calculated field from rows and from filters. And we're going to create another calculated field using the degree of urbanization. So I'm going to right click on that. And this one we are going to call institutions in cities. We're going to click in front of degree of urbanization. And we're going to use an if construct, and we're going to use starts with again here, and degree of urbanization needs to be moved inside the parentheses after starts with. After degree of urbanization, you're going to type a comma, and then in quotes just city colon. Close your quotes, come outside of the parentheses, press enter, and then we're going to grab the name field and end, and click OK. Let's drag that field to filters and filter out the nulls. And then we're going to drag that calculated field to rows. So these are all institutions in all city types, you could say. Let's go ahead and save. So different variations. We've used starts with twice. We've used the if then else, if then and else end if structure as well. So we're going to do another variation. Let's go ahead and copy our all institutions in city sheet. And this one, we're going to rename all institutions and then slash HBCUs noted. So a different variation. And as the sheet name suggests, we're going to get a listing of all institutions, including HBCUs, but the HBCUs will be noted as HBCUs. So what we're going to do here is go ahead and get rid of our institutions in cities calculated field from rows. And we are going to take out control of institution from the marks card, get rid of the filter as well. And let's put our total enrolled measure back on text in the marks card. And then we're going to right click on our historically Black college or university field, create calculated field. So now we're going to drag that calculation to rows. And you can see what it does in the text table is it notes the HBCUs. And I think the other thing we need to do is we need to drag name in between state and all HBCUs, and we'll add all members if prompted. So this time we had to actually add the name field to rows because we didn't use it in the calculated field to tell it whether it meets criteria to show the name of the institution. So now we just have all institutions and the HBCUs are noted. Go ahead and save your file. And because so far we've only used text tables, let's bring up a new sheet and we'll create another visualization on this sheet using a different type of viz. So on this new sheet, we're going to grab the geographic region and drag it to rows. Having the regions and then the states included in the region field can be a little bit confusing and really kind of unnecessary in some ways. Now, there may be cases when you'd want that to happen, but we don't want that to happen. So what we are going to do is we are going to right click on geographic region in the data pane, and we're going to click on aliases. That field, geographic region, has members, which you'll see on the left, and each member has a value alias on the right. And so you can leave the members the way they are and just change their aliases. And that's what we're going to do now. So I'm going to click on the right. I'm going to click on Far West. And then I'm going to click in there again and just delete all of those states after Far West. And we're going to do the same. So we'll do Great Lakes together, Mideast, New England. And you can pause the video. The last one, we don't have to change, U.S. Service Schools. But you can do the next 4, modify the aliases on your own, and then resume the video. And so when you're done, your screen should look like mine. And so this is different than renaming the field, right? This is renaming the members of that dimension. We're going to click OK. So now you see, since we already put it into our viz, it updates. So now we're going to go back to data source view. And in the upper right corner, we're going to go to our filters add link. And we're going to add a filter. And it's going to be for that geographic region. And we're going to exclude U.S. Service Schools. And OK our way out of there. I'm doing it at the data source level, so we don't have to do it. If we use that field on multiple sheets, we don't have to do that at the sheet level. We're going to go back to our new sheet, and you see that the service schools are not in the list. So our goal is to see how many schools are in each geographic region, how many institutions are in each region. So what we're going to do is we're going to drag the name field to text. We're going to right click on it on the marks card. Instead of it being a dimension, we're going to make it a measure, and we're going to use the count function there. So now we have the count of all of the institutions in any geographic region. And we're going to go over and expand our Show Me pane. And let's make this a pie chart. And let's do entire view here. You can collapse Show Me. And so you're getting your color legend for your geographic regions. And I want to change those colors. So I'm going to go to the drop down and edit colors. And I am going to select the Lightning Sunrise palette. Now, so far, we've been clicking on each data item and assigning the color. Down here at the bottom, I'm going to assign the palette, but notice the palette doesn't have as many colors as there are items. So I'm going to click Assign Palette, and it lets me know that the color assignment has more items than the color palette. Do you want to continue? I'm going to say yes. And so it will repeat some of the colors, and I'm kind of fine with that. So I'm going to click OK. And then if we hover over every region, we'll see the count of the name, the count of names. Let's click on Tooltip in the marks card. And we're going to change count of name to the actual title there before the colon. I'm going to use the £, number of institutions is what I want it to say. And I'm going to select the geographic region title and field. And I'm going to make that like 11 points. And I'm going to make it orange and bold. And click OK. And then on second thought, I'm looking at this, and because I assigned the palette and it's repeating colors, this could be kind of confusing. So I'll let go of one of my favorite palettes. I'm going to go back to edit colors, and I am going to choose a palette like Tableau Classic 20, or even 10 would do. I'll go with 20. And then I'll have it assign those colors, and I'll just make myself happy with that. So now when we hover, we see the region in orange large, and then the number of institutions instead of count of name there. And then we're going to name this sheet number of institutions per, we'll just call it region, per region. We're not going to rename that count of name card on the right. We probably won't use it on a dashboard. But what we're going to do, I'm going to hold down Control, and I'm going to grab either of those count of name fields and drag it to label on the marks card so we can actually see the count on the screen, as well as now you see it's not on the tooltip, right? We take it out of label. So if I click it on the marks card and delete the label one, and I hover, it already impacted the tooltip. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put it back on label. I'm going to go to tooltip, and it still has the heading there, number of institutions. I'm going to go to the insert drop down and choose count of name and click OK. And now you'll see it's back in the tooltip. So yeah, if you want to put something in text or label so it displays, then you're going to have to go back and modify your tooltip. That's the moral to that story. Go ahead and save your file. Let's go ahead and bring up a new sheet. And on this sheet, we are going to create a map. We're going to add multiple layers to it, including a data layer. So let's go ahead and name this sheet Map of Institutions. We are going to drag the state field to rows, and we're going to drag the zip code field to columns. we're going to drag total enrollment, the total enrollment measure, enrolled total rather. The enrolled total measure is also going to go to rows. And then we're going to go to show me, and we're going to select the symbol map because we have geographic roles that we use, state and zip code. Of course, we can make it into a map. And I'm going to collapse show me. Now what I want to do is I want to use my map tools to go to my pan tool so that I can pan the map, make it a little bit more centered right now. Now the first thing I want to deal with on this map is in the lower right, it's telling you that there's 938 unknown. So we're going to click on that. And first we'll click on edit locations, and you see that it's bringing up a bunch of unrecognized data. So we're going to cancel that. We're going to click on 938 unknown again, and we're going to filter the data to get rid of the unrecognizable entries. And so that tag disappears from the lower right of your map. So when we change it into a symbol map, you'll notice in the marks card, it puts state and zip code in detail on the marks card. Well, we want more fields in detail on the marks card. So we're going to select them all and drag them there. So I'm going to use my control key. I'm going to select level of institution, name. Let me see, scroll up. Let me find these fields. So then we're going to go down to measures, and we're going to control click full-time enrollment. And we're also going to control click part-time enrollment. And then we can just drag those to detail. And so we have a lot on the detail, which means when we hover over a mark on the map, it will show you all the things that are in detail. And so we want to arrange the way that they're showing in detail. And we're going to just do that by dragging and dropping. So I want the name to be first, and you'll notice the little orange arrow giving you a guide as to when to drop it. So we have name, state, zip code, level of institution. I think that's good. Let me hover over a mark and see. Yeah. That works the way it is right there. It's still showing. So I can fix that in the tooltip. Let's go to tooltip, because even though level of institution is showing like fourth in detail, it's still showing top at the tooltip. So this is where it gets fun. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to select level of institution and do Control X to cut it. I'm going to delete that blank line, click after zip code and press enter, and then Control V to paste in level of institution. And then let's select the name, heading, and the field. And we're going to make that 11 point bold, and I'm going to make it orange and click OK. So now when I hover, the name is prominent in the tooltip. Let's go ahead and add the geographic region to the filters shelf. And we're going to use all and click OK. And we're going to show that filter. Let's make it a multiple value drop down. Let's go to color on the marks card, and I'm going to pick the orange color. And you can make whatever color choices you'd like to make, obviously. Going to just zoom in a little bit on my map. And then we're going to go to the map menu, choose background maps. I think I'm going to use a satellite background this time. You can use whatever background you feel is best suited for you. And then we're going to go back to map and choose background layers. For here, we want the country, region, borders, and names. We also want the state and province borders and names. as well as water labels. So we've seen this earlier in the course a little bit, but what we're going to do now is we're going to add a data layer. If you notice toward the bottom, it says no data layer, and we're going to do the drop down arrow next to that. So these are the data layers that come with Tableau. You have U.S. household layers, U.S. housing, occupations, population, and population by race layers that you can use. We're going to use under U.S. population, we're going to select the population layer. And notice now I have an overlay layer on my map, and I have a color grid on the right showing the population values as of 2018, right? So that layer hovers over the map. The layer information is not showing in the tooltip for any mark. It's just a layer of a particular color on the map. And you can format the legend and edit the title. You're unable to change the colors that it assigns to that layers from that drop down. But if you look at the background layers at the bottom, so it says layer population, detailed state, and then it shows you the palette that it's using, the blue-green sequential palette. You can try some other palettes if you'd like to see what they look like on the map. And I'm going with the area red palette on the map, and it updated its color legend on the right side. We can close the background layers pane and go ahead and save your file. So our last lesson in here before we create our dashboards is values and headers aliases. So we already used values aliases during this module when we assigned the aliases to geographic region. So let's start by right-clicking on geographic region and going to aliases. So this is where we changed the alias so it didn't include the state names for each member. And here, if you wanted to revert back to what it was, you can always clear the aliases. We're not going to do that. We're going to click OK. So that's how to change the alias of a value, which is a member of a field. Now you're going to learn how to change a header alias. And so we're going to go to a new sheet and build another visualization. The first thing we want to do is drag the state field to filters. And then we're going to use all and OK our way out of there. We want to show that filter, and let's make it a single value drop down. And then let's just filter for Alabama. So as we build our viz here, we'll see the information for that particular state. We're going to grab the state field and drag it to rows, and also grab the name field and put that in rows. If prompted, you're going to add all members. Now we're going to drag the enrolled total measure to the marks card, not on any particular detail or tooltip, but just at the bottom of the marks card, you're going to drop it there. And the reason why we're dropping it there is so that we can use it to create a table calculation. And that's the calculation that we're going to be changing the header alias on. So what we're going to do is we're going to do the drop down arrow next to sum enrolled, and we're going to add a table calculation. And so we're going to leave it on difference from, and we're going to leave it on, we're going to change it compute using to specific dimension and uncheck name. Actually, check name and uncheck state. What this is going to do is it's going to show the difference, say from Alabama A&M to Alabama State in their total enrollment values. and then from Alabama State to Amridge University, so on and so forth. So we're going to leave it on relative to the previous one, and it's sorted by specific dimensions. We're going to close that table calculation box. You notice table calculations have that triangular symbol to the right of them. So now we're going to drag our table calculation from the marks card to the column shelf. And the first thing we're going to address in the lower right, we've seen this on maps before, we have one null value. So we're going to click on it and filter the data to get rid of that. So we're seeing here, if we look at the top bar here, right? Well, the second bar, the difference in enrolled total from the previous, and it's showing the value. And each one is going down, showing the difference from the previous one based on name. We did that just so I can show you how to edit the alias. So if I go up to columns and I right click on the sum of enrolled total table calculation, I don't see anything that says aliases on this list. The only way we can do this is hold down Control, and we're going to click and hold on in sum of enrolled total table calc in columns and drag it and drop it into our data pane field list. So it will pop it in there, and it will give it the name calculation 1 or calculation 2. In my case, it's calculation 2. I had an old calculation in there before, which I'm going to get rid of now. So when I right click on my calculation 2, I still don't have aliases. However, I can rename it at this point. So I'm going to click rename, and I'm going to just call it difference from previous. And it updates on my column shelf. And it also updates now, you'll see in the axis at the bottom, it's reflecting that name. So here, if I wanted it to say something different on the axis, I could right click the axis, go to edit axis, and in the edit axis dialog, I could change the title manually down here, which is not changing the name of the table calculation. I'm not going to change the title. I'm just going to close that so I could show you that. And we're going to actually change this whole visualization, and we'll end up using it on a dashboard. So to change this, let's delete the table calculation from columns. And we're going to also delete the sum of enrolled total from the filter shelf. And we're going to go down and grab our enrolled total measure and just drag that to columns. We'll get rid of the 6 nulls by filtering the data, and that's why it puts that filter over there. This is actually the visualization that we want to work with here. We want to add a couple of things to it. Now, if it's not showing horizontal bars, go ahead and use your show me to grab the horizontal bars. And we want to put a couple of fields in detail. And so the fields that we want are, let's see if I can find them in the list. Okay, so I'm going to click on highest degree offered and hold down my control key and click on sector of institution, and then just drag those to detail on the marks card. And then let's hover over a mark so we can see the tooltip, and we want to edit it a bit. So let's click on tooltip, and we want the name to be up top. So I select it and cut it using Control X, click before highest degree, enter, up arrow, and Control V to paste. I'm going to reselect name, and I'm going to make it 11 point bold and orange, or whatever color you want. I want state to be next, so I'm going to cut that and I'm going to click before highest degree offered, enter, up arrow, and paste. And then I'm going to get rid of the blanks. So we have name, state, highest degree, sector, and enrolled total, and click OK. So now when I hover over the tool tip, I can see that order and that formatting. We're going to switch it from standard to entire view. I'm going to go to color and change it to orange. And now you can do your filter drop down, look at other states. We made it single values drop down, so we can go and look at different states at a time. And now we're going to name this sheet Institutions by State with Enrollment Values, and save your workbook. Now, I'm going to just switch to film strip, and I'm going to go back to our very first sheet, HBCUs and cities, and we're going to do our regular formatting things to get these sheets ready for a dashboard, for our dashboards that we're going to create. And so I'm going to just go to the format menu and go to shading. Going to shade the worksheet so it's that darker gray color that we've been using. Actually, I'm going to go a little bit lighter. So I'm doing the last one in the second column there. And then the other thing I want to do is get rid of the row banding. So under row banding, I'm going to choose none for the pane, and I'm going to choose none for the header. And then up top, I'm going to go to the font icon, and I'm going to make my worksheet font bold and white. And I'm also going to do the same for the title font, just make it bold and white. And then I'm going to go to my next sheet and I'm going to do the same. So since I'm already on the font, I might as well do the worksheet here. And the title. And then I'm going to go to our paint bucket shading, and I'm going to do that gray shading for the worksheet and get rid of the row banding for both the pane and the header. And so I think the only sheet we're not going to do that on is the map sheet. Go ahead and pause the video, spend a few minutes, and use the same formatting that you're using on all of your sheets for consistency, with the exception of the map. And so now that we have that done, let's just take a look at the map sheet. And actually on the map sheet, I can do the workbook shading as well, and then just change the color of the title to our bold white color. So now we have our consistency, and we can close the format pane and save our file and go ahead and bring up a new dashboard sheet. So let's go ahead and size our dashboard. And we're going to go to the dashboard menu and choose format. And let's give the dashboard a darker gray shading. So I'm going to use the last one in the first column, the last gray one in the first column, I should say, slightly darker than our sheet shading. And I'm also going to change the title font to bold white. And then I can close that. Now what I'm going to do, because we're going to be creating, I believe, 3 dashboards. So let's copy that dashboard sheet and paste it twice, so we don't have to do our sizing or formatting again. And then go to the very first one. Let's go to the bottom and show our dashboard title. And I thought I put that in one. Well, I'll deal with that later. And then let's drag a tiled horizontal container into the view. And let's put HBCUs in cities in the container. And then we'll put all institutions HBCUs noted to the right side of it. And then we're going to double click the handle on either one to get our container handle to show. Go to the container drop down and distribute contents evenly. I'm going to change that. Go back to the container drop down and uncheck distribute contents evenly because I didn't like that sizing, right? And what we're going to do is on the right side, we're going to put our mouse on that dashed line, see if we can drag it to the right a little bit. And then we can put our mouse on, if it'll allow us. No, it won't let us do that. Let me go over to the other one, drag between the two of them. Trying to make this a little bit wider so we don't have all that blank space in between the two of them when we distribute them evenly. We're going to leave both of these titles on both of these sheets. And we're going to go up to, well, actually, let's cancel. And let's go to name the dashboard sheet, HBCU institution information, something like that. Yeah, my title didn't take the formatting. So I'm going to just go up to the title and select the sheet name placeholder and just change it to bold and white in there. And okay. And actually, I'm going to go back into the title and I'm going to center the title. And then okay again. Go ahead and save your file again and go to your next blank dashboard sheet. We're going to go ahead and drag a horizontal container into this one as well. And for this one, we're going to add all institutions in large cities and then all institutions in cities. Now, let's see what happens with this one if we go to the container drop down and say distribute contents evenly. And I'm going to uncheck it again. I don't like the way that gray space is. So then on the right side, I'll drag to the right a little bit. And then I'll click in the middle, drag to the left a little bit. And it's still going to have that blank space kind of over on the right. So I'm going to collapse that. We have this other panel over here, and that's fine. I actually not going to be able to be as successful with this one. There is going to be some space, so I'll get over myself. I mean, perhaps I could put some floating text boxes over there giving information, but for right now, I'm going to stop fiddling with it and save my file. And let's go to our next blank dashboard sheet. And for this dashboard, we're going to do, let's see, let's drag the map. Well, actually, let me put it in a horizontal container. Drag that on there first. And then let's drag the map of institutions into the container. And to the right of it, let's drag in the number of institutions by region. So now I had to drag this right pane over so I could see all of the cards and that visualization. And I'm going to make sure number of institutions per region is selected. I'm going to do its drop down arrow and I want to make it floating. So I'm going to just move it over a little bit. Then I want to make all of these, well, the enrolled total, let's remove that from the dashboard. We'll leave the population total on there and we have the geographic region filter. let's get rid of the count of name card. And then make all of those cards floating for now. And we'll move them around as necessary. So I'm just making them floating and dragging them onto the map for right now. And then what I'm going to do is expand the width of the container by dragging its right edge all the way over to the right. And I'm going to grab that number of institutions per region, pop it in there right next to the map, and widen it. And then I am going to drag its color legend right underneath it. And then I'm going to grab the geographic region filter and drag it underneath the color legend. And I'll drag the 2018 population thing to the right of the geographic filter. So the legend is for this institutions per region chart. I'm just scrolling over to see how much space I have left over there. And what I may do, let's see how this looks first. Size the chart down and put the legend right next to it. That would make a little bit more sense. Now it's kind of out of the container, but I can continue to drag that over. And then I can move both of these up just a little bit. I'm going to leave some space in between them and the chart. And then for geographic region filter, I want to edit its title. And before geographic region, I'm going to put filter the map for geographic region. And then I have to make that wider, of course, to show the whole title. So that way we're tying that filter to the map. So on the map, if I do the drop down and deselect all, the map disappears. But then when I select the Mid-East, you can see that just that region is showing. I mean, you have the rest of the map showing with its population data layer on it. However, it's just highlighting the symbols on the map for Mid-East. And we're going to change it back to all and collapse that filter. And I'm going to just take a look at this in presentation view. So I see that even though it looks like it on the viz, it's not cutting anything off because of the container. And then I'm going to escape to get out of presentation view. Now I forgot to have us name the previous dashboard. So let's go back and name that sheet Institutions in Cities. And then for the map dashboard, we're going to do map of institutions. We'll just call it map of institutions. That's fine. Oh, well, we can't do that because that name already exists. So I'm going to call it institution map and just going to name it institution map. And so up here, we're going to hide the title for the map. And we're going to show the dashboard title. And again, you might have to uncheck it to show it. And then, of course, I'm going to do my formatting, which is white, bold, and centered. And I probably want to do that. I just noticed a typo in my institutions on this previous dashboard. And then I want to show this dashboard title, format it. And you know what? Actually, on this one, I'm not going to show the dashboard title because I want each chart title to be there and named individually. This space is driving me nuts here. I'm just playing around with the spacing on here again. Let me see what happens now that I expanded the container if I distribute evenly. Yeah, it's still going to have that blank space. Okay, I'm done fiddling with it. Go ahead and save your file, and we can go ahead and close it at this point. And I'm, of course, going to get rid of that tile. So in this module, we began with creating a calculated field using the starts with function. And then we moved on to lesson 2, and we created several other calculated values as filters, one of which included a starts with function again. In lesson 3, we created our map. You learned how to add the layers and then format that data layer to the color scheme that you like. And throughout, we worked with the header aliases, the values aliases when we changed the geographic region field. And then at the end, we created a table calculation so you could learn how to kind of do an alias for headers, table calculation headers, but actually what you do is you're renaming the field. And then we moved on to creating 3 dashboards in the file. I'd like to thank everyone for viewing this course. Hopefully you've learned some good tips and techniques to use in Tableau. So by way of review, I'm going to just go over what we've covered module by module in here. The 5th module, we worked with the world population data set. And that's when you learned all the different rank functions and their variations in Tableau. And we were able to view all of them in the same text table. We moved on to talking about pivoting. We moved on to talk about correlation. And then we moved on to pivoting, validating data joins, and we created some dashboards, and then we learned how to create a story. We studied USA college data in Module 6. That's where you learned how to use the starts with function, which comes in really handy. And you learned how to use calculated values as filters. We learned how to format map layers during that module, as well as how to change values and headers aliases. Hi everyone, my name is Trish Connor-Cato. This course is for any user who has prior Tableau experience. With so many competing technologies, Tableau has emerged as a powerful favorite in the world of business intelligence solutions. This course will take your Tableau skills to the next level by teaching you best practices along with the most sought-after dashboard designs. You're about to embark upon an intense but amusing journey that will provide you with an arsenal of innovative techniques. Your new tool set will help you reuse your current Tableau worksheets and to create new ones for the purpose of including those worksheets on dashboards that you will be proud to share. Users will enjoy interacting with your dashboards for the purpose of getting deep analytical information from them, and they will be impressed with their flexibility. Most important, the class will overview various business scenarios that translate into different types of dashboards, and you will leave with that understanding. By the end of the course, you should be able to create effective dashboards on your own, and you will also walk away with class files that help you get a head start. In each module, we'll work with a specific data set and build visualizations to be used on our dashboards. In the 7th module, we'll be using the FIFA 19-player rank dataset. We'll learn how to create parameter-based calculations before covering graphs and tooltips. We'll learn about folders and work with floating items on our dashboard. Module 8 will see us using a 120-year Olympics dataset. We'll learn about top X items and rank graph before sorting through parameters and showing and hiding filters on a dashboard. In Module 7, we'll be analyzing the FIFA 19 player rank dataset by creating parameter-based calculations, graphs and tooltips, folders, and floating items in dashboards. So we're going to start this module in our folder where you've placed the files for the video description, and I'm in the FIFA 19 player rankings folder. And so the file that we're going to use that has our data is that comma-separated Excel file named KL. The rest of these files are image files, and we need to copy them into our Tableau repository, My Shapes folder. So I'm going to just select all of the files and uncheck the KL file, and then I'm going to move them over to My Shapes. And I copied them because I want to keep all the files that we're using for every module in their original folders. So once we do that, we can switch back to Tableau. And now let's go ahead and go to text file, navigate to your FIFA folder, and grab the KL file to get the data in Tableau. So we're going to do a little bit of cleaning of this data right here on the data grid. The first column doesn't even have a name. It's just called F1. And that is like a row count column. So we're going to hide that column. We don't need to use it for anything. And the second thing is we want to find the column called joined, and we want to add a filter to that joined column to get rid of some nulls that it has in it. We're also going to filter another column called preferred foot for the same reason. So I'm going to go up to filters and add, and I'm going to add joined first. And it's going to be a year filter. And then I'm going to exclude the null values. And then I'm going to add the preferred foot filter. And do the same, exclude the null values. And now we're good to go. And we could go to our first sheet. So we've used parameters and their calculations earlier in this course, but we're going to be creating a parameter-based calculations now to start this module. So the first thing we're going to do is, so we don't have to do them individually, we're going to do some formatting on this sheet, and then we'll be able to copy it for the most part, you know, kind of like we've been doing with dashboards, to have kind of a blank template of sorts with the formatting on it. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to Format, and we'll start with Shading. And for the worksheet, we're going to do the last gray one in the second column. And this one, so that's the shading we want there. Then we're going to go up to the font icon. And for the font on the worksheet, we're going to change it to 10 point. I'm going to make it orange and bold, but you can choose whatever color you want or leave it black. And for the title, I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to make it bold and orange. And then we can close Format. Now what we want to do is we want to copy this sheet so we have that blank template waiting for us, and go back to the original sheet 1, and we'll get started with this visualization. So the first thing we're going to do, and in this data type, it has a lot of things. There's a lot of abbreviated football stats. I'm not a soccer person, so I may say something wrong at some point, but I think we'll be okay. It also has body type, the club logo. If I go back to data source view, I'll show you this, because they have the club logo and they also have a player's photo logo, but these links don't work. They're not like active links. So we have a bunch of information here, including the flag, the height, jersey number when they joined the club, which club they were loaned from, their name, nationality, position, preferred foot, all kinds of information. And then they have a whole bunch of measures, which are measuring football related things like dribbling. So anyway, for this first one, we're going to drag name to the filter shelf. And we have a lot of names in here. So as you look at the bottom, there's like over 15,000 values in the name column. And so what we're going to do is we're going to filter for the top 15 players based on their international reputation. So we're going to go to the top tab, select the option button in front of by field. We're going to change our 10 to 15. And underneath that, where it says acceleration, we're going to choose international reputation. And we're going to click OK. And now we are going to drag the name field to rows. So you're seeing the top 15 by name. And I literally have to get rid of that row banding. So I'm going to just go back to Format, Shading, and I'm going to say None to row banding for both the pane and the header. And we can close Format again. And now we're going to create the first of two parameters. So I'm going to go to the drop down at the top of the data pane and create a parameter. And this parameter, we're going to name it Select Row Heading. We want a data type of string. And the allowable values is going to be a list. And we're going to click to add. And the first value is nationality. And the second one is preferred foot. And we can click OK at the bottom. And then we're going to immediately create our second parameter. And this one is going to be named Select Column Heading. It's also going to have a string data type. And we're going to have a list. And the list is going to have as the first value height. The second one is weight. And the last one is body type. And we're going to click OK. So now we're going to create a calculated field, two of them that refer to our parameters. And we're going to be using the case function, which is similar to an if then else if end structure. So we're going to go ahead and create the first calculated field. And this calculated field is going to be called row category. And we're going to go ahead and grab the case function. And we're going to reference our parameter here. So it's going to be select row heading. And then we're going to press enter. We're going to select the when function. And in single quotes, we're going to type nationality. Then we're going to grab the then function and grab the nationality field. Enter. We're going to do when again. And this time, preferred foot is in single quotes. Then the preferred foot field. Enter. We're going to add an else statement, and we're just going to do 2 single quotes and then enter. And we have to type an end statement. So what this is saying is when a user selects nationality in the select row heading parameter, then it's going to display the nationality field. When they select preferred foot, then it will display the preferred foot field, or else won't display anything. So that's what we have there. Now, we're going to go ahead and click OK on this one. So we have that row category, and we're going to right click and copy it. And then right click anywhere and paste. So it'll be less typing for us. So on the row category 1, we're going to right click and edit it. And we're going to name it to column category and get rid of the 1 at the end of the name. In the case statement, you can double click select row heading, type select, and grab column heading there. In the first when statement, you can double click nationality. It leaves the single quotes. And we're going to type height. And then double click the nationality field, start typing height, and grab the height field. The next one, we're going to select preferred foot and leave the single quotes. And we're going to type weight and then swap out the preferred foot field for the weight field. Now, after weight, you're going to press enter because we have to do another when then line for this one. So we're going to grab our when function, single quote. And this one is going to be body type. Then go ahead and grab the body type field. And we can go ahead and click OK. So it saved us a little bit of typing from having to start from scratch. So we have our row and column category fields and our select row heading and select column heading parameters. Right click on your select row heading parameter and show the parameter, and do the same for the column heading parameter. And this would be a good time to save our file, and I'm just going to name it FIFA. Now we're going to drag row category to rows to the right of name. And we're going to drag column category to columns. Let's drag nationality to color on the marks card. So you'll see that we get our color legend, of course, on the right. And we're going to go down and find the international reputation measure. And we want that measure, we're going to drag it to detail on the marks card. And then we're going to change it from sum to max. So I'm going to right click on it, hover over measure, and choose maximum. And I think I want to make the worksheets a little bit lighter. So I'm going to just go to format and go to shading again. And for the worksheet, I'm going to choose the one above the one that we selected earlier. It's a little bit lighter. And I can see it a little bit more clearly. Now, since we had already copied the sheet, I'm going to go to the copy and do the same thing so I don't forget about it when we start building that sheet. And then I'm going to go back to sheet 1 and close the format pane. I'm going to go ahead and hide the field labels for columns and for rows. And if you'd like, you can go ahead and change your nationality colors. I'm going to leave them the way they are on mine for now. And we're going to go ahead and name this sheet Top 15 Players by International, and I'm abbreviating that, Reputation. And it's going to be called at the end interactive. I'll do a dash and then interactive. And so now we can test our parameters. So if I go to the drop down for select row heading and choose preferred foot, you'll see that it changed it from nationality to preferred foot. And then if I go to, I'm going to change it back to nationality, and I'm going to go to select column heading, and I'm going to do body type. So we can see by the columns that there's lean, normal, and stocky body types. So our parameters seem to be working well. And we can go ahead and save. So you'll see on this one, several of the players have multiple nationalities. And you'll notice the nationalities are countries, right? So that means that they've played on different countries' teams. And over time, their body type has changed. So that's what that's showing right now on this one. Let's go ahead and go to our next blank sheet. And let's make a copy of it, just so we'll have another copy there. And then go back to the first copy. And let's name this sheet. I'm going to use the hashtag for number of players by country. So let's look in our data pane, and the nationality field is a text field. And because it contains countries, we want to assign it a geographic role, and then we could use it on a map. So I'm going to right click on it, hover over geographic role, and I'm going to give it the geographic role of country region. So it just has the globe icon instead of ABC in front of it now. And I'm going to just drag it. I'm not going to drop it in the mark shelf or in columns or rows. I'm going to just drag it and drop it into the view. And it automatically gives me a symbol map. Now, of course, in the bottom, you'll notice we have 6 unknown. Let's click on that. And let's first look at edit locations. So we have some that are unrecognized. We don't have any data for these locations. So we're going to click OK. We're going to click on 6 unknown again and filter the data so it does it for us automatically, excluding those unrecognized countries. Now we're going to create a calculated field because we want to get the count of names. And we're going to name it count of names. And the calculation is really simple. It's just going to be count and then the name field. And we're going to click OK. We're going to grab that measure and we're going to add it to detail. And I'm going to copy it from the marks card by holding down Control, and I'm going to drag it to color. And then let's go to Show Me, and we can have a filled map now. So let's do that selection. And now it's a filled map versus a symbol map. In the marks card, let's change the mark from automatic to density, so we make it into a density map. For something like this, density might be best. When we hover over any of the density marks in the tooltip, we're just seeing the nationality and the count of names, and we want to make the tooltip a little bit better. So let's click on tooltip in the marks card. And instead of the label nationality, we're going to change the label to country. The name of the field is nationality. For the count of names label, and I'm keeping the colons there, I'm going to change it to hashtag of players. And then I'm going to select country, the label, and the field. I'm going to make it 11 point, bold, and you know what color I'm going to choose, and click OK. So now when I hover, it's a little bit more prominent. Let's go to map and add a background map. You can pick which one you want to add. I'm going to go with my satellite. I'm going to go to color and change my color to density. Let's see, which one do I want? I want a density one. So I'm going to choose density orange light. And I'm going to make it more intense. And then I'm going to go back to the map menu and choose background layers. What I'd like to see are the country, region borders and names, as well as water labels. So remember, with the water labels, you kind of have to zoom in on the map and then you'll start seeing the bodies of water labels. And we can go ahead and save. So if you look down at my sheet tabs, I have a total of 4 copies of that blank sheet template that we're using. And I just named them copy 1 through 4. It just makes it easier for me to know which one to navigate to. Because sometimes when you keep copying the same one, the name gets like kind of funky at the end. So I'm going to go to copy 1. And we are going to drag the measure names field to filters, and we're going to select none. There are only 3 measures that we're interested in, so do a check in front of ball control, and then the next one is going to be shot power and then strength, and click OK, and we're not going to show that filter. Now what we're going to do is we're going to drag the body type field to columns. And we're also going to drag measure names to columns after body type. And we just need to drag measure values field to rows. Now we want to use the same filter that we used on the first sheet, the top 15 players by international reputation filter. So instead of creating it all over again, we're going to just do a global filter. Let's go to that first sheet, the top 15 player sheet, right click on the filter, apply to worksheets, selected worksheets, and we're going to check copy 1. Now notice the other 3 copies are dimmed out. We can't get to them because they're blank sheets. Once you have something on them, you can add a global filter to them as well. We're going to click OK and go back to copy 1. And we see we have that name filter there. And it has the corresponding sheets symbol in front of it. So now on the marks card, we're going to change our marks from automatic to shape. And then we're going to drag measure names to shape on the marks card. And then we're going to click on shape. Now, mine came up automatically with the new shapes that we put into my shape, but go ahead and click on shape. And you want to go on the right to default, drop down and choose my shapes. And so I use the soccer ball for ball control. I use the person kicking the ball for shot power. And then the last one for strength, I put the strong arm, which is the last one. You can kind of barely see it there. And then I did OK. And so I have those icons instead of the built-in shapes. So in a situation like this, if you look at the y-axis, right, the values range from 0 to 3,200. There's such a gap, right? This is the highest value out of the measures, and these are the lowest values out of the measure. So when I hover over the lowest one, it's 447. So I don't want the axis to start at 0. I want it to start at, I'll say 420 or something like that. Or I'll just have it start at 400. So we're going to right click on that axis and go to edit the axis. And under range, I'm going to do the option button in front of fixed. And I'm going to change the start to 400. And also at the bottom, I'm going to delete value out of the title box. And then I can close that. So the axis just makes more sense compared to the data that's showing there. Now we're going to name copy 1. And it's going to be strength, comma, shot power, and ball control by body type. And we can go ahead and go to copy 2 and save. Go back to your first sheet and right click on the filter again, apply to worksheets. It's already on selected. Click on that. And now check copy. Oh, we can't check copy 2 yet. Man, I get too far ahead of myself. So we're going to cancel that, but we're going to have to come back here and do that after we get copy 2 built. So I'll have you do it on your own after we start putting things on copy 2. So we are going to put name in rows on the sheet. And we want the international reputation measure in columns. And we're going to change it from sum to max. Now you can go add that top 15 players by international reputation filter from the first sheet. Also add it to copy 2. So now we're going to go to show me. And we're going to choose packed bubbles for this one. And I'm going to collapse show me. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the analytics tab and I want to cluster these. So I'm going to grab cluster, drag it and drop it. And I think that what I'd like to do here for the clusters is let's get 4 clusters. And you can close the cluster box. Let's put this to entire view. And in the marks card, notice that clusters has been assigned to colors. That's why we have the legend on the right. I'm going to click on color and edit the colors. I'm going to do my drop down for the palette, and I'm going to select an orange palette. And I'm going to just assign the palette so I don't have to do them individually, and click OK. So now for each one, if I look at the tooltip, I have the cluster, the name, and the max international reputation. Let's click on tooltip on the marks card. And we're going to take out clusters. We're going to highlight name, heading, and field. And I'm going to make it 11 point, bold, and in my case, orange, and click OK. So now when I hover, it's a little bit better. And we need to just name this sheet now. And it's going to be top 15 players by, and I'm abbreviating international again. So top 15 players by international reputation. And that's the name of it. The other one we had dash interactive at the end. So we're good with this name. Let's go ahead and save our file again. And you can go back to the data pane on the left. So the previous few visualizations, we focused on the graphs and tooltips lesson in this module. We had been editing tooltips, throughout the course, but it's officially covered in this module. And now we're ready to start working with folders. So folders allow you to group similar or related fields together and have it organized on your data pane in folders. So what we want to do in the data pane, we want to select club, and I'm going to hold down Shift and select club logo. And we're going to do the drop down arrow next to club or club logo. And notice folders is dimmed out, and that's because we don't have any folders right now. So we're going to hover over group by and choose folder. And so now we're going to select them again, and we're going to go to the drop down arrow, and now folders is available, and we're going to select create folder. And we're going to just call it club information and click OK. So now you'll notice at the top of your data pane, you have that folder, and you can collapse it if you're not using those fields until you have a need to use them. Then you can expand it. We're going to create another folder, and it kind of cleans up your data pane as well, right? So we have all these abbreviated fields, CAM, CB, CDM. I have no idea what they reference other than there's some kind of stats for this sport. So we want to grab all of them, and there's several. So I'm going to click on CAM, hold my Shift key and click on CM. And then I'm going to hold my Control key, and I'm going to click on LAM, LB, LCB, LCM, LDM, LF, LM, LS, LW, LWB. We have a few more. RAM, RB, RCB, RCM, and RDM. Let me just, scroll down a little bit more, and we have some more. So I'm going to hold Control. I'm going to grab RF, RM, RS, RW, RWB, ST, and I think that's the last of them. So now we can right click on any of the selected ones. Well, it's not liking the right click. We have to use the arrow on any of the selected ones. And this time we can hover over folders because we have a folder, so we don't have to do group by first. We can hover over folders and we can add it to an existing folder, or what we're going to choose is create folder. And I'm just going to call this folder stat information. And then I'm going to collapse it. So it puts your folders up at the top, and that way all of those fields are not showing in our major field list there. They're in the folder. So that gives you the ability to A, group information together in a folder, related information, and B, clean up your data field list. And we're going to go ahead and save our file. So before we get to our last topic, which is floating items in dashboards, we're going to create a few more vises here. So let's go to copy 3. And we're going to name the sheet Cristiano Ronaldo Stats. And so on this sheet, we're going to put the name field in filters. And we're going to choose select from list. I'm going to just search for Ronaldo. And let me get out of my search box first. Okay, so we're going to select none, and then I'm going to search. And then I can check Cristiano Ronaldo. And so down at the bottom, we just want to make sure it says selected one of the 15,000 values, and we'll click OK. Let's go ahead and put the name field in rows. And we're going to drag measure names to the filter shelf. Select none. And for this one, we're going to use the same 3 that we used before, but we're going to add another one. So we're going to check ball control and then go down to shot power. We're going to grab stamina and strength and click OK. And then we're going to drag measure names to rows. And we're going to grab our measure values and drag that to columns. So even though we filtered the measure names, let me go look at that filter again, edit the filter, and it selected everything. So we're going to select none there, ball control, shot power, stamina, and strength. And so in the measure values area under the marks card, we're going to change all of those to averages. Easy breezy. We're going to drag measure names to color on the marks card. And then I'm going to click on color and edit. And I'm going to choose the Lightning Sunrise palette. and I'll have it assign the palette for me and click OK. Now we're going to edit the axis by right-clicking on it. And first, let's go down to title, and instead of value, we're going to change it to stats. And then we're going to uncheck the automatic box, and that makes the subtitle available. And we're going to type Cristiano Ronaldo for the subtitle. We don't have to change the range or anything, so we're done. I just want to point out in the bottom, if you make changes in here, at the bottom, you can always reset it back to the way it was before you made any changes. We're going to just go ahead and close that. And we can see our change on that axis. Now we're going to go over to our data pane. We're going to select height. Hold down your control key. We're going to grab nationality, position, and weight. And we're going to drag all of those onto tooltip in the marks card. And so notice it puts them in as attributes. That's what your ATTR is saying. We're going to use Control W to swap the rows and columns. And so we just flip-flopped everything. And we can actually delete the name from columns. Don't need it there. And last but not least, we're going to hide the title on this sheet. And you can go ahead and save your file. So we want to create a similar sheet or the same sheet, but we want it to be for Lionel Messi. So first things first, we're not going to need our fourth copy sheet, so I'm going to delete that. And then I'm going to go ahead and copy the Cristiano Ronaldo stat sheet. Now the thing is, we'll do this from data source view first, because I want to show you something. So in data source view, Lionel Messi's name is just the L, the initial L, Messi. And we want to change that. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to the drop down on name, and we're going to go to aliases. And the names in here are in weird order, and some of them have like question marks in the name. And so I'm going to scroll down a little bit more than halfway. And then I have to search him out here. Keep going down, because after you get through the alphabet, there's even more names that are going to show up, and he's going to be down there. So L Messi is what we're looking for. And there he is. So I'm going to just change his alias to Lionel Messi. And click OK. So now you can see he happens to be the first one in the data grid. You can see that that alias changed. Now we can go to the Cristiano Ronaldo Stats 2 sheet and name it Lionel Messi Stats. And so we're going to go up to the name filter and edit it. I am going to search for Messi and check his name. And then I'm going to go back to search and search for Ronaldo and uncheck Cristiano and click OK. So now we have everything in here for Lionel Messi, except on the left, if you look at the axis, it still has the subtitle of Cristiano. So we're just going to right click and edit the axis. and change the subtitle to Lionel Messi. And we're good to go. And lastly, we're going to copy Lionel Messi's stat sheet and just name it stats, just plain stats. And we're going to go to the name filter and edit it. And let's choose none first, then choose all, then search for Messi, uncheck him, search for Ronaldo, and uncheck Cristiano. And then do OK. So this is for all players. And we need to edit the axis one more time. And this time we're just going to check automatic, which hides the subtitle. And we'll close that. Go ahead and save your file, and then we'll start creating our dashboards. And so now I am going to go to a new dashboard page. Go ahead and get your size together. And I'm going to do some dashboard formatting here. And the default shading, I want to go darker than what we used on the sheet. So I think the last one in the second column, or the last one in the first column might be good. The last gray one in the first column. I am going to change, let's see what else. The worksheet title, I am going to make it bold and white. And then I can close that pane. And what I want to do is I want to make a copy of the dashboard sheet just so we don't have to keep doing the sizing and the format that we did. And I am going to drag a tiled horizontal container into the view. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to change it to floating. And I'm going to grab the image object and just drop that anywhere on the view for now. So we're going to go choose. We have an image file of Cristiano Ronaldo that we put in My Shapes. And actually, I'm going to go, you can actually grab a file like this from your file folder. So your FIFA folder has the file. You don't have to go to My Shapes or anything. So I'm going to just select it from my folder. And I'm not going to have a URL open when the image is clicked, and you'll see why in a moment. And we're going to just click OK. So I am going to move this image to the upper left corner. Now, at the bottom of your objects, go ahead and show your dashboard title. It didn't take the formatting I did, I guess because it's empty. So I'm going to just double click that. Well, actually cancel. Let's name this sheet, this dashboard sheet, Cristiano Ronaldo. And then I'm going to go edit the title. I'm going to select it. I am going to center it. I'm going to make it bold. And I think instead of white, I'm going to make it into an orange color and click OK. Now we're going to leave it on floating, and we're going to add a web page object. And I'm going to put this like in the upper right-hand corner of the container. And the URL, we're going to have to type it in. https://en for English, wikipedia.org. Then we have a slash wiki, another slash, and then Cristiano _ Ronaldo. Now, once you have that typed in, do Control A and copy it. Actually, we may have to come back and open it and copy it again. Go ahead and click OK. So now that whole Wikipedia page shows with all of his information. So what we're going to do here is the picture, the floating image, is in the upper left corner. I'm going to move that Wikipedia page over next to the picture, and then I'm going to expand its width to fill up the rest of the container, and to do the same with its height. And I may need to scroll down on my dashboard because I have more height to go at the bottom. And now, on the left side, under Sheets, we're going to grab the Cristiano Ronaldo stat sheet, drag that in on the left side, and resize it so it fills up the rest of that space on the bottom left of the container. Let me move it just a little bit. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove that measure names legend from the dashboard. So now I have his picture in the upper left. Underneath that, I have his stats. And on the right, I have his Wikipedia page. And guess what? We're going to copy this dashboard and paste it. And so what happens is, because we copied the dashboard using his stats visualization on it, it created another sheet with his stats on it with the number 2. And we'll get rid of that soon enough. So what I want to do first is go to the original Cristiano dashboard. And we're going to go to the drop-down arrow for his Wikipedia object and go to Edit URL. And now we're going to just do Control AC to copy his URL. We can cancel that and go to the copy of his dashboard. And so what we're going to do in the upper left here is we're going to click on the image. We're going to go to its drop-down arrow and choose Edit Image. And we're going to click on Choose, and we can grab the El Messi picture from our folder and click OK. Then we're going to click on the Wikipedia page, go to its drop-down arrow, edit the URL, and it's already in it. We didn't even have to copy it. At the end, all we have to do is change the name to Lionel _Messi and click OK, and it will update to his Wikipedia page. And then on the left, and I notice the stats chart needs to move down a little bit, we're going to remove that stats chart from the dashboard. And we're going to go and grab the Lionel Messi stats and drop them in there and resize it, move it and resize it, so on and so forth. So easy enough to replace things like images and URLs. I'm going to also get rid of that color legend for it. And I just want to scroll down to make sure that I size it all the way to the bottom on the left. So now we have to name this dashboard Lionel Messi stats. Well, we can't do that. Oh, no, we're just naming it Lionel Messi. Forgot we used stats on his original sheets. So Lionel Messi. Now we can go to that Cristiano Ronaldo stats 2 page. It's actually a sheet. And we can right click on its tab and delete it. And so now we have our 2 players dashboards formatted exactly the same way. And they look pretty sweet. Go ahead and save your file. All right, let's go to our blank dashboard, make a copy of it, and then go back to the first blank one. And on this one, we want to make sure it's back on tiled. And we're going to show the dashboard title. And we're going to drag a horizontal container into the view and then drag the stat sheet into the container. And so we're going to hide the title on that stats graph. We can leave the measure names there for this one. And let's name this sheet, this dashboard, player stats. Yeah, just player stats or player statistics. And then I'm going to format that title a little bit. So I am going to select it, center it, make it bold, and of course, I am going to make it orange. And you can save your file again. So we have 3 more dashboards we're going to do. I'm going to go to the blank, make another copy. And on this one, we're going to put a horizontal tiled container on it. And we're going to use 2 different vises for this one. We're going to grab the top 15 players by international reputation bubble chart with clusters. And we want that on the left side of the dashboard. And actually, I'm going to do that a little bit differently. And then the top 15 players by international reputation interactive dashboard, we're going to drag onto the right side. On the right side, let's get rid of the clusters legend. And let's select the interactive visualization and go to entire view for that one. And so now the nationality color grid, select row heading and select column heading parameters are for that interactive dashboard. And so what I'm going to do is, let's go ahead and show the dashboard title. Let's name the sheet. That'll be the easiest way to do it. And this is top 15 players by international, and I'm spelling it out here, reputation. And then, of course, I'm going to edit it. Make it centered, bold, and whatever color you have been using or that you would want to use. And so here, because there's the interactive dashboard on the right, we could add text or something, make it floating and explain it, but we're not going to do that because we're actually going to throw these into a story. And we'll let the story caption explain how to use the interactive viz that's on this dashboard. We need to make one more copy of our blank dashboard sheet. And so the first copy after our top 15 players international dashboard, let's go ahead and name the first one overall strength, shot power, and ball control by body type. And then we'll put dash at the end. And the last blank one, go ahead and name it number of players per country map. So go to your overall strength shot power one, and we're just going to put it in a horizontal container. And that one is going to be our strength, shot power, and ball control by body type sheet that we're going to drag on there. We want to make sure we're showing the dashboard title. We can hide the sheet title. And then I'm just going to go up and format my dashboard title as usual. And now I'll let you set up the last dashboard on your own. It's just going to have that map on it. So go ahead and do that. Pause your video and do that. And so congratulations. Now we're done with our dashboards. And we're going to go ahead and kind of tie this stuff together in a little bit of a story. Let's go ahead and bring up a new story sheet. And we're just going to use our dashboards on here. So I'm going to drag the Cristiano Ronaldo dash on here. And then I'm going to go up and add a caption. And this is where my lack of knowledge for the sport may come in. So I apologize in advance to all of you football fans. Well, that's what they call it. We call it soccer here, I believe. But anyway, I'm going to just type Cristiano has become very famous in the football arena. You can explore his stats and also go to his Wikipedia page. And I'll put an exclamation point just because why not? Now, the one thing I forgot to do is change my story size, so I'm going to go ahead and do that now. And then I'm going to widen my caption there. And the other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go up to Story menu and choose Format. And I'm going to give it a slightly darker shading than I did the dashboard. And so we have our one story point there. And let's go ahead and name the story one sheet. We'll name it FIFA Story. And then we're going to close the format pane and we're going to add a blank story point. And for this one, we're going to drag the Lionel Messi dash. And for these captions, I'm just winging it as I go. So I'm going to say Lionel has been famous in football for a while. I don't know if it's been for a long time or not, but I'm just going to say a while. You can also explore his stats and go to his Wikipedia page. Now we're ready for a new blank story point. And we're going to put player statistics on here. And the caption's going to be, you can view statistics for all players in this visualization. It's measuring averages for ball control, shot power, stamina, and strength. And we want another blank story point. And we'll drag our top 15 players dash on here. And for this one in the caption, we want to give some direction on how to use the parameters. So I'm going to start it by saying, on the left, you have a bubble, I'll call it a bubble graph with clusters for the top 15 players by their international reputations. On the right, there is an interactive graph where you can use the select row and select column heading parameters to change what the graph is showing. And that should be good for that one. All right, and we have another new blank story point. And this one we're going to give the overall strength dashboard on here. And the caption would be, this viz captures the overall strength, shot power, and ball control by body type across all players. And one more blank story point here, and we'll grab our number of players per country map. And the caption would be, this density map is capturing the total number of players from each country. And there we have our story. So we are done with this module now that we've created our story, and we can go ahead and save this file, and you can go ahead and close it. So in module 7, using the FIFA data that I barely understand, I'm just not familiar with the sport, we covered parameter-based calculations in the first lesson. We created 2 parameters and 2 calculated fields that reference them. We moved on to lesson 2, where we focused on creating more graphs and editing the tooltips. In lesson 3, you learned how to organize your data pane by using folders. So you can group things in folders and have those folders collapse so your data pane is not as overwhelming, and so that you can easily access those related fields. And then we created a bunch of dashboards, and we used both floating and tiled items on them. In Module 8, we'll be using the Olympics 120-year data set. to learn about top X items, rank graph, sorting through parameters, and how to show and hide filters on a dashboard. I've put a few images in the Olympics 120 years folder, and so we need to copy those to my shapes. And I have a bronze, a gold, and a silver medal. So I'm going to select those and I'm going to drag them over into the My Shapes folder. And now I'm going to switch back over to Tableau. So we're going to use the text file, and I'm going to make my way to that appropriate folder. And we actually have two comma separated Excel files there. We're going to double click athlete events, and that brings in the other CSV as well. And then you'll notice in your data grid, it says update now or update automatically. We're going to choose update now, and then it will bring in the data. So now we're in data source view, and we're going to look over the data. So I'm going to use the metadata grid over here on the left. So we have ID fields, name, sex, age, height, so on, team. NOC is National Occupation Classification. You've got year, season, all of these different fields up to including the medal. And so we also have this NOC region CSV. Let's drag that into the view. And you can see that it automatically created the relationship on the related field NOC. And so this CSV only has the NOC code, the region, and notes. And we're going to use it for the region. So we are going to go ahead and double click and go to the physical layer. And we're going to drag the other CSV here so we can create that join. You may get an update now or automatically message. And so now I'm going to go ahead and close that physical layer. So if we scroll down through the fields, we'll see that we have those three fields that came out from the secondary file. And we can go ahead and hide the NOC field from the other CSV, as well as its notes field. And while we're at it, let's go ahead and rename the region field so it doesn't have nocregions.csv in parentheses at the end. Just want to get rid of that whole thing. And I'm going to add an S to it so it actually says regions, plural. The other thing I like to do is use a filter, well, a filter screen to see the range of data that we have in the data set. So this data set we're using, it has data for 100 years. And I just go up to filters and add. And I'm going to do a filter on year. And we can see it goes from 1896 to 2016. We're going to just cancel out of there, which means we have a lot of data. So let's go ahead and format this sheet. And this time, we're not going to make a copy of it. There's another way that you can get the formatting on a new sheet. And I've been doing it this whole course up until now, what I call the old school way. It's just the way that I'm used to doing it. But there is a more efficient way, and you're going to learn about it now. So I'm going to go ahead and go to Format, and then I'm going to go to Shading. And I'm going to use my same shading I used before. That's the last gray one in the second column for the sheet. And then while I'm here, I'm going to go down to row banding and choose none for the pane and the header. And I'm going to go to the font icon, and I'm going to change the worksheet font to 10 point. And I'm going to make it bold. And of course, I'm going to use orange. And I'll do the titles separately. So I'm going to go ahead and close Format Font. And we can go up to the Format menu again. And at the bottom, copy formatting, or toward the bottom. Go ahead and bring up a new sheet. And you can go back to Format and paste the formatting. And so that is more efficient than the way I've had you do it so far. I'm going to go back to sheet 1. Let's name the sheet Games Medal Count by Athlete. I'm using the ampersand for and. Events for top 10 teams. Long but accurate. So if we look in our data pane, we can go ahead and collapse knock region CSV because our regions file is already under our athlete event. So we don't need to have that. We can kind of treat it like a folder. We don't need anything in it, so we might as well collapse it. So let's go ahead and put metal on the filter shelf. And you see there's an NA in there. And we probably don't want that in our data for any of the visualizations that we're going to use this field in. So instead of doing a sheet level filter, I'm going to cancel out of here, go back to data source, and add the filter here so it will be universal through the workbook. And I'm going to just exclude NA. And now go back to the sheet. We want to drag games to the filter shelf. And we're going to keep all of them and click OK. And then we would like to show that filter. And we're going to make it a single value drop down. We're also going to do a filter on team. And we're going to go to the top tab by field. We're going to leave it on the default of 10. But for the field, we want medal. And we're going to leave it on count. Top 10 teams by medal count. And we're going to do OK. So now we're going to put regions in columns. And we want name, event, and team in rows. And I'm going to just rearrange them so they're name, event, and team. Let's drag medal to tooltip, and it changes it to an attribute. So we're going to right click on it. We're going to change it to a measure using the count function. We're also going to change the type of mark to shape and then drag medal onto shape. And so now we have our legend on the right, the bronze, the gold, and the silver, but we have icons for those that we're going to use. So I am going to click on shape, do the drop down on the right and go to my shapes. And for bronze, I'm going to select the bronze medal, do the same for gold and for silver. And then OK. Let's add column grand totals. So we'll see the grand totals by the region. And we're going to do that from the analytics pane. I'm going to just drag totals into the view and drop it on column grand. And now if I scroll to the bottom, because we're using shapes, you're seeing the shapes. So this is saying the first one is that Australia got 2 gold medals in the 1896 Summer Olympics. If we go to our games filter, I'm going to go a little bit more current. I'll go to like, let's see what we have. I'm going to do the 2016 Summer Olympics. And so when I scroll to the bottom, I'll see that Australia got bronze, gold, and silver medals. So they did a lot better than they did in 1896. Let's fit this to the entire view. And that does not look good. So I'm going to change it back to standard. And so what we're going to do now is modify the title. We want to make it dynamic. So when you go in there, we're going to, before sheet name, we're going to go to insert and we're going to choose games, type a space and the word games and another space. So you have that word games as like a separator. And then I'm going to select everything and I'm going to make it bold and my color. So because we use the word game, we don't need the word games at the beginning of our sheet tab. So I'm going to just go and delete it there. Because we used it in the title, we don't have to have it there on the sheet tab. So as I switch to different games, I can see that the title dynamically changes. Now this would be a good time to save our file and let's call it Olympics. Let's go ahead and switch back to our data pane and go to our already formatted sheet 2. Earlier in the course, we used the varieties of the rank function in a text table, and we did them all in ascending and descending order. And that was so we could compare what the different rank functions do compared to one another. And so now we're going to create a rank graph, but we're going to do it using a table calculation instead of those rank functions that we used earlier. So the first thing we're going to do here is let's select the games and the team fields and drag them into rows. And then let's go back to our first sheet. And you know how to do this. We want to use the games filter on our second sheet. So go ahead and go through that process so we don't have to recreate the wheel, and then return to sheet 2. On sheet 2, we do want to go ahead and show that filter, and we'd like it to be a single value drop down. And we're going to name this sheet Medal Rank by Team. Now we're going to drag event to the mark shelf, and we want to change it into a measure using count distinct. We're going to do the drop down arrow next to it, and we're going to add a table calculation. For our calculation type, we're going to do the drop down and select rank. We're going to change it to ascending, so we have the choice to have it ascending or descending. If you choose ascending, you can change it from the visualization, so it's no problem. Go ahead and choose ascending, and I'll show you how to do that. And then underneath that, we have competition. Do the drop down there. So they're referenced a little bit differently on this list, and the list does not include the rank percentile variation of the function. So competition is really rank, and then modified competition is really rank modified on this list. And so what we're going to select is modified competition. And we want to do this across the team dimension. So we're going to click on specific dimension and uncheck games. And now we're going to close it. And then we're going to drag that table calculation off of the mark shelf to the columns shelf. And so we said ascending, in ascending, rank ascending, that optional argument. And what we can do is we're going to click right above or hover right above the first bar, and you'll be able to sort it if you right click on it in descending order. So if we hover over the tooltip, we'll see the games, the team, and their ranking, which is number 25 for these Olympics. Let's click on color, and I'm going to change the bars to my favorite. You should be doing whatever color you're comfortable using with your color schemes. And then I say, wow, I personally like the look of that, but it might make more sense to have the teams in color. So I am going to drag team to color on the marks card. And I will live with these colors instead of fiddling with them, I promise. Let's go ahead and edit our title. And before the title, or I should say, it is the title, the sheet name placeholder, we're going to go to Insert and choose Games, and then a space. And we're going to type the word games and another space. And then I'm going to select it, of course, and make it bold and in color. So I'm all about that dynamic filter, that dynamic field that you put so that every time you change to a different set of games, it updates to let you know what you're looking at. All right, let's go ahead and save this file. We've used parameters a few times throughout this course so that end users have the opportunity to interact with the visualizations and change the dimensions that they're seeing in them. Another use of parameters is to sort. And this is particularly useful like when you have side-by-side bar charts. If you sort one, it typically sorts the other, and maybe you'd like to sort them independently, and that's where sorting through parameters comes in. So on this sheet, we're going to drag, let's see what field. So we're going to drag games and sports or sport to rows. And then we're going to go to the first sheet because it has filters. It's 2 filters we want on that sheet. So I'm going to go ahead. You can modify the games filter and apply it to that sheet. And then apply the team filter to just that sheet, the new sheet. And that's the top 10 teams by medal count filter. This time for the games filter, we want to show it and we want to make it a multiple values drop down. And go ahead and save your file. So in our last lesson, and we can do it here now, we dragged event to the marks card, and then we converted it to a measure. Now notice the 4 functions on that list, only min, max, count, and count distinct, right? So we do want a count of events. However, we're going to do it in a calculated field because we also want to get a measure that is the average age. And we can't drag age to the marks card and do that because average is not on those lists of 4 functions there for measure. So I believe in consistency. Now, the other benefit is that if you do it the way we do by dragging it to the marks card, it's only available for that particular sheet. If you create a calculated field, it's available for any sheet in your workbook. So I'm going to delete measure off of the marks shelf, and we're going to go ahead and create a quick calculated field, and we're going to call it event count. And we're just going to do, so we want a count of events. So we're going to just do the count function, which is one of those 4 functions in the marks card. Keep that in the back of your mind, and you'll see why in a moment. And then we're going to just grab the event field, and our calculation is valid, and we're going to click OK. Now we're going to do another calculated field. And this one, we're going to name AVG for average and then age. And we're going to go ahead and grab the AVG function, the average function. Now, this is where it gets a little tricky. We're using a function that's not one of the 4 functions we saw on the marks card. And because age is a text field, you can see from the ABC, so is event, but for event, we use the function that's on the marks card. We have to use the float function in order for this to work. So we're going to type float, and then we're going to grab age. So if it's not minimum, maximum, count, or count distinct, with a text field that you're trying to aggregate, you're going to have to use the float function as a nested function. Go ahead and click OK. So I had to accidentally move my games and sports to columns, and I moved it back to rows. And now what we're going to do is we're going to grab our event count and average age calculated fields in that order and drag them to columns. And so now we're going to go to show me, and I'm going to choose that side-by-side bar. And actually, I'm going to do Control Z and leave it the way it was. So what happened there, it was already a side-by-side bar, and when I clicked on it, it took that away. So I just undid that. And I'm going to collapse show me. So now we are ready to create our parameter. So we know how to get that started. And we are going to name this parameter sort by. We want it to have a string data type. And we're going to have it pull from a list. And we're going to have two values on the list. The first one is event count. And the second is your AVG age. And we're going to click OK. And go ahead and show your parameter. Might be a good time for us to name the sheet. So I'm going to just do event count / AVG age. And I'm going to save. So we still have to create the calculated field that's going to reference our parameter. So let's get that done. And we're going to be using our case statement for this one. And I'm going to name it sort by field. And we're going to grab case and the name of our parameter, sort by, enter, grab your when statement, single quote, event count, grab your then statement, and grab the event count field, the measure. And then when we do our next when then, they're called when then lines, it's going to be when AVG age, then you're going to grab the average age measure. And we're going to press enter, and then we need our end statement. And we're going to click OK. So if you notice the sort icon on the sport pill in the rows shelf, we're going to right click on sport and we're going to click on sort. And so it's saying sort by nested. We're going to choose the drop down there and we're going to select field. And we're going to put it in descending order. And the field name is going to be our sort by field, our calculated field. And so now we can close that sort dialog. Let's go ahead and edit our title. We're going to go to insert and add games before the sheet name. So it'll say like 1986 Olympics, event count, average age. And then, of course, we're going to do our formatting on this. And click OK. Let's go ahead and save again. And now we're ready to test this parameter, right? So if I go to sort by and I choose average age, the average age has sorted. And if I go to sort by again and I choose event count, the event count has sorted. I'm going to right click on the sport pill again and go back to sort. And if you wanted to, you could change it to ascending order. It's in descending order at this point. And we can go ahead and save. So remember, we set this up to be a multiple values filter. So I'm going to change my games. I'm going to select two. I'm going to select the 1994 Winter Games and the 1998 Winter Games. And so I have each set of games in a different set of rows here. And I can collapse my games filter so I can see the rest of what's over there. And then I can use my parameter. So it does it regardless of how many years of values I'm including in this viz. And so now we are ready to create some dashboards. So I'm going to get the first one up. Go ahead and, as usual, get your sizing and formatting done. So if you try to paste your formatting here, it wouldn't work because you can't do it from a sheet to a dashboard sheet. But now that you have your dashboard formatted, you could go to Format and you could not copy the formatting from here. So the only thing, it shows format that you can paste, but it wouldn't let you paste from the sheet here. So that's kind of how that works. What I'm going to do here, the topic now is showing and hiding filters on the dashboard. And you kind of already know how to do that. But we're going to create our dashboards anyway and make sure we integrate it. So we don't have very many sheets. We can go ahead and I'm going to have you do this and then I'll review what I do on mine with you. So we have 3 sheets and we're going to put each one on its own dashboard in a container. And so go ahead and pause the video and do that. So here I'm ready for show and tell. On my first dashboard, I created a web page object and it's just going to the Olympics web page. And I want you to notice on this, since we did the global filter for games, notice on this sheet, it is set to multiple values. When we made it a multiple values filter on the third sheet, it changed it for every sheet that it's on. And so I'll show you my second dashboard here. Just everything that was on the sheet, plus a title. And then my third one, I actually added a floating text object describing how to use the sort by drop down. And so this is the one that I want multiple values on, but the other two, we just want it to be single value. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to the very first sheet and I'm going to modify that filter. And I'm going to uncheck the last sheet. Then I'm going to go back to the last sheet and the filter's gone. So I'm going to have to create that filter separately here. So I'm going to put games back on the filter shelf and I'm going to use all. Click OK. And then I'm going to show it. And I'm going to make it a multiple value drop down. And then I'm going to go back to the first sheet and see it's changed all of them. So on the first sheet, make it a single value drop down. Oh no, that is a single value. Sorry. It did what it was supposed to do, but there are multiple values selected because of the last selection. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do the drop down on the first sheet. And I know what I can do. I want to clear the filter. So click to show. Well, no, that's not what I want to do. Yes, it is, because it's a single value drop down and now it's showing all. So that fixed it on that sheet. And it fixed it on the second sheet since it's global with that one. And the third sheet is independent, so it's still multiple value drop down. And there I want to just uncheck all And I think I'll go to 1976 summer and winter for that one. So now my dashboards have the right filtering on them as well. So something to just keep in mind in the back of your head. I hope you had fun creating your dashboards, and we can now save this file and deal with our last topic, which is hiding and showing filters on dashboards. So I'm on the third dashboard, and I'm going to go to my games filter and select it. And then I'm going to go to its drop-down arrow. And I am going to click on Add Show Hide button. So now when I click away from it, here's this X here, right? It says if I hover over the X, it says Alt-click to hide. So I Alt-click to hide. Click away from it, and now I have the 3 lines, and when I hover over those, it says Show Games and Alt-click to show. So you can do that for your filters, and I'm going to go to the first dashboard and do that to my filter on that dashboard. So I can add that Show Hide button on that one. And even though that's a global filter on the second dashboard, this is an independent thing, so I have to do it there as well. So just more functionality on your dashboards. So we can go ahead and save, and we are going to close this file. So for our 8th module, we started with top X items, which we've been using throughout the course, but we created another filter using top 10 teams by the number of medals they've had, the medal count. We moved into lesson 2, where we used a rank graph, and instead of using the rank functions like we did earlier in the course, we created a table calculation, and we went over the differences in the names of the different variations of rank in the table calculation compared to the actual rank function. And we created that graph. You learned how to use parameters as sorting mechanisms in the 3rd lesson. And we ended by creating a bunch of dashboards, or a few dashboards, and learning how to show and hide the filters on a dashboard. I'd like to thank everyone for viewing this course. Hopefully you've learned some good tips and techniques to use in Tableau. So by way of review, I'm going to just go over what we've covered module by module in here. Our 7th module, I was out of my depth because I don't know anything about the sport, but we used FIFA 19 player rank information. And in this module, you learned about parameter-based calculations, graphs and tooltips, how to arrange your data into folders, and we focused a bit on floating items in dashboards. In Module 8, we used 100 years of Olympics data, and you learned specifically how to filter for top X items. We used a rank graph, which we used a table calculation for as opposed to the rank functions we used earlier. You learned how to sort by using parameters and show and hide filters on a dashboard. Hi everyone, my name is Trish Connor-Cato. This course is for any user who has prior Tableau experience. With so many competing technologies, Tableau has emerged as a powerful favorite in the world of business intelligence solutions. This course will take your Tableau skills to the next level by teaching you best practices along with the most sought-after dashboard designs. You're about to embark upon an intense but amusing journey that will provide you with an arsenal of innovative techniques. Your new tool set will help you reuse your current Tableau worksheets and to create new ones for the purpose of including those worksheets on dashboards that you will be proud to share. Users will enjoy interacting with your dashboards for the purpose of getting deep analytical information from them, and they will be impressed with their flexibility. Most important, the class will overview various business scenarios that translate into different types of dashboards, and you will leave with that understanding. By the end of the course, you should be able to create effective dashboards on your own, and you will also walk away with class files that help you get a head start. In each module, we'll work with a specific data set and build visualizations to be used on our dashboards. In our final module, Module 9, we will use regional data to learn about hovering actions and granularity. We'll also learn about the count versus count D functions, ratio, and standard deviation. In this final module, we'll be using regional data, and we'll be learning how to use hovering actions on dashboards. We'll learn how to change the granularity on your visualizations. We'll review, and I know we talked about it briefly earlier, the difference between the count function and the count distinct function. You'll learn how to use ratios, and we'll end by using standard deviation 2 different ways. All right, let's see what we can do with this regional data. It's in the form of an Excel workbook, so I'm going to click on Excel and just grab the file. And you'll notice that it's mostly measures in this file. We have the county and state fields, which have been assigned geographic roles. We have the region field, which has not been assigned a geographic role. And then the rest is measures: adult obesity by percent of population, adult smokers, children in poverty, diabetic, food insecure, number of records, and physically inactive. We're not going to use number of records, so I'm going to go ahead and hide that field. And let's go to our first sheet. Now you'll notice at the bottom, right above measure values, there's a measure that shows up at the sheet view called regional data count. We're going to hide that field as well. And then we'd like to drag measure names to filters. And so it just has the ones that are tracking these statistics. We're going to select OK. And then we're going to show that filter, and we want to make it a single value drop down. So what we're going to do first, we're going to create 2 different maps, and then we're going to add them each to 2 different dashboards so that you can learn about hovering actions. And so this is going to be the first of our 2 maps. Let's go ahead and name this sheet State Map with Tracking Statistics. And then actually, let's just name it State Map. I have a better idea for this. State Map. Okay. And so now we're getting ready to add our fields here. We're going to drag the state field into the view so it automatically creates a map for us. And let's drag the region field to color. So we get our color legend. We're going to drag measure values to detail on the marks card. And notice it's just showing 1 because we have a single value drop down, and that's the one that's showing in our filter. And let's drag measure names to columns in front of longitude. So when you hover over any mark on the map. Right now you're seeing the region, the state, and the adult obesity. And we can change to different measures, and you'll see how that shows up on the tooltip as well. I'm going to put it back on adult obesity, the first one. Now I'm going to just put my pan tool on so I can pan across the map. And I'm going to zoom in on it a little bit more. And then I'm going to go to size on the marks card, and I'm going to increase the size of the marks just a little bit. I'm going to add a background map, so I'm going to go to background maps from the map menu, and I'm going to use the normal one this time. And we're going to go back to the map menu and go to background layers. And we want to add coastline. We also want the county borders and names. And let's see. And we'll add our water labels. We're also going to add a data layer to this map. So I'm going to go down to no data layer at the bottom. And I'm going to do the median household income under U.S. households. For the detail, I'll leave it on state. And I'm going to just choose a different palette. I'm going to choose the brown sequential one. And of course, we get our legend on the right showing that information about the household income. So real basic map. We're going to do a few other things here. Let's go up to the title. And after the sheet name placeholder, I'm going to type a space in the word tracking. And then I'm going to go to my insert drop down and select measure names and click OK. So it's more dynamic. As I'm looking at a different measure, you'll notice that that shows in the title. It also shows up here. Right now I'm on diabetic here, right? And that's showing the header. And I want to format that header just a little bit. And I want to make the font like 11 point for the header and make it bold. Now would be a good time to save this file. I'm going to call mine regional tracking. Now let's go ahead and close the format pane and bring up a new sheet. And we'll name this one state/county map. For this one, let's add a state filter. We're going to use all the states. And we want to show that filter as a single value dropdown. And then we're going to add a county filter. And we're just going to click OK. And we're going to add that one. We're going to show it. And we want that one to be a multiple value dropdown. And then I want state filter to come before county. So I'm just dragging county underneath it. Let's go ahead and drag measure names to filter. We'll just do OK. And let's show that one and make it a single value dropdown as well. So I want state, county, and then measure names filter in that order on the right. Now we're going to drag state into the view. And if your map didn't populate, you would want to make sure that your county filter is set to all and not none. Now I'm going to just pan so I get this centered a little bit. And I'll zoom in on it. Let's drag measure names to columns in front of longitude. And we're going to drag measure values to detail. And go ahead and drag county to detail as well. So now let's go to our state filter, which is set to single value. And I'm going to select California. And then when I go to my county dropdown, it only has the California counties. So I am going to deselect all for county. And I'm going to select Alameda, and I'm going to go down and find San Francisco County. So it's my San Francisco and my Alameda. So the focus is now on just those two counties. I'm going to go back to all for my county filter. So now, you can go ahead and add a background layer if you'd like, and a data layer if you'd like one of those on this map. So I will let you do that on your own. But before we do that, let's make this title dynamic. So I'm going to double click it. It has the sheet name. And I'll say after that, like we did on the other one, tracking, and then I'll insert the measure name. So it will update. I'm going to go ahead and save again. So go ahead and pause the video, select a background for your map and layers if you'd like. I use normal again. And this time I did the male-female ratio data layer, and I used that same brown sequential palette, and it's by state. So now we have both of our maps ready. We have to create one more thing, which is not going to make very much sense right now until after we get to the dashboard, but we need to create this other sheet. So go ahead and bring up a new sheet and save. Let's name the new sheet Reset Filter. And we're just going to create a calculated field for the sheet. So let's hide the title first of all. And we're just going to create a simple calculated field. And we're going to name the calculated field a Reset Filter. And then in double quotes, we're just going to type Reset Filter. And so this is ultimately going to be a button on the dashboard that can reset a filter. In other words, clear a filter so all the values show. So we're going to click OK on that. It doesn't make sense in this moment, but you'll see it play out. So let's go and bring up a new dashboard page. Go ahead and get your size together. And let's go ahead and drag a fixed horizontal container onto the page and bring our state map into it. And we're going to leave that one. Yeah, we're going to leave it showing the title. Let's go to another dashboard page, size it, and we're going to bring a horizontal container into this page and bring in our state county map. And what I'm going to do on the page is I'm going to just take my state back to all. And here, because we didn't do it on the sheet, I want to format that header just to make it bigger like we did on the other map. I think we did the font like up to 12 or something. Yeah. And I think I made it bold. Okay. So now let's name our first dashboard, and we'll name it State Map Tracking. And our second dashboard, we're going to name State County Map Tracking. And go ahead and save your file again. And you can close that format pane if it's still open. And now we're about ready to set up our hovering action. Let's go back to our state map tracking dashboard. And what we can do here is go to the dashboard menu, and we're going to choose actions. So we're going to do a hovering filter action for this. So we're going to click add action, and then we're going to choose the filter action. And we're going to name this tracking filter. So the source sheet is the state map tracking that we're on. And over on the right, we're going to run action on hover. The target sheet, we're going to do the drop down and choose our state county map tracking dashboard. And it only has the one object on it, so that's all that's showing there right now. And over on the right of that, we're going to say clearing the selection will show all values. And then at the bottom, it's asking you, what do you want to filter? All fields or selected fields? We want selected fields, and we're going to click to add, and we're going to choose state. And at the bottom, we're going to click OK. And then we're going to click OK again. So it happened so quickly. If I'm on state map tracking and I hover over any state, it takes me to state county map tracking. And it's filtered for the state that I hovered over on the previous sheet. So if I go back to state map tracking and I hover over California, it automatically switches me to state county map tracking, and it is filtered for California. Now, the thing about it is, you'll notice that these filters on state county map tracking, they are not updating. This is a different kind of filter. So they're both saying all, and that's not the case. And so the thing is that if you're going to do a filter on a hover action, I would suggest getting rid of the filter that the hover action is controlling. So I'm going to just remove this state filter from the dashboard. Now, I could always bring it back. So actually, I'm going to say cancel that because it's in a container. We'll just leave it there for right now. I actually didn't have it selected. I had the container selected. But before we do that, let me show you something else. The other thing that happens is that my county drop down is not showing just California. It's showing all of the counties. So both of these are inactive. So what I would normally do is I wouldn't have either of them here. The intent would be so that if they're using these filters, they could filter by one state at a time, and then they can filter by different counties in the state. So I'm selecting them individually without having the container selected, and I'm going to remove them from the dashboard, both state and county. And now I'm going to show you how to use that reset filter that we created on the other sheet. So now we're getting ready to use that reset filter that we created. But first, let's go back to that sheet and make sure that you dragged it to text on the marks card. The title is hidden, and just fit it to the entire view. And then let's go back to our state county map tracking dashboard. we are going to put it on floating and drag the reset filter sheet onto the view. And then we are going to resize it. Well, first I'm going to hide the title here. We don't need the title. Going to resize it so it fits over to the right. And it certainly doesn't need to be as tall as it is. So something like that. Now I can actually go to the sheet that it's on. Let's go to right click on it and go to Format. And let's make this font about 11 point and bold. And you could give it a background color if you want. I'm going to just leave it that way. And now we can go back to the dashboard. It looks a little bit better in that box when it's a little bit bigger. And that's good. And so now we're going to go to our dashboard menu again, go back to actions, and we're going to add an action here, and it's going to be another filter action. And the source sheet is the state county map sheet. And we're going to, that dashboard, and then we're going to uncheck state county map under source sheet, so just this filter is selected. On the right, I'm going to choose select this time. And then the target sheet is going to be the same dashboard. You're going to uncheck reset filter down there, and it's going to be performed on that map. And over to the right, we want to say show all values. At the bottom, we're going to do the option button for selected fields, and we're going to choose the state field from the list. Now you'll notice at the bottom it says it's a warning, missing field on reset filter. That's because the state field is not on that reset filter worksheet. We don't want it there. That error is going to come up, or that warning is going to come up. We can safely ignore it. It's not going to impact what we're doing. And we're going to click OK. And we're going to OK again. And now we're ready to test our reset filter. We can just go over to the right. We put it on select. So when we click on it, it should populate the entire map again. If I go back to state map tracking dashboard, and let's say I hover over New York. Let me get up there without hovering anywhere else. So now this one is filtered for New York, and I can just click reset filter to get it back to all the data. Pretty cool. So something else you can do before we go back to creating more visualizations for our next topic. If I right click on my state map tracking dashboard tab at the bottom, I can say hide all sheets. So any sheets that I'm using on that dashboard are now hidden. You'll notice they're not showing down in my view there. And I'm going to do the same on my state county map tracking dashboard, hide all sheets. So now I'm just seeing those two dashboard sheets. If you want to show the sheets again, you can just right click and unhide all sheets on either dash. Kind of makes your file a little bit more concise. Once you have the vises on a dashboard, you may not need to see the individual sheets, although you can still go to the sheet even though it's hidden. So just wanted you to know that. Let's bring up a new sheet now, and we'll get ready to talk about granularity. Let's go ahead and name this sheet Exclude County. Granularity refers really to the level of detail that you're seeing and I'm going to spell exclude right here. It refers to the level of detail you're seeing in your view, really. So if we put state, region, and county fields in the view, right, the most level of detail would be at the county level, and the least amount of detail would be at the state level. Now, there are functions that you can use that are known as level of detail functions to control granularity. And we're going to use one of them now. There's only 3 kinds. There's exclude, include, and fixed. We're going to use exclude now, and you'll be able to use, you'll see fixed, which I really think is the most useful one, in a little bit. So we're going to start with exclude. Let's drag both state and county to rows and adult obesity to text on the marks card. Level of detail expressions, they are performed on the fields that you have in the view. And you'll see how this works. This is one of the hardest topics to explain in Tableau, so bear with me here as we build this. Let's go ahead and create a new calculated field. And we're going to call this calculated field exclude county, just like we did the sheet name. And so when you're using, and I said, the level of detail expressions, there are 3 different varieties, but they use the same syntax. So what we need to do here is we need to start it with an open curly bracket. And then we're going to grab the exclude function. And we're going to start typing in county and grab the county field. So you start with the open curly bracket, use exclude, include, or fixed. And then after your field that you're performing it on, you're going to do a colon. And then after the colon, we're going to grab the sum function and grab the adult obesity % of population field. So this is really saying, when you perform this calculation, and it says it contains errors. So let me fix that because it has to end with a closing curly bracket. So it's saying exclude the county when you're calculating the sum of the adult obesity % of population. Okay. So you're like, well, what does that mean? Let's go ahead and click OK. And let's just grab that exclude county calculated field and drag it into the table. So let's also go to analytics, drag totals onto the view and drop it in subtotals. All right. So you notice that you have the same number when you're excluding the county. So this first column, right, is the adult obesity % of population by county. The second column has the same repeating number. Now we added subtotals. So if we scroll down to the bottom of Alabama, we'll see the subtotal. So it's showing you, when you're excluding the county, it's only showing you the total adult obesity for that state, right? So it's the same number in the total. So why is that different than just taking the county field off of there, right? So if I remove my county pill, then I'm just seeing it by state and I don't have the counties listed. So I want the counties to be listed. So I'm going to put those back up there, add all members. And this way, because maybe I want to do a further calculation, like county is excluded. So maybe because I have the by county number here, I might want to do a ratio or something like that. So if I didn't have the subtotals, I wouldn't have that 23.79 for Alabama. I can see it clearly there, and I might want to use that in a calculation with a specific county metric. So that is the exclude level of detail expression that we use there. Go ahead and save your file. Now, aside from using level of detail expressions for granularity, there is another way that you can do this. Let's go ahead and bring up a new sheet. Let's name this sheet Food Insecurity and Physically Inactive. We'll say metrics by state/region. Let's drag the state field and the food insecure field into columns. And we'll drag region and physically inactive to rows. So you have one mark for each state region, and when you hover over it, it gives you the region, the state, the food insecure, and the physically inactive. That is because by default, when you're using measures in a view, they are aggregated. So both of these came up as the sum. And if you want more granularity, you can unaggregate your measures. And you can do that by going up to the analysis menu and unchecking aggregate measures. So now you have more detail, you have more granularity, right? It's still saying the same thing, but as you hover over it, right, you see the numbers are changing. So you actually have more detail when you are not aggregating your measures. So let's drag our state field to filters. We are going to use all. And this time, instead of showing the filter, right-click on it and show the highlighter. So you get that highlight state over there. And then go ahead and drag region to color. So we get some color coding on this based on the regions. Instead of standard, let's fit it to the width. Ooh, that does not look good. So we're going to put it back on standard. So you have more granularity here when you're not aggregating your measures. And if you go back to analysis and aggregate your measures again, you'll have less granularity. I'm going to unaggregate them. Go ahead and save your file. Let's go ahead and bring up another new sheet, and we're going to create another map strictly for obesity. And so for this one, you're going to learn a couple of other functions along the way, including one of the other level of detail functions. So let's name this sheet obesity map. So our other maps, they can change it to different measures. This one is going to be specific to obesity. And we have to create some calculated fields here. So let's go ahead and get those started. The first one, we're going to call it regional obesity rate. And this is where we're going to use a level of detail calculation. This time we're going to use fixed. So earlier we used exclude, and we did that on the county field. So when you're using exclude or include, it takes into account the measures in the view. When you use the fixed level of detail calculation, it doesn't take into account what's in the view. So if you look over on your right, if you expand this and you just type in fixed there, you can see it has the same syntax with the curly brackets, right? So it computes an aggregate using only the specified dimensions in the calculation. Whereas if you type in exclude over there, it computes an aggregate excluding the specified dimensions if they're present in the view. So it's dependent upon what's in the view as well. Fixed is not. So we're going to create this calculation for regional obesity rate. We're going to start with our opening curly bracket, and we're going to grab the fixed function, and we're going to grab the region field, and then we have to do our colon, and we want AVG, the average of adult obesity. And then at the end of that, we need to have a closing curly bracket. So we have that calculated field done. We're going to click OK, and we're going to create another calculated field. This one is going to be using the absolute function, the round function, and the fixed level of detail expression. So abs is the first one on the list for absolute, right? That returns the absolute value of the given number. So you have your example right there. And then you can search for round, and that rounds a number to the nearest integer or to a specified number of decimal places. So in that example there, it's rounding to 1 decimal place. All right. So this calculation, we are going to name it difference from region. And we're going to start with the absolute function. And then we're nesting in the round function. And then we're nesting in our fixed. So we need an open curly bracket. And we're going to type get fixed in there. And then we're going to choose the state field, comma, the county field. And then after county, and we don't want to be outside those parentheses, so I'm going to go right after the square bracket after county. We're going to do our colon there. And then we're going to do AVG for average. Grab adult obesity. And after that closing paren at the end of the line for adult obesity. So you have your closing bracket after the field name. And then right now you have like 3 parentheses there. We're going to click after the first parenthesis, between the first and the second one. And we are going to type our closing curly bracket, comma, 2, and then click in between the next parentheses, right? So after 2, you have a parenthesis. You actually have 2 of them. You want to be in between those 2. And you're going to type minus, and now we want the round function on regional obesity rate. After obesity rate, you're going to do a comma 2, And then at the end, you should have 2 closing parens. So you're like, what? Let's parse this. We want it to return the absolute value of this calculation. We want it to round the average of adult obesity based on state and county to 2 decimal places. After that, we want it to subtract the round of the regional obesity rate, which is also 2 decimal places. So we're going to click OK on that one. So that's the second of 3 calculated fields that we have to do here to get where we're going. So let's go ahead and do the third one. This one, we're going to name above or below. And we're going to use an if, then, else in statement with a couple of round functions mixed in. So now we're going to start with our if function and then round. And we're going to grab regional obesity rate field. And we want a comma 2, so we want to round it to 2 decimals. Come outside of that closing parenthesis. And we're going to type equal, round again. And this time we're going to do our open curly bracket. And we're going to use that fixed level of detail function again for the state, comma, county. And at the end of that line, click after the closing bracket for county inside the parentheses. That's where we're going to do our colon. And then we're going to grab the average function on the adult obesity field. And I'm going to just scroll across here. After the adult obesity field, we want to be outside of the first closing paren. So there's 2 of them at the end. We want to be between them. And we're going to do our closing curly bracket there, comma 2 for the 2 decimals for the round function. Come outside of that parenthesis at the end of the line. Press enter so we get a new line and grab your then function. And we're going to type in double quotes, on par with, enter. We're going to do else if. I'll explain it after we get it all in. Then we're going to grab the round function again. And this time on the regional obesity rate, which we created. After that closing field bracket, we're going to do comma 2. Come outside of the closing parenthesis. And we're going to do less than. And then round. Then we're going to put our open curly brace or bracket. We're going to grab fixed again. And then the reference is going to be state, comma, county. After county's closing square bracket, we're going to do our colon. And we're going to grab average again. And then adult obesity. So I'm going to scroll across so I make sure I know where I am. Going to put myself in between the 2 parentheses. I'm going to do my closing curly bracket. comma 2. And then I'm going to go to the end of that line and press, there is a closing parenthesis after 2. I'm going to press enter because then we need another then statement. Now we're going to use the string function. So I'll look at it over here, right? It returns a string given an expression. So if you use a measure in here or a number like age, it returns all of the values of the age measure as strings. And so we want to make sure that happens. So we're going to do str and grab that string function on this then line. And then we're going to nest in round. And we want it on the difference from region calculated field. After the region field's closing square bracket, we're going to do an asterisk for multiplication, 100. Come outside of that parenthesis, so you're in between two parentheses now. We're going to do a comma 2. Go to the end and do another closing parenthesis, plus sign, and then double quotes. We're using the percent symbol above. Enter. Now we have our else statement. And what we can do is we can copy everything from string round on the previous line to the end of that previous line and do Control C to copy it, bring it down and paste it after else. No point in typing that over again if we don't have to, when we just have to make a minor change. At the end of that line, the pasted line, we're going to change above to below. And then we're going to go to the end of that line and press enter. And then we need our end statement. So I brought this up on the screen in a Word document just so you'll be able to see it without me scrolling across in case you're having any issues with it. And I can actually zoom in on this to make it larger for you, so you can look at it and see. Oops, it went a bit too large for that. If you're having any calculation errors. So take a moment and do that, and then we'll review what this is doing. Okay, so let's talk about this. So if the rounded to 2 decimal places of the regional obesity rate is equal to the round of the average adult obesity percentage by state county, because it's fixed over state county, and that's rounded to 2. So if both of those are equal, then we want it to say on par with. If the first if block is not actually accurate, then it goes to else if. So that first condition, if that's not true, then it will go to else if. So else if says if the rounded to 2 decimal places regional obesity rate is less than the round of the average adult obesity fixed over state and county, then it wants you to take the round to 2 decimal places of the difference from region, convert it into a string format and times it by 100 and give the result plus the text % above. If that condition is not true, then if the else if condition is not true, it will go to the else condition. So if the first 2 are not true, it's going to do the else. And the else is converting the rounded to 2 decimal places of the difference from region times 100 in string format and adding the text % below. And then you have your end statement to close it all out. So now that we have our 3 calculated fields done, we can drag state into the view so it starts a map for us. For this one, let's drag state to filter, and we're going to exclude, let me do none here, and then I'm going to select Alaska and exclude it and click OK. We are going to grab your region field and your regional obesity rate measure and drag them onto detail on the marks card. Let's drag county and state to text or label on the marks card. We're going to put the adult obesity percent of population measure on color. And I am going to just drag that color legend over to the left underneath the marks card. Don't have to do that, but I haven't done that during the course, so I figured I'd show that here. And I'm going to do its drop down arrow, and I'm going to edit the colors. I'm going to choose the orange gold palette, and I want to check stepped color, and I want it to be 6 steps, and click OK. We are going to edit the title of that legend to just say obesity rate. Now we are going to select food insecure, physically inactive, and adult smokers. Let's see, there's one more. And above or below. And we are going to drag those to tooltip on the marks card. Now, for above or below, you notice it automatically made it an attribute. We're going to select all of the other measures over there. So I'm just control clicking the ones that have sum, and we're going to right click on them, on one of them, and change it to average. And then what we want to do is we want to go to label on the marks card, click on the ellipsis to the right side of text, and we're going to just do Control A and delete and close that box so it's not showing like that on the map. We don't want to see the text on the map. And now we're just going to edit our tooltip by clicking on it. And so we are going to get rid of the header, the label for county, and just have the county field. Click after the county field, type the word county and a comma, and we are going to get rid of the region field and its label. And after the comma after county, I'm going to press delete to bring state up there. And I'm going to get rid of the state label. So it'll say county, comma, state. And we want to select just county, comma, state. And let's make that 12-point bold. And I'm going to give it my favorite color here, which is orange. Now, after that, we're going to have our average adult obesity. So let's grab that whole line and cut it and put it above or below. And so it's your second line now. And what we want to do is we're going to have at the end of the field, so we have average adult obesity. Let's get rid of the title, or the label rather. I keep saying title. So we just want the field there. And then after that field, we're going to type obesity rate, comma. And then we could go ahead and grab, we don't need the title of it, but just the attribute above or below field. We're going to put that at the end of that previous line. Get rid of your above or below label. We're going to leave 2 spaces for the rest of these measures, but let's select the second line and let's make sure that one is 10 point and no color. And then the rest of the lines, let's make those 9 point with no color. And we're going to make some changes there as well. So let's get to our average food one. And we're just going to get rid of the header. And at the end of the field, we're going to type a space and type of people eat few fruits and vegetables. For the physically inactive one, we're going to get rid of its label. And after that field, we're going to type of people. I think I spaced too much. Of people do not exercise. And then we have our adult smokers. Get rid of its label, because this is just so fun to do. And at the end of that field, we're going to type of people smoke. And we're going to just delete the average regional obesity rate out of there. So it can look similar to mine. I'm not concerned about the order they're showing in, the 3 on the bottom. Let's go ahead and click OK. And now when we hover, we can see the obesity rate, and that I'm pointing to Lincoln County in Wyoming. It's 2% below, right? And you can see the percentage of below. And then you're seeing the number, the people, the stats for of people that smoke, of people that eat few fruits and vegetables, and of people that do not exercise. So a different take on looking at obesity. Go ahead and save your file. And we'll build one more visualization, a scatter plot that will be a companion to this map when we put them on a dashboard. So let's just bring up a new sheet. And we're going to name it Obesity Scatter Plot. And so we're going to grab food insecure, physically inactive, and adult smokers. And we were going to just drag those into columns. And then we're going to drag adult obesity to rows. And I'm going to select all of those pills and right click on any one of them, and I want to turn them into averages. We're going to drag state and county to label on the marks card, and then we're going to click on label, and like we did earlier, we're going to just delete everything out of there. so it doesn't actually show in the scatter plot. But the detail is still there. So if I hover over any mark, I'll still see the county and the state. Let's drag and I'm going to hold down Control and drag it just so I don't have to change the measure again. So I want average obesity to color on the marks card. And you can go ahead and edit your colors, choose whatever palette you want to use. And I'm going to go ahead and make it 6 steps again. Now let's select all the pills in our columns, and we are going to control drag those to detail on the marks card. Again, so we don't have to change the measure calculation. Now when I hover over the mark, of course, I'm seeing the county, the state, and the values for all 4 of those average measures. And we're going to do just a little bit more to this one. We're going to add a reference line and a trend line to it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the analytics pane on the left, and I am going to grab reference line, and I want to add it per pane. And so for the value, for the reference line, we want the average adult obesity from the drop down. And you can see in the background, it's already added the average for the entire data set and then per pane. And for the label, well, we can just leave it on computation. Your other choices are none, value, or custom. We'll just leave it on computation, which is average. And under formatting, we're going to change it to like the smallest dashed line. And then we'll just click OK. So we have our averages in there. This is of the data. So, and you're seeing the averages per pane on this line. And so if you wanted to change those to dashed lines, you'd have to go to them individually. Just going to leave it the way it is. And we're also going to add a trend line. So let's go ahead and drag the trend line into the view, and it'll be a linear one. So we can see how that's working. When we hover over the trend line, let me get that up. You can see your R squared and P values there. And so let's add a region to filters just to finish this one up. And we're going to use all. And then go ahead and show the filter and make it a multiple value drop down. So this way, the users can select whatever region they want to focus on, and this updates. So I'm going to put it back on all. The other thing we're going to do is we are going to change these headers down at the bottom. So we're just going to say, we're going to go to edit axis. And so for each one, I'm going to just change it to say, the first one, I'm going to just do adult smokers. Let me get rid of that average at the beginning. And next one is going to be food insecurity. And actually, I can get rid of those percent of populations, food insecurity. So go ahead and fix all of them so they don't have the percent of population and they're just the beginning of it. And so when you're done, yours should look like mine. And then we're just going to format the title. We're going to change it so we can get rid of sheet name. And it's going to be obesity's correlation with smoking. And I'm doing these words in the order that I have those measures at the bottom. Smoking, diet, and exercise. And then I'm going to do a dash and insert the region field since we're using that as a filter so it'll be dynamic. And save your workbook. I am going to have you format your tooltip on your own, and then we're going to put the obesity map and the scatter plot in vertical container on the same dashboard. So go ahead and pause and format your tooltip. When you're done, I will show you what my formatted tooltip looks like. And I just did minor formatting to my tooltip. And now what we can do is we can go ahead and create our new dashboard sheet for these visualizations. And like I said, we're going to use a vertical container on this one, a tiled one. And I am going to grab the obesity map. And then I am going to grab the scatter plot. And of course, I'm going to turn on my panning on my map so I can move it over a bit. And so these are companions to each other. It's showing, you know, on the top, it's just all about the obesity rate. It's also showing about food insecurities and smoking and physically inactive, which is picked up in this scatter plot at the bottom. So let's go ahead and name this dashboard just obesity. And I'm going to go ahead and hide all of its sheets. And now bring up a new worksheet. And we'll start talking about count versus count D. So I wanted to talk about what's upcoming on the slide, and then we'll get right into it. So our next lesson is count versus count D. Then we have ratio, and then we have standard deviation to end the module. And so I don't have ratio on this slide because ratio is simply dividing one measure from another. So, for example, if you're talking about profit and sales, the profit ratio would be calculated by dividing profit by sales. But the others I put on this slide. So count returns the number of rows in a measure or a dimension. Count D returns, which stands for distinct, returns the number of unique values in a measure or dimension. And then you have two variations of standard deviation in Tableau. So you have standard deviation calculates the dispersion of data. In other words, it shows how spread out data is from the mean. When data points are close together, the standard deviation is low. Conversely, when data points are more spread out, the standard deviation is high. This version, so the function named STDEV, is using a sample equation. If you're using a sample of a larger data set, use this variation. And it is the default variation in Tableau. If you're used to doing this in Excel, it's exactly the same. And then you have STDEVP, which is standard deviation population. This also shows how spread out data is from the mean. This version is using the population equation. If you're using a large data set, use this variation. And then at the bottom, because you'll see this when we get in there, the standard deviation factors. In any distribution, about 95% of values will be within 2 standard deviations of the mean. 99.7% of the data are within 3 standard deviations of the mean, and 68% fall within 1 standard deviation. And you'll be able to visually see that when we get to that lesson. On this new sheet, let's go ahead and drag state to columns. And we're going to drag the diabetic metric right into the table. And then up on the column shelf, right-click on it, hover over measure, and change it to count. So when I don't have to, I really try not to create calculated fields because I can do stuff like that. I could do a calculated field, but I don't really have to. So if you were doing a calculated field, I'll just show this to you. We're not going to do it this way, but create a calculated field. And then I would start typing the word count. And then I would just put that field in there, right? The other one that you would use, so you see 2 on the list, count and count D. So count is count D is count distinct. I'm going to cancel out of there. And then what I'm going to do is I am going to drag diabetic percent again to columns. And this time I'm going to right click on it and I'm going to change it to count distinct. So I'm going to go to show me and I'm going to just change this to a text table. So when I do that, I get my count of diabetic percent and then the distinct count of diabetic percent right next to it. So in Alabama, there's a count of 67 diabetic percents, but only 14 of them are unique. So that's what that's saying. And sometimes you'll get the same number, like District of Columbia only has 1 and it's distinct because there's only 1, that kind of thing. So again, I normally do it this way. You could create the calculated fields if you want to have more use of them throughout your workbook, because again, doing it this way, it's only for on the sheet. And we can just name this sheet count versus count distinct and save your file again. And now we're ready to move on to creating a ratio. So let's bring up another new sheet. And this one we'll just go ahead and name it ratio. And so if we look at these measures, not our calculated fields, but the ones that came with the data set, and you'll notice the calculated fields is a little bit different here. I'll show this to you. The ones that we created, they have a little equal sign before the pound sign. The ones that come with the data set do not have the equal sign. And so you can see that. And even up here with these, the reset filter and our above or below calculation that we created, they have the equal sign in front of the ABC. So visually, that could be good for you to know. So out of all of those measures that came built into the data set, 2 of them are specifically for adults, adult obesity and adult smokers. everything else, well, aside from children in poverty, everything else could be adult or a child. So diabetic, food insecurity, physically inactive, they could reference the total population versus just the adult obesity and smoking populations. So we're going to just see, we don't have like a robust data set for this, but everything that you're learning in here, you can go back to other workbooks that you saved and play with these concepts. Sample Superstore data would be a good one to play with for these types of things. But we're going to just basically use this to see the ratio of the adult metrics versus all the other metrics, including children. So we're going to do a calculated field first. And we're going to name it adult specific metrics. And we're just simply going to grab adult obesity plus adult smokers. And okay. And then we're going to do another calculated field. And we'll call this non-specific metrics. Even though children is specific, we'll just call it that. And this, we're going to grab our children in poverty plus diabetic plus food insecure plus physically inactive. And click OK. So what we need to do now is just do the ratio calculation. So one more calculated field here. And this one is going to be adult specific to non-specific ratio, something like that. We could have even done this as a inline calculation, but it's okay. I'm kind of consistent, so I'm going to do all calculated fields for this. And so that way I don't have to drag the calculation to the data pane to be able to name it. And this one, we'll just do the sum of adult specific metrics divided by, so slash for that, sum, and then our next one was non-specific metrics. And click OK. So let's do our ratio calculation to columns. And then we can do region to rows and color. And we'll also drag region to column before the aggregate, so it kind of splits it up a little bit, right? So we're getting the ratio for each region of adult specific to non-specific measures or metrics. That's what we're looking at there. We can also add state to rows in front of region if we want some more granularity there, all right? So that's kind of how that works. So again, you know, you can practice ratios. I think the sample Superstore data would be really good for this because it has a lot of, you know, sales, profit, all of that kind of stuff. You could do a lot better calculations than with these metrics. Go ahead and save and bring up a new sheet. And we can name this new sheet standard deviation And it's going to be standard deviation of all stats across regions. And we're going to drag region to columns, adult obesity to rows. And so this is another one like count and count distinct. If we right click on sum of adult obesity and we hover over measure, you'll see the two different standard deviations, right? So the first one is the default one, and that is for a sample. And the second one is for the population. We can use population. We're using our full data set, not a sample of it. So doesn't really matter if it's large, and it really depends because the number can change. So what you need to do based on the data set that you're working with. And so we get a bar chart, and it's showing the population standard deviation for each region. Now let's add adult smokers to rows and make that a standard deviation for population as well. And then go to your show me and let's do the side-by-side bars. So for each region, we're seeing the standard population for those two measures. We have the adult obesity and the adult smokers. So what I'm going to have you do is add diabetic, physically inactive, food insecure, and children in poverty to this and make them all standard deviations by population. And for the axis, I'm going to right click down there and I want to uncheck show header. I mean, it just takes up so much space, and I can hover. When I hover over any bar, I see what metric it's for. So I'm good without showing the header down there. I'm going to show you how to add a standard deviation distribution band on top of this. Even though we're using the standard deviation function, we can also have the distribution band. So let's go to the analytics tab on the left, and we're going to drag distribution band, and we want it on the pane. And so here it comes up with the computation of average, but we're going to go to the drop down there and choose standard deviation. And we could do it by sample or population. Since the functions we're using are by population, I am going to keep that there. So we talked about, on the slide, we talked about the deviation, standard deviation factors. And I said that 68% of values will be within one standard deviation of the mean. 95% of values will be between two standard deviations from the mean, and 99.7% of values would be within three deviations from the mean. And so when you do the drop down for standard deviation and you see the factors over on the right, this defaults to 1, which is 68% of the values. And we'll see how the band changes when we come back in and change this. But for right now, we're leaving those factors at the default factor. And at the bottom, we're going to simply click OK. And so what this is showing, this gray distribution band, right, is showing the standard deviation based on the mean, and it's like the min and the max. And then what happens is we have it on 1. So the factor of 1, so 68% of the values fall within 1 standard deviation of the mean. Now, you can right click anywhere where it says standard deviation, and we can get to edit from there. Of course, if we had our bottom axis going, we could right click down there and get to edit reference line. But now we just want to change our factors. So let's go to the drop down next to standard deviation, and let's change it to -2, +2. Click away from that, and we don't have to close this box. You can see the difference, right? 95% of values are within 2 standard deviations from the mean. And if we were to go in and change it to -3 and +3, you can see that that represents 99.7% of the data. So we're going to change it back to our factor of -1, +1, which represents 68% of the values, and click OK. And now you can go ahead and save your workbook, and you can close the file. I'd like to thank everyone for viewing this course. Hopefully you've learned some good tips and techniques to use in Tableau. So by way of review, I'm going to just go over what we've covered module by module in here. In Module 9, we used regional data, and you learned how to do hovering actions, specifically for a dashboard filter. And we also learned how to create a calc that would reset the filter, which was pretty cool. We spent some time going over granularity. We used level of detail calculations. Well, we used 2 of them. We used exclude and fixed along the way. And you also learned how to see more granularity by unaggregating your measures on a visualization sheet. We reviewed the difference between count versus count-d functions. We learned how to calculate a ratio, and we ended the module and the course by learning how to set up standard deviation